Chapter 1171. Boom! When the immortal slaying sword formation was deployed, the entire dragon head of Xianying seemed to be trembling. Countless mountain rocks seemed to have escaped from the earth's gravity and slowly floated upwards. Sword chi raged. The four-colored sword chi enveloped everything in the formation, making it impossible to see what was inside. In the sky, the immortal slaying sword formation pierced through the 9 heavens. Countless clouds revolved around the sword formation, causing the sky to darken. The entire Xianying was filled with a murderous aura. Wherever the slaughter passed, some small lakes and rivers were instantly frozen. In a valley in the west, bewilderment flashed across Song Tianzong's eyes. No wonder the palace lord of the Jew palace was unwilling to clash with the master of this sword formation. Just a magic treasure is already so ferocious? Song Tianzong said in shock. Wrong? What did Yin Chuan mean? He wanted to kill the Violet God King and Azure God King on the spot. Earlier, he did not allow the two of them to leave because he wanted to kill them. Song Tianzong exclaimed in shock. The Azure God King was a character that even Song Tianzong feared. But now, Yin Chuan actually wanted to kill the Azure God King and Violet God King? Didn't he just become an ancestral immortal? Song Tianzong found this rather unbelievable. At this moment, he turned to look in all directions. There were 10 Tao gods in all directions, and there were 10 experts surrounding each of them. Rumble. For a moment, the 10 Tao gods did not reveal their ferocity. On the contrary, roar, bastard, I am a Tao god, ancient immortal. Why are they all ancient immortals? 10 ancient immortals besieged a Tao god. Great Jun sent out 100 ancient immortals at once. In the distance, the group of Tao gods could not merge with the Tao. At most, they were peak ancient immortals. Indeed, fighting 1 ancient immortal would not be a problem. Fighting 2 or 3 ancient immortals would not be a problem either. More importantly, he was fighting 10 of them. Furthermore, the Song Tianzong did not have information on many of these 10 ancient immortals. To be able to casually take out 100 ancient immortals, did that mean that Great Jun still had ancient immortals? Right, there were definitely more. At the very least, Meng Tian and Wang Jian weren't among them. Song Tianzong's heart skipped a beat. Is this still the newly promoted Holy Court? So many ancient immortals had appeared in a world of mortals? Boom! With Bai Ditian and the others in the lead, they slaughtered crazily. Bai Ditian hated the fact that his wife had been snatched away, so he was naturally furious. Inside, the immortal slaying sword formation. The 4 swords sealed off the void. Yin Chuan, Sun Wukong, the Azure God King, and the Purple God King were sealed within. As soon as he entered the formation, Yin Chuan looked around. Sword chi surged in all directions, as well as endless black fog. This made Yin Chuan unable to see through the immortal extermination sword formation. Immortal slaying sword formation? Was there a change? Tong Tian is actually still on guard against me. Yin Chuan revealed a faint smile. The 2 ancestral immortals stared at the sky in shock as well. Immortal slaying sword formation? Isolating the inside from the outside? I can't feel the heavenly Tao. The Violet Divine King's expression changed drastically. Heavenly Tao? Me too. The Azure Divine King's expression was extremely ugly. Within the immortal slaying sword formation, you still want to sense the heavenly Tao? Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile. Indeed, are you really going to kill them? Sun Wukong frowned. Looking at Sun Wukong, Yin Chuan smiled. I know what you're worried about. There's no need for you to do anything. Just help me hold one of them back for now. I'll take care of them one by one. Sun Wukong's expression changed slightly as he nodded. All right. Looking at the Azure Divine King in the distance, Yin Chuan's hair suddenly turned blood red. A violent aura erupted as an endless sea of blood surrounded Yin Chuan and swept towards the Azure Divine King. Bastard! The Violet Divine King's expression darkened as he slashed with the purple sword in his hand. Boom! In the void, a sword energy suddenly appeared and charged towards the Violet Divine King. The Violet Divine King's expression changed as he immediately met the sword. Boom! The Violet Divine King retreated slightly. However, this was not the end. As the Immortal Extermination sword energy appeared, hundreds of sword energy appeared from the Immortal Exterminating Sword, Immortal Slaughtering Sword, and Immortal Trapping Sword, and swept towards the Violet Divine King. Rumble. The four swords were ferocious as they erupted with a vast might. The Violet Divine King was instantly trapped by the swords and was unable to support the Azure Divine King. The Azure Divine King waved the azure sword in his hand. A sea of azure flames suddenly appeared around him and charged towards Yan Chuan's Sea of Blood. Boom! The Sea of Fire and the Sea of Blood collided and fused together. The fire and sea enveloped the two of them. So what if I can't use the Heavenly Tao? I'm still an ancestral immortal after all. I've been an ancestral immortal for tens of thousands of years. Who knows where you've reincarnated? The Azure Divine King slashed with his sword. Yan Chuan revealed a cold smile. I should be the one saying that to you. The sky-burying coffin in his hand collided with the sword. Boom! The Sea of Blood and the Sea of Fire exploded violently. The two formidable figures fought fiercely. Outside, Song Tianzong looked at the Immortal Extermination sword formation in shock. Who is it? In this world, other than those sages and heavenly emperors, is there anyone stronger? Song Tianzong's expression was extremely complicated. He could not see the inside of the Immortal Extermination sword formation clearly, so he turned to look at the four Tao gods. Song Tianzong's expression became increasingly strange. This was because Giguzi, whom Song Tianzong thought to be a peerless expert, was standing calmly at the entrance of Heavenward Palace as if he was not worried at all. How can Great Jun be so confident? Song Tianzong's expression became even more conflicted. Before he came, Song Tianzong had obtained information about Great Jun. According to the information, Great Jun was a newly ascended holy court and was rather weak. Rather weak? Which bastard compiled this information? How could this be called rather weak? Clang! Suddenly, a bell rang in the distance. A loud sound reverberated through heaven and earth. The sound of the bell was extremely unique, and it made Song Tianzong shudder. What a strange bell! Song Tianzong's expression changed as he looked over. He saw one of the heavenly Daos instantly shatter. A Tao god was sent flying while vomiting blood. Boom! A golden-robed man struck out with his palm. A bird claw appeared and stabbed into that Tao god's chest. Ah! That Tao god screamed in shock. The golden-robed man held a huge bell in one hand and grabbed that Tao god with the other. He flew toward the plaza of Heavenward Palace. Go deal with the other Tao gods. Jin Dayu shouted to the other 9. Yes, the 9 ancient immortals replied. Jin Dayu flew to Heavenward Palace and threw that Tao god aside. Instantly, a group of guards came forward. I have already sealed his cultivation and sent him to the celestial prison to await Sacred King's judgment. Jin Dayu said solemnly. Yes, in the distance. Boom, 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 boom. Another 4 loud sounds rang out as 4 heavenly Daos collapsed. The ancient immortals brought by the Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, Deity, and by Detian heavily injured him. The 4 of them brought the restrained Tao god to the plaza of Heavenward Palace and sent him to the celestial prison. In the sky, the Tao gods were struggling. Each of them was filled with endless disbelief. In the plaza of Heavenward Palace, the officials looked at the immortal slaying sword formation in the distance. Giguzi looked at the Grand Emperor, Deity, and Jade Emperor. The 3 of you, Giguzi said softly. Mister, the 3 of them greeted Giguzi respectfully. When ancestral immortals forge divine swords, they will erase the consciousness of the sword's soul, leaving only its instinctive consciousness behind. The 3 of you should know this, right? Giguzi said plainly. The 3 of them had solemn expressions as they nodded in the end. Sacred King is benevolent and has left you with your own consciousness. He doesn't want to lead you in a certain direction, so you can make your own choices. Countless divine swords have given birth to sword souls, but very few can reach the peak. It's not innate, but acquired through hard work. You will gradually understand everything about Sacred King in the future. However, I want to tell you that everything about Sacred King is the strongest. It's everything. Sacred King forged the three of you and gave you the chance to grow on your own. I hope you will cherish it. Gigu Zi said solemnly. Yes, the Grand Emperor, deity, and Jade Emperor replied. Sacred King wanted son Wukong to set up the celestial slaying sword formation mainly for you guys to observe. Gigu Zi explained. Ah, the three emperors were shocked. Then why didn't he let us in? The Grand Emperor asked in shock. That's right. If we entered the formation, it would be clearer for us to observe from the inside. Jade Emperor frowned. That's right. Deity nodded. Gigu Zi shook his head. Enter? You guys are still far from it. Sacred King is worried that you will be assimilated by the celestial slaying sword formation. Ah, the three of them were shocked. Observe carefully. Sacred King is stalling for time. Don't waste this opportunity. Gigu Zi said solemnly. Yes, the three emperors said solemnly. The three of them stood at the side and stared at the celestial slaying sword formation. They were all swords, so they naturally comprehended more than others. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. At this moment, a woman in purple suddenly appeared in the square of facing Heaven Hall. Greetings, Empress, the officials said respectfully. It was Zizi. When she appeared, she looked into the distance in shock. What's going on? What happened while I was in seclusion? Empress, there are enemies attacking. Sacred King is fighting with ancestral immortals. Those Tao gods are here to invade. Yifeng said immediately. Oh, then, ZZ revealed a hint of worry. Empress, don't worry. Sacred King should be fine. Otherwise, Yifeng said. After Yifeng said that, ZZ understood. If something happened, Yin Chuan from the Netherworld would definitely come out immediately. However, even so, ZZ did not treat the group of Tao gods in the distance well. She waved her hand, and a ray of black light shot toward a Tao god in the distance. Book of Life and Death. Curse the heavenly demon to devour his heart. ZZ said coldly. Boom! The black light seemed to ignore the heavenly Tao and rushed into the Tao god's body. That Tao god was suddenly in a trance. This trance was too fatal. More than a dozen ancient immortals attacked at the same time. Boom! When the Tao god came back to his senses, he was severely injured by more than a dozen ancestral immortals. He spat out blood and was immediately captured. In the distance, Song Tianzong looked at ZZ in confusion. What's going on? ZZ's curses were getting more and more vicious. As long as they had not reached Tao unification, ZZ could successfully curse even Tao gods. In an instant, the Tao gods who were still struggling were captured. Some wanted to escape, but how? Not long after, the group of Tao gods was wiped out. Song Tianzong looked at the great perfection expert strangely. You call this weak? Inside the celestial slaying sword formation, under the siege of the four immortal slaying swords, the purple divine king was incomparably frustrated. Roar! Yin Chuan and green divine king were locked in battle. The two great divine kings were shocked and furious. The biggest disadvantage here was that they couldn't use the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, the two in front of them would definitely die. However, would Yin Chuan's use of the heavenly Tao be weaker than the two of them? At the entrance of the heavenly facing hall, Sword Chi slowly appeared around the Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, and God. It was as if they had gained great enlightenment from their observation. Chapter 1172. Within the immortal extermination sword formation, the sea of fire and blood enveloped the Azure Divine King and Yin Chuan. On the other side, Sun Wukong controlled the immortal extermination sword formation to delay the Violet Divine King. Rumble. The Violet Divine King was in a sorry state, but this was only delaying. It's been 20 hours. What a powerful immortal extermination sword formation. It's so powerful even when hidden. The Violet Divine King's eyes flashed with shock. You should be honored. In the current world, you are #1 in the Immortal Extermination Sword Formation. Sun Wukong laughed. He turned his head to look not far away. Clearly, he was puzzled. Why was Yin Chuan fighting for so long? 20 hours had passed, and the victor was still not decided? And in this split second, the Violet Divine King seemed to have found an opportunity and swung the purple sword in his hand. Boom! After clashing with the 4 swords, the Violet Divine King shot towards the sea of blood. Break for me! The Violet Divine King slashed at the sea of blood. Boom! The sea of blood split apart, revealing Yin Chuan and the Azure Divine King. The sky-burying coffin clashed with the Azure Divine Sword. Both of their clothes were slightly tattered, and their other hands were facing each other's palms. Yin Chuan's eyes were ferocious. The Azure Divine King's eyes were also filled with shock. Boom! The sea of blood and the sea of fire were split apart by the Violet Divine King. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. His right hand suddenly turned into a claw and grabbed at the Azure Divine King's right arm. Not good. The Azure Divine King's face changed. Shit. The Violet Divine King's face also changed. The Violet Divine King's palm struck towards Yin Chuan, wanting to force Yin Chuan to give up on the Azure Divine King's claw. But at this time, how could Yin Chuan give up? His right claw broke through the Azure Divine King's palm strike at an even faster speed and grabbed his right arm. Rip! With a fierce aura, Yin Chuan tore it apart. Roar! The Azure Divine King roared in pain, and the Violet Divine King's palm was also close. Hastily, Yin Chuan met the attack with his left palm. The power of the sky-burying coffin weakened, but it still managed to block the green sword. A purple light rushed towards Yin Chuan's left palm. Boom! Yin Chuan paused. He turned his head and glared at the Violet God King. Roar! The Azure Divine King howled in pain. The Azure Divine King's right arm was torn off by Yin Chuan. Fresh blood instantly drenched his azure robes. Yin Chuan, the Azure Divine King roared. The Violet Divine King repelled Yin Chuan with a palm strike, but he was unwilling to continue fighting. The situation is not right. Let's go back first. Purple-green confluence. The Violet Divine King shouted. The long sword in his hand stabbed towards the Azure Divine King. The Azure Divine King's azure sword also stabbed over. When the 2 swords collided, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the tip of swords. Boom! A huge force erupted, and the sea of blood and the sea of fire exploded. The Immortal Extermination Sword Formation suddenly shook, and a crack was suddenly exposed. Whoosh! The Violet Divine King and the one-armed Azure Divine King were instantly sent flying. Not good. Sun Wukong's face sank. Yin Chuan looked at the outside world through the crack. Yin Chuan, I will be back. I will turn Xianying into a living hell. Roar! The Azure Divine King held onto his severed arm and roared at Yin Chuan. All the Tao gods outside were gone. The 2 of them naturally understood the result. At this moment, they fled towards the south with an intense unwillingness. Yin Chuan lifted the severed arm of the Azure Divine King and squeezed it. Boom! The severed arm of the Azure Divine King turned into dust. Roar! The Azure Divine King roared with hatred from afar. Yin Chuan has been poisoned by my purple demon divine poison. He won't be able to get away with it. Just use your magic power to grow your right arm. The Violet Divine King shouted. The Azure Divine King turned his head and no longer looked at Xianying with unwillingness. Swish! The 2 of them turned into streams of light and disappeared. Yindi, are you all right? Sun Wukong looked at Yin Chuan's left arm. His left arm had already turned purple. I'm fine. Remove the array. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. And Sun Wukong nodded. As the array was being removed, Yin Chuan looked up at the black fog above the array. He was deep in thought. Rumble! The array was removed. In the blink of an eye, the sky was clear. Yin Chuan stood in the void. His left arm turned more and more purple. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold as he looked at his left arm. Ka, 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 ka. Countless stars appeared on his palm. It was as though billions of stars were revolving around him. They formed a stirring force that rapidly drew the purple light from his left arm into his palm. Purple demon divine, poison. In just a short while, it was all extracted. Oomph. Yin Chuan snorted. He clenched his hand, and the purple demon divine, poison instantly dissipated. Yin Chuan defeated the Azure Divine King. Song Tianzong, who was watching the battle from afar and preparing to reap the benefits, gaped in shock. Did I see wrongly? Yin Chuan did not use the power of the world to tear off the Azure Divine King's arm. The Violet Divine King and Azure Divine King fled in panic. Song Tianzong said in shock, "That's not right. This is completely different from what I expected." In Song Tianzong's mind, the Azure Divine King should have easily destroyed Xianyang. However, was that the case before his eyes? Yin Chuan had just become an ancestral immortal, a first-stage ancestral immortal. The Violet Divine King and Azure Divine King were fourth-stage ancestral immortals. The difference was so huge. How could it be reversed? Could it be that immortal vanquishing sword formation? Song Tianzong's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Sun Wukong, who was beside Yin Chuan. Reap the benefits? That's not easy. Although Yin Chuan's clothes were somewhat tattered, they were fine. After all, the Azure Divine King had lost an arm. Sect Master Song. Yin Chuan suddenly turned his head to look at Song Tianzong in the west. Song Tianzong's face froze. He was discovered again? How did Yin Chuan discover him? Since Yin Chuan noticed him, Song Tianzong naturally could not hide anymore. Ha ha! Congratulations, Yin Emperor, for showing off your might. Song Tianzong flew out and laughed. Yin Chuan stared at Song Tianzong without smiling. Yin Chuan knew that if he lost this time, Song Tianzong would definitely take advantage of the situation. Sect Master Song, I plan to head to the purplish-green weave to kill the Violet Divine King and Azure Divine King immediately. What do you think? Yin Chuan suddenly asked. Song Tianzong was slightly stunned, as if he did not hear clearly. What? You plan to wipe out the purplish-green weave? When? Song Tianzong said in shock. Immediately, Yin Chuan said directly. Song Tianzong. At this moment, Song Tianzong finally understood what it meant to be arrogant. Yin Chuan was too arrogant. Even he did not dare to touch the purplish-green weave. Yet Yin Chuan, who had just become an ancestral immortal, said that he wanted to wipe out the purplish-green weave? What kind of joke was this? Song Tianzong could be considered someone who did great things, but he had never seen someone so arrogant. Immediately, Yin Emperor, you are so bold. This song wishes Yin Emperor victory. Song Tianzong immediately ignored himself. Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong with a faint smile. This smile made Song Tianzong shudder. I know. The Heavenly Saber Weave has formed an alliance with the other 7 weaves to deal with the purplish-green weave. I hope that you will immediately inform them to prepare to attack together and wipe out the palaces. Yin Chuan said sullenly. What? Song Tianzong's expression changed. How did Yin Chuan know? Yin Chuan stared at Song Tianzong. Naturally, Yin Chuan was not very friendly to Song Tianzong. Yin Emperor, you must be joking. Song Tianzong shook his head. Joking? I'm not joking. Inform them as soon as possible and attack together. I don't want all the palace masters of the Absolute Palace to show up while we are dealing with the purplish-green weave. I want the 6 Absolute Palace weaves to attack from all sides. I will kill the Violet God King and the Azure God King to get rid of this evil for you. How about it? Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong intently. Yin Emperor, you misunderstand. Song Tianzong shook his head and laughed. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. The Holy Court of Great Zhen already has enmity with the purplish-green weave. The Heavenly Saber Weave is in the middle. If you still want to be the Oriole, you will be making an enemy out of Great Zhen. As Yin Chuan spoke, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Song Tianzong looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Has this Yin Chuan really gone crazy? Is he biting everyone he sees? However, the battle just now had given Yin Chuan the right to speak to him as an equal. Naturally, Song Tianzong could not ignore him. Secmaster Song, this is also a good thing for you. Why not? Yin Chuan smiled. Song Tianzong was speechless. Not only had he not become the Oriole, but he had also gotten himself into trouble. What do you think? Yin Chuan looked at him intently again. Song Tianzong looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression and then at the Shurlong giant vein. After a while, he took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. Yin Emperor, you are so bold. I, Song Tianzong, will not be unreasonable anymore. Ha ha, good. Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Sage King of Great Qi, since Sect Master Tong Tian has borrowed the fairy slaying sword formation for a year, can I trouble you to make a trip to the purplish-green weave with me? Yin Chuan smiled. Sun Wukong looked at Yin Chuan in shock. This Yin Chuan was too aggressive, wasn't he? Yin Emperor, they escaped in the end because I had too little control over the fairy slaying sword formation. This is your home ground, so it's fine. The place we're going to next is their home ground. They can mobilize more power. I'm worried that when the time comes. Sun Wukong frowned. No worries. The power just now was enough. Yin Chuan nodded. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded. Ming, Yi, gather the troops. The terracotta army will follow me into battle. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Ming Yi replied loudly. Song Tianzong was stunned. So fast. Just like that? It was really right away. Wasn't this too right away? Yin Chuan swept his gaze across the ministers. His Majesty, Jade Emperor, and the Grand Emperor were all sitting cross-legged as if they had comprehended something. Gui Guzi, by Di Tian, follow me into battle. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, the two of them replied. When he saw ZZ, Yin Chuan's solemn gaze softened slightly. ZZ looked at Yin Chuan and knew that since Yin Chuan had spoken, he couldn't change his mind. Be careful, ZZ said worriedly. Yin Chuan smiled and said, Yes, don't worry. Only then did ZZ's expression relax. Don't worry, I'll be back. Yin Chuan said again. Yes. ZZ nodded. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, under Meng Yi's command, the 100,000 terracotta army gathered. Greetings, Sacred King, the terracotta army said respectfully. Song Tianzong's face twitched slightly. He had underestimated Great Jun. What kind of terracotta army was this? Why were the weakest of them great immortals? Why was Great Jun so terrifying? Cult Master Song, let's go to your heavenly knife weave first. Yin Chuan said. Song Tianzong was speechless. He had gone for wool and come home shorn. This wasn't just a loss of rice. It was a loss of an entire granary. All right, Song Tianzong was forced to lead the way unwillingly. Chapter 1173. Bai Qi returns to his position. The dragon chariot pulled Yin Chuan south. The terracotta soldiers surrounded the area as the army advanced toward Heavenly Saber Weave. 100,000 soldiers came with great momentum. The terracotta soldiers were not ancestral immortals. Naturally, they were not as fast as the Azure God King. However, they did not stop and finally arrived at Heavenly Saber Weave. Guiguzi by Di Tian, Meng Yi, Sun Wukong, and Song Tianzong stood on the balcony in front of the chariot. Song Tianzong looked at Yin Chuan's majestic dragon chariot, and then looked at the large saber he rode on every time he traveled. No matter how he looked at it, Song Tianzong felt shabby. He looked at Yin Chuan speechlessly. Did all emperors like to show off? Yin Di. Song Tianzong frowned. Yin Chuan was puzzled. You're leaving just like that? Xianyang is empty. Aren't you worried that someone will cause trouble? Not to mention others. If the Dragon Monarch goes, what will happen to Great Jun's primordial dragon vein? Song Tianzong asked. Yin Chuan and Guiguzi were here? What if an ancestral immortal went to Xianyang? Ancestral immortal? There's no need to worry. Yin Chuan shook his head and said with certainty. Oh, Song Tianzong narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan's casual attitude was not fake. Ancestral immortal? There's no need to worry. Could it be that Great Jun had the strength to fight an ancestral immortal? When he thought of this, Song Tianzong's heart churned. Which bastard collected the information on Great Jun? Was this considered weak? The group moved extremely quickly. The army of 100,000 quickly arrived at a training ground. The training ground was surrounded by blade-like mountains that pierced into the clouds. A sea of virtuous clouds churned in the sky. Above the virtuous clouds, thousands of avatars could be seen. Heavenly Saber Training Ground, Yin Chuan said solemnly. As the army of 100,000 flew over, hundreds of experts suddenly flew over from afar. Stop! How dare you? A loud shout came from afar. Where did this army come from? How dare you be so impudent in my Heavenly Saber Training Ground? A shout exploded in the air as a powerful aura pressed over. Ancestral Immortal again. Gigu Zi's expression changed. Whoosh! A white-robed man suddenly appeared in front of the 100,000-strong army. Second brother, it's me. Song Tianzong called out. Oh! The white-robed man paused slightly. Swish! The white-robed man approached and looked at the crowd in surprise. This is my younger brother, Song Tianren. Song Tianzong introduced. This is the great perfection sage king, Yin Chuan. Song Tianzong introduced. Song Tianren was slightly surprised. Why was Big Brother so serious? However, Song Tianren wasn't as rash as Monarch Greenfire. He immediately bowed and said, Greetings, Sage King Dejun. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. Big Brother, you guys are? Song Tianren asked in confusion. Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong and said, Sect Master Song, I hope that we can officially battle the Azure God King and Violet God King within a month. Song Tianren was slightly taken aback. What was going on? Against the Azure Divine King? Purple God King? Song Tianzong's face twitched slightly. However, he still nodded and said, All right, I will inform the other Weave Lords. Half of them have already made up their minds, but the other half are hesitant. If I gather them, they will be more confident that we will succeed. All right, I will wait for your news. Yin Chuan nodded. There's still a month. Why don't you rest at the Sky Saber Dojo for a while? I will let my younger brother entertain you, Song Tianzong said. There is no need. I still have matters to attend to in the Sky Saber Weave. Yin Chuan shook his head. He still had matters to attend to in the Sky Saber Weave? Song Tianzong's eyes suddenly narrowed. This was his own weave. Did he still have matters to attend to? Huh. In that case, let my younger brother accompany you. After all, this is my home ground. If there are any unnecessary troubles, my younger brother can easily resolve them. Song Tianzong said. And Yin Chuan did not object. Song Tianzong called Song Tianren to the side and gave him some instructions. As he spoke, Song Tianren's face kept twitching. Big brother, do you tell stories? Song Tianren asked in confusion. How could that be? Didn't the disciples say that Great Jun was rather weak? How could this be called rather weak? Song Tianzong was also speechless when he heard Song Tianren's words. Who did you send to investigate Great Jun? I will teach him a lesson when we return. Song Tianzong said angrily. Song Tianren nodded speechlessly. Wasn't he just spouting nonsense? That disciple would definitely be punished when he returned. Song Tianzong left. Song Tianren stayed behind. Yindi, where are we going? Song Tianren asked. To slaughter the world's sect. Yin Chuan said. Oh. Song Tianren was slightly stunned. Under Meng Yi's command, the army quickly flew in a certain direction. Slaughter the world's sect. Sun Wukong was slightly stunned. However, Bai Ditian's body suddenly trembled, and a trace of nervousness flashed in his eyes. Song Tianren looked at Sun Wukong. He had just learned that this person was in charge of the fairy eradication sword formation, so he was naturally very polite. My brother is the leader of the Heavenly Dao Dominion, and the Skyblade Dojo is the largest sect in the Dominion. However, our sect does not rule the world and gives other blade cultivators space to live. Some of the more talented blade cultivators can even be recommended to join the Skyblade Dojo. Song Tianren explained. With competition, the Skyblade Dojo can be guaranteed to flourish. Sun Wukong nodded. The Slaughter the World sect is one of the sections. The sect leader is called Bai. 5,000 years ago, he made a name for himself in the heavenly Tao dominion. His blade was domineering, and his killing intense sword. I originally wanted to take him in as a disciple, but my brother also took a fancy to him. My brother and I competed for a while, but who would have thought that Bai would suddenly go into seclusion for 5,000 years? Song Tianren said, Bai, slaughter the world sect? Slaughter the world sect? The Holy King. Bai Ditian suddenly looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan nodded and said, there is one. When we entered the heavenly Tao dominion, you wanted to fight alone and left us. At that time, I had the opportunity to meet him. A bitter smile suddenly appeared on Bai Ditian's face. The army of 100,000 quickly arrived at a mountain gate. Outside the mountain gate, a large number of tiger tribe elites were roaming. There were also many blade cultivators fighting each other. Here, killing intent soared into the sky, and there were countless skeletons on the ground. This is... Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows. This is an ancient battlefield. Before the Skyblade Dojo was established, 2 holy halls fought here. No less than 100 million people died. This is a place of great danger, but Bai established his sect here. Song Tianren said, roar. As the crowd approached, a tiger's roar suddenly came from afar. Many of the elites who were fighting each other immediately stopped fighting and faced the outside together. Who are you? A blade cultivator asked coldly. Deputy sect leader Song? I already said that my sect leader is still in seclusion. Another blade cultivator said. At the same time, he looked strangely at the army of 100,000. What was going on? At the side, Gue Guzi suddenly took out a token from his pocket. Whoosh! He threw the token, and the leading blade cultivator immediately caught it. That person glanced at the token, and his expression changed. You are, that person exclaimed. Meng Yi, guard the surroundings. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Meng Yi answered. Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi, and Bai Ditian flew into the air and headed inside. At this moment, with the token leading the way, no one dared to stop them. The sect leader has instructed us. Everyone, this way please. The leading blade cultivator said respectfully. The 3 of them flew to a side hall. Meng Yi ordered the army to guard the surroundings and be on guard against everyone, including Song Tianren and Sun Wukong. There was a hint of curiosity in Sun Wukong's eyes. Naturally, Song Tianren was even more curious. Yin Chuan knew Bai. Judging from his tone, they had known each other for 5,000 years. Furthermore, they had been to the Heavenly Blade Weave before. Back then, weren't they in the Sealed Realm? For a moment, Song Tianren was even more resentful of the disciple who was collecting information. Clang! Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi Bai Ditian entered a large hall. Inside the main hall, there were 11 coffins placed there. Beside the coffins was a huge black banner. Sage King, did you set this up back then? Bai Ditian asked curiously. Back then, I met Bai Tushur and acknowledged him. At the same time, I entered the heavenly secret dreamscape for him here. Yin Chuan nodded. Gue Guzi. Yin Chuan looked at Gue Guzi. Gue Guzi nodded. Outside, a hint of urgency flashed in Song Tianren's eyes. He desperately wanted to know what had happened in the hall. However, at this moment, Meng Yi and the Terracotta Army were blocking him, so it was not easy for him to investigate. At this moment, a long shout suddenly came from the hall in the distance. It was Gue Guzi's voice. Soul, return. Rumble. For a moment, the weather outside the world-slaughtering sect changed, and a strong wind blew. Song Tianren and Sun Wukong were both confused. Inside, a large number of souls gathered from all directions. 11 coffins, 11 people, and all the souls returned to their original positions. Rumble. The souls kept surging into the 11 coffins. Yin Chuan stood at the front and watched. Gue Guzi and Bai Ditian stood together. Bai Ditian thought for a moment and said, Bai Tushur, my son Bai Tushur. Bai Tushur's 200 souls did not travel with the Sage King. I wonder if there will be any conflict when the time comes. Ha ha ha. Supremacy, Bai. You don't have to worry. Besides being your son, Bai Tushur has another identity. He is the Sage King's favorite general and the best warrior. The heavens are very kind, and he is the most loyal person to the Sage King. Gue Guzi laughed. Huh? Bai Ditian was deep in thought. All the souls entered the coffins. After entering the coffins, Yin Chuan waited patiently for 5 minutes. Boom! The lid of the first coffin suddenly exploded. A man with a scar on his face slowly sat up. Yin Chuan reached out and removed a black jade talisman from the man's forehead. The black jade talisman seemed to have a mind of its own. As soon as the talisman was removed, a violent killing intent was released. The water in the air instantly condensed into frost and fell. The violent killing intent even spread out of the main hall. The expressions of the guards outside the hall changed drastically. Crack, crack, crack. The lids of the other 10 coffins also slowly opened from the inside. Slowly, the 11 people regained their consciousness. The scarred man opened his eyes. 2 rays of saber light seemed to shoot out from his eyes, tearing through the void. Turning his head, the scarred man suddenly saw Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi, and Bai Ditian. The man's killing intent suddenly retracted. Boom! After the coffins exploded, the man knelt on one knee. His eyes were filled with excitement. I, Bai Qi, greet the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor, we are alive again. Heavenly Emperor, I did not fall behind. The man's eyes were filled with tears of excitement as he almost shouted. This shout seemed to be able to affect everyone. Gue Guzi's eyes also became slightly moist. Good. Bai Qi, from today onwards, Bai Qi will be the 9th army commander of the Great Zhen Holy Court. He will be the Marquis of Wuan, Yin Chuan said happily. Above the Sea of Providence in Xianyang, there was a sudden roar. Countless officials looked up in shock. Who is it? Why is he so generous? Bai Ditian looked at this scene in shock. Bai Qi, the Marquis of Wuan? He was conferred the title of Marquis without any achievements? In the Great Zhen Holy Court, Bai Qi was the only one. Also, he called Yin Chuan the Heavenly Emperor. Is this my son from my previous life? Bai Tu sure. Chapter 1174. Outside the World Massacre Sect, Yin Chuan, Bai Ditian, and Gue Guzi returned to the dragon carriage. Song Tianren and Goku looked curiously at the 11 people at the entrance of the hall. Each of them was wearing a suit of armor. They looked up at the sky. The leader had a scar on his face, making him look extremely ferocious. Tribulation clouds rolled in the sky. Ancient immortal tribulation? Song Tianren was shocked. These 11 people wanted to become ancient immortals? The tribulation clouds rolled, and the sky darkened. Bai Qi stared at them. Roar! With a loud roar, the ground beneath his feet trembled. The long saber in his hand shot up into the sky, and a huge saber light rushed towards the tribulation clouds with monstrous killing intent. The killing intent condensed into blood lotuses that accompanied the saber light. Killing evil and condensing lotuses? Song Tianren's face sank. Boom! The vast tribulation clouds were cut in half by Bai Qi's saber. The pitch-black tribulation clouds seemed to have been dyed red by Bai Qi's saber. Breaking the tribulation with one saber? Song Tianren's face darkened. I'll leave the rest to you, Bai Qi said. Yes, my lord. The 10 of them replied. The 10 of them raised their sabers and rushed into the sky. The tribulation clouds that had been cut in half were instantly destroyed. Rumble. In a short while, the tribulation clouds completely disappeared. Is this the ancient immortal tribulation? Fuck. Are you guys cutting cucumbers? Song Tianren was speechless. This was the ancient immortal tribulation. Why did it look so easy? After cutting through the tribulation, Bai Qi brought his 10 subordinates to Yin Chuan. Sage King, it's over. What do we do next? Bai Qi smiled. Song Tianren wanted to take off his shoes and throw them at Bai Qi's face. It's over? What do you do next? What kind of tone is this? Is this tribulation a piece of cake? Thinking back to his own tribulation, Song Tianzong looked at Bai Qi as if he was looking at a monster. Wait for another month. After 1 month, we will destroy the purple-green weave. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Bai Qi nodded. Bai Qi turned to look at Bai Ditian and frowned. Finally, he sighed. Sage King, I wish to kill the Azure Divine King. Bai Qi said. Song Tianren was speechless. What do you mean you want to kill the Azure Divine King? Azure God King is an ancestral immortal, while you are just an ancient immortal. You want to kill Azure God King? Do you think you can kill me just because you want to? All right, I'll leave the Azure Divine King to you, father and son. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes. Bai Qi and Bai Detian replied. Bai Tu sure? Since he had regained the memories of his first life, Bai Qi was prepared to use his original name, Bai Tu sure. In the past, Bai Tu sure had held grudges and hatred toward Bai Detian. However, after experiencing so much, he had gotten over it. Bai Detian might not be his father anymore, but his wife was his mother. He could only acknowledge this father. Meng, give half of the terracotta soldiers to Bai Qi. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Meng Yi replied. General Meng, don't worry. I'll try my best to reduce the losses of your soldiers. Bai Qi smiled. Haha, I naturally believe in Wu and Marquis' ability to lead troops. Among the generals of the Zhen, you are definitely the best. Meng Yi laughed. Bai Qi smiled. Purple Green Weave, Purple God Palace, and Azure God Palace, one in the east and one in the west. Bai Qi, Bai Detian, you two will be in charge of Azure God Palace. Yin Chuan said. Yes. The two replied. Sage King of the Qi, I'll have to trouble the Immortal slaying sword formation to accompany you to Azure God Palace. Yin Chuan looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. All right, Gui Guzi, Ming Yi, and I will head to Purple God Palace to kill the ancestral immortal and replace him. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Gui Guzi and Meng Yi replied. At this moment, Song Tianren's pupil shrank. At this moment, Song Tianren finally understood why Yin Chuan was so eager to destroy the Purple Green Weave. For the ancestral immortal? To kill the ancestral immortal and replace him? To achieve this goal? Song Tianren looked at this scene in a daze. He suddenly had a better understanding of De Zhen's strength and dominance. What was De Zhen's background? What kind of nonsense did the disciple in charge of gathering intelligence gather? Weak? Weak your sister. East Sea Dragon Palace, Crystal Palace. The Dragon Emperor sat on the main seat with 8 Dragon Kings beside him. In front of him was a Dragon King in Azure. Is Yin Chuan dead? Xianying destroyed? What about Dragon Fifth? Where's Dragon Fifth? A Dragon King asked anxiously. The Dragon King in Azure hesitated for a moment before saying, Azure God King, Purple God King, and 10 Dao Gods have arrived in Xianying. Purple God King is here too? And 10 Dao Gods? De Zhen is really finished this time. Dragon, he said. What about Dragon Fifth? Tell us quickly. The Dragon Kings asked anxiously. The Dragon King in Azure hesitated. Quiet, listen to him. The Dragon Emperor shouted. Yes. Everyone looked at the Dragon King in Azure. The result is different from what we expected. Oh, the Dragon Kings were puzzled. 10 Dao Gods were completely annihilated. The Purple God King was injured, and the Azure God King had an arm torn off by Yin Chuan. The two of them fled in panic. Great Zhen did not suffer any casualties. The Green Robe Dragon King said. The Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Kings, how could this be? Azure God King is extremely domineering. Yes, Azure God King and Purple God King are 2 ancestral immortals. They are extremely fierce. They have always been the ones bullying others. I have never heard of them being bullied so badly. Old Six, did you see wrongly? The Dragon Kings were doubtful. The Dragon King in Azure also thought that he had seen wrongly, but the result was too obvious. How could he see wrongly? This is not normal. Yin Chuan has just become an ancestral immortal. How could he defeat Azure God King? Let me ask you, what did Yin Chuan do after the battle? Did he go into seclusion to heal? No, he would not say it. He probably did not show himself and went to heal secretly. The Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. No, Yin Chuan gathered 100,000 troops and charged towards the Indigo Weave. He said that he would destroy the Indigo Weave. The Dragon King in Azure said. The Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Kings, destroy the Indigo Weave? What did I just hear? The Dragon Kings looked at the Dragon King in azure, speechlessly. The Dragon King in azure smiled bitterly. He was telling the truth. But this was too strange. A month passed quickly. Sky Saber Dojo. The two brothers, Song Tianzong and Song Tianren, were chatting. Big brother, how could you do this? Song Tianren's face darkened. Song Tianzong shook his head. It's not that I'm not benevolent, but I have to think for the Sky Saber Dojo. What about the other 7 weaves? Song Tianren asked with a complicated expression. They have already agreed. Some people even use tricks to get the palace lords to come out and prepare for a sudden attack. Song Tianzong said, 8 weaves, no, 9 weaves if we include the true dragon weave, are attacking Absolute Palace at the same time. They have a high chance of winning. Moreover, aren't the palace lords of Absolute Palace wary of the 4 immortal exterminating swords? Song Tianren said anxiously. The master of the 4 immortal exterminating swords isn't in the outer eastern continent. Moreover, we're only borrowing the swords this time. Have you thought about the fact that the Indigo Weave is Absolute Palace's home ground? Their home ground can mobilize endless power of merit. Moreover, do you think the Indigo Weave only has 2 ancestral immortals? Are there no other ancestral immortals? Are Yin Chuan and the others sure they can win? What if they return empty-handed? Song Tianzong said solemnly. Return empty-handed? If Yin Chuan and the others fail, they will still have the protection of the 4 immortal exterminating swords when they return. But what about us? Our Sky Saber Dojo will have to bear the wrath of Absolute Palace. Do you know that? Song Tianzong said solemnly. But you can't leak the news to the Indigo and Indigo Divine Kings. Song Tianren said anxiously. No, there's no harm in telling them. Who knows what I said? This way, at least we won't offend either side. Besides, I only said that Yin Chuan is attacking. I didn't say that the alliance is targeting Absolute Palace. Song Tianzong said solemnly. Big brother, don't offend both sides in the end. Song Tianren said anxiously. Enough. What's done is done. We're about to set off for the Indigo Weave. Don't talk so much. Song Tianzong said solemnly. Big brother. Song Tianren looked anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Indigo Weave. Azure God Palace. The Indigo Divine King's arm had been restored with magic power, but it would take many years for it to recover to its former state. Currently, 5 figures were seated in Azure God Palace. Indigo Divine King, Violet Divine King, and 3 others were seated below him. One was leaning on the Indigo Divine King, while the other 2 were leaning on the Violet Divine King. Clearly, they were their respective subordinates. Ha 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 ha. Good, very good. Yin Chuan? What gall? He actually dared to chase after us. A cold light flashed in the Indigo Divine King's eyes. A glint flashed in the Violet Divine King's eyes. That's right. This is our home ground. Humph. This Yin Chuan is indeed crazy. Immortal slaying sword formation? It worked the first time. Do you think we'll walk right in his trap the second time? Ha! Not to mention our 10 million disciples. We have 10 Tao gods and 5 ancestral immortals. A cold light flashed in the Azure Divine King's eyes. Palace lords, if Yin Chuan and Gigazi are here, doesn't that mean that Xian Yang? One of the subordinates said. Xian Yang? The 2 Tao gods' eyes lit up. Indeed, Xian Yang is empty. That's the primordial dragon vein. What if we can move it here? The Azure Divine King's expression changed. The Violet Divine King frowned. The 2 exchanged glances. After all, there was only one primordial dragon vein. They needed to split it between the 2 of them. Let's move it back first. We'll talk about the rest later. The Azure Divine King said. The Violet Divine King nodded. Although Xian Yang is empty, we can't treat it lightly. The Azure Divine King said. That's right. Each of our palaces will send an ancestral immortal. Let's move it back first. The Violet Divine King said. Your subordinates are willing. The 3 ancestral immortals shouted in unison. 2 will do. You and you. The Azure Divine King said. Yes. The two responded in unison. While the two ancestral immortals of the Indigo Weave were heading to Xianying, the Heaven Blade Weave, Yin Chuan led the army to attack the Indigo Weave. Roar! Roar! The two dragons pulled the chariot with a grand momentum. 100,000 terracotta soldiers charged toward the Indigo Weave with soaring, killing intent. Chapter 1175. Purplish Green Weave. The terracotta soldiers charged in. A large number of cultivators flew out from the coast. Where did you come from? Do you know where this is? Did you come to the wrong place? This is the Purplish Green Weave. Which weave are you going to? Ha! Since you came to the wrong place, don't even think about leaving. Each of you will get 1 immortal stone as compensation for your offense. 1 immortal stone is enough. They offended my Zhugong. Each of them should get 10 immortal stones. While the disciples of Zhugong were scolding them, Song Tianzong had a strange expression. These people were about to die, but they didn't know. Put the arrows on the bows. Meng, Yi shouted. Kakaka. 10,000 terracotta soldiers pulled their bows and arrows. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Courting death. While the disciples of Zhugong were still in shock, Meng Yi shouted, Fire! Boom! 10,000 divine arrows quickly killed the disciples of Zhugong. Bai Qi, here! Bai Qi stepped forward. You, Bai Di Qian, and the Sage King of Great Qi go to Azure Deity Palace. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, Bai Qi replied. Sun Wukong nodded. The three of them led the 50,000 terracotta soldiers and quickly headed to the southwest of the Purplish Green Weave. Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong. Song Tianzong smiled and said, Yindi, it's not that my Sky Blade Dojo is not doing its best. After all, there are 6 weaves, and it's a waste for my Sky Blade Dojo to come here. I asked my younger brother, Song Tianrun, to lead the other experts of the dojo to the other weaves to fight. Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong and nodded. It's fine. No matter what, sect leader Song has done a lot to deal with Zhugong. I, Yin Chuan, am not an unreasonable person. After we take down the Purplish Green Weave, I'll give it to the Sky Blade Dojo to settle the grudge. Huh? Song Tianzong was stunned. Giving the Purplish Green Weave? Of course, it would be best if he could give it to her. However, can you really succeed? Song Tianzong had some doubts in his heart, but his expression was very natural as he said, Thank you very much, Yin Di. Sect Master Song, where do you want to go? Help me destroy the Purple God Palace, or help Bai Qi destroy the Azure God Palace? Yin Chuan asked. Me? With Yindi's help, there's no need for a burden like me. I'll stay around and act as a lookout for you. After all, anything can happen during a battle. If there's any external interference, I'll be responsible for blocking it, Song Tianzong said. Song Tianzong clearly did not want to contribute. Yin Chuan said nonchalantly, All right, Meng, let's go. Yin Chuan said, Yes. Rumble. The 50,000-strong army headed toward the Purple Divine Palace in the southeast. Song Tianzong stood in the air. His eyes narrowed as he watched Yin Chuan's group leave. Magnanimous. Yin Chuan is indeed magnanimous. Unfortunately, this is the Purple God King's home ground. Difficult. If you had been famous for more than 100,000 years, I might have been on your side. Unfortunately, I can only not help either side, Song Tianzong said in a low voice. At the same time, Xianying, Wang Jian had just returned after escorting Meng Rongrong and Meng Wenrua back. As soon as he returned, he was greeted with an invasion. In the south of Xianying, 2 experts, one azure and one purple, stood between heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao circled around them as they pressed down on Xianying. The officials of Great Jun once again gathered in the plaza of Skyward Palace. These 2 are first-level ancestral immortals, and most second-level ancestral immortals, Li Si said with narrowed eyes. There was no fear in Lu Bui's eyes. Instead, he said excitedly, The heavens are protecting Great Jun. In the distance, the 2 ancestral immortals looked on coldly. The heavens are protecting Great Jun? Have the people of Great Jun gone mad? Yin Chuan's whereabouts have been exposed. You want to go to my purple-green weave to deal with the two palace lords? Dream on. Since Yin Chuan is gone, Great Jun is no longer worthy of possessing the primordial dragon vein. The azure-robed, ancestral immortal said coldly. Today will be the nightmare of all of Xianying. Go regret it in the netherworld. Ha ha! The purple-robed, ancestral immortal said coldly. The two ancestral immortals came aggressively. Although they were arrogant, there was a hint of displeasure in their eyes. That was because they did not see fear or regret in the eyes of the officials. Instead, they were happy to see this. They were all grinning from ear to ear. Were these people out of their minds? Lu Buwei said with a smile, the primordial dragon vein is really good stuff. Ignoring its function, just its effect alone can continuously attract ancestral immortals? That's right. The information obtained by the Sage King might be a nightmare to other dynasties, but it's too important to Great Jun. Now that we have the primordial dragon vein, we can kill an ancestral immortal and take his position? Huh. Li Si's eyes narrowed. But who should we give these two ancestral immortal positions to? Lu Buwei suddenly said with a smile. The officials looked at each other. Some of them did not have any thoughts, but some of them who had followed Yin Chuan from the Great Qin were eager to give it a try. Li Si thought for a moment and said, Minister Lu, you and I are officials. Great Jun has yet to conquer the world. We should give this opportunity to the generals. All right. Lu Buwei nodded. The two looked at each other. Wang Jin, Jin Deyu, I'll leave these two ancestral immortals to you. Point out the experts of your armies and prepare to attack. Don't let them escape. Lu Buwei said. Meng Tian was attacking the Great Despair Holy Court. He could only give this opportunity to the two of them. Escape? How can we? Wang Jian sneered. Don't worry, Jin Deyu said with a smile. The two generals waved their hands. Immediately, their subordinates flew into the sky. They charged at the two ancestral immortals. A bunch of ancient immortals want to kill us? Ha! The people of Great Jun are indeed crazy. The two ancestral immortals said coldly. Kill! Wang Jian and Jin Deyu roared. Violet Domain outside the Azure God Palace. The Azure God Palace was an extremely glorious palace complex. Above it, there was a sea of merit and a sea of fortune. Yin Chuan led everyone to a hidden valley. In front of Yin Chuan, a black-robed figure knelt on one knee. The Skyminder Guard greets the Sacred King. Sacred King, the Violet God King, is in the Violet God Palace. There were originally two ancestral immortals in the palace, Zi-Wen and Zi-Wu. Zi-Wen established the Holy Court, while Zi-Wu established a Dao field. They both listened to the Violet God King's orders. Zi-Wen disappeared, leaving only Zi-Wu to accompany the Violet God King. There are 5 Dao gods in the Violet God Palace, 2 million disciples, and 3 million soldiers. The black-robed figure said respectfully, 2 ancestral immortals, 5 Dao gods, and 5 million disciples and soldiers? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes, go. Yin Chuan nodded. The black-robed figure bowed respectfully, then shot into the distance and disappeared. Meng Yi, Yin Chuan called out. Here. Meng Yi stepped forward. This Violet God King is a first firmament ancestral immortal. Whether you can kill him and seize his position will depend on you. Yin Chuan said. Yes, thank you, Sacred King. Meng Yi immediately smiled. The 5 Dao gods will be dealt with by the Terracotta Army. Gue Guzi and I will kill the Violet God King. Yin Chuan said. Yes, Meng Yi replied. Meng Yi went to arrange the troops, while Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi stood at the peak of a mountain. Gue Guzi, I will protect you. You will be the one to kill the Violet God King. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, but Sacred King, do we really have to do this? Tong Tian, Gue Guzi frowned. It's fine. Tong Tian sent us the immortal exterminating swords for mutual benefit. He wants to see my universe in palm. Great Void Arcane Art. Just show it to him. Tong Tian is arrogant, but he is trustworthy. He will not see it for nothing. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Gue Guzi nodded. As he spoke, Gue Guzi quickly flew away. 2 days later, outside the purple god palace, the earth was churning. In these 2 days, Gue Guzi had found countless earth dragon veins and gathered them from all directions. The churning earth immediately attracted the attention of the disciples of Jew Palace. What's going on? A large number of disciples of Purple God Palace rushed to the sky. In the Purple God Palace, the Purple God King sat on a huge throne, and 6 people sat below him. Finally can't take it anymore. The Purple God King sneered. Palace Master Yin Chuan and the others really dare to come? One of them also sneered. Since they are here, no one can leave. The Purple God King said coldly. Yin Chuan stepped out and flew to the outside of the Purple God Palace, looking at the huge and glorious palace from afar. Yin Chuan gently stretched out his hands, and countless stars began to revolve around his palms. The stars spread out in all directions, increasing in number. Whoosh! The void around the Purple God Palace was distorted. In the midst of the distortion, the Purple God King's pupils suddenly shrank. All of a sudden, stars appeared out of nowhere in the distorted void. You all go and deal with the others. I'll take care of this, the Purple God King said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone quickly retreated. The Purple God King looked coldly at Yin Chuan in the distance and stepped out. Boom! A heavenly Tao suddenly shrouded the Purple God King. This was an ancestral immortal. An ancestral immortal who could merge with the heavenly Tao and use the power of heavenly Tao was not comparable to an ordinary Tao god. Merging with the heavenly Tao, the Purple God King waved his hand. Behind him, other heavenly Tao suddenly appeared. 1, 10, 20. A total of 20 heavenly Tao, like soldiers in a formation, slowly trembled behind the Purple God King. Controlling 21 heavenly Tao, the current Purple God King's strength was not comparable to that of Xianying. This was an ancestral immortal, the power of an ancestral immortal. The surrounding stars were still increasing in number, and they were getting bigger and bigger. Boom! Outside Jew Palace, many disciples were instantly sent flying. The stars that appeared out of nowhere were incomparably vast. Each one was 10,000 feet in diameter, and they were getting bigger and bigger. The surrounding space was quickly filled with countless stars. Yin Chuan stood on top of one of the stars, opened his arms, and manipulated the countless stars around him. The enlarged version of the universe in the palm, the great heavenly void arcane art, and far to the west, outside the Azure God Palace, the Immortal slaying 4 swords surrounded the Azure God Palace. Outside, the Terracotta army was engaged in a massacre. The Immortal slaying 4 swords were fierce, and far away in the sky, there was a thick fog surrounding it. Within the fog, 2 eyes slowly emerged. 2 eyes that were 10,000 feet in size. They were embedded in the fog. Eyes, a Tao god exclaimed. How could the Immortal slaying 4 swords have eyes? The Tao god did not hesitate. He rushed into the sky and waved his sword, about to stab the eyes. The eyes seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned to look at the Tao god. Boom! The Tao god's body swayed, and he fell from the sky. Ah, senior brother, what happened to you? An ancient immortal flew over and quickly checked. My soul was destroyed, the ancient immortal exclaimed. The pair of eyes outside the Immortal slaying 4 swords could destroy a Tao god soul with just a glance. The ancient immortal stared at the huge pair of eyes in the sky with a horrified expression. The huge eyes were looking to the east, at the place where Yin Chuan was fighting, and at the countless stars that surrounded the Purple God Palace. Although they were billions of miles away, the eyes could see clearly. They remembered the trajectory of the stars, and the surrounding sword chi was imitating the rotation of the stars in the east. Chapter 1176. Purple Divine Palace. Ancestral immortal Ziwu led his 5 million disciples in battle against the Terracotta army. In Ziwu's eyes, Yin Chuan had only displayed his prowess in Xianyang. But this was not Xianyang after all. and there were no 4 immortal swords. The violet divine king was completely capable of killing Yin Chuan. Now that the violet divine king had merged with the heavenly Tao and controlled 20 heavenly Taos, just this majestic aura was enough to make Ziwu feel at ease. Outside the purple divine palace, Yin Chuan unleashed the universe within his palm, unleashing the great heavenly void arcana technique. Countless stars appeared. A trace of disdain appeared in the eyes of the violet divine king. With a single palm strike, hundreds of stars instantly shattered. Ha ha ha! And here I was wondering what kind of powerful technique you had. To think that it could not even withstand a single blow. The purple divine king's original seriousness instantly dissipated by half. Is that so? Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Not only did the number of stars in the surroundings not decrease, there were more and more of them. The area they occupied was getting wider and wider, and the war between the two armies was getting pushed further and further away. In the distance, Gue Guzi had moved countless dragon veins over. Enter my body. Gue Guzi suddenly thrust his palms into the ground. Ong. The dragon veins on the ground were like millions upon millions of yellow dragons that shot toward Gigazi. However, it only took a moment for the millions of yellow dragons to be sucked into Gigazi. Golden light shot out from Gue Guzi's body as waves of surging power emanated from him. The terrifying power caused the ground around him to tremble. Roar! Gue Guzi raised his head and roared, causing the void to tremble. Guzi's eyes were shining with a golden light, and his robe was fluttering due to the uncontrollable power. Holy King, I've already drawn the dragon vein into my body. There's too much power, and I can't control it anymore. I need to vent. I need to fight and vent this power. Gue Guzi roared. In the distance, the violet divine king's eyes flashed with a trace of bewilderment, while Yin Chuan's eyes focused. As he wished, great void, great void, great void. Countless stars suddenly spun 10 times faster than before. Rumble. Around the purple divine palace, there was a sudden distortion in the void. The distortion became more and more intense. Something's wrong. The violet divine king's expression changed, as if he had discovered something different. In an instant, they charged towards Yin Chuan. 21 heavenly Daos charged towards him with immense heavenly might. Clear sky Dao, Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Boom! The 22 heavenly Daos collided with a loud boom, erupting with a tremendous impact force. The earth trembled. Yin Chuan brazenly did not move, and the purple divine king also brazenly did not move. The heavenly Daos of the two great experts were in a deadlock. Qing Tian Dao, you've only just become an ancestral immortal. How can your control over the heavenly Daos be so strong? The violet god king's face changed. Obviously, this didn't make sense. However, Yin Chuan was not staring at the heavenly Dao. Instead, he was looking at the countless stars. Great void, great void. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Boom. With a loud bang, the void within the range of the stars shattered. The 22 heavenly Daos crumbled and disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Purple divine king exclaimed. Whoosh, whoosh. The star spun wildly. Many things inside seemed to be crushed into pieces and then pushed out. At this moment, in the outer North Continent, there was a huge hall. Above the hall, there were the words roaming Jade Palace. Within the hall, black fog surrounded. One could vaguely see a black-robed figure sitting cross-legged, as if he was comprehending something. Great void arcane art? Great void? What a great nothingness. Using the stars to seal this space and then shattering it, squeezing out the spatial fragments. This place no longer belongs to heaven and earth. The immortal slaying sword formation is a world within it. Are you trying to turn this entire region into nothingness? So this is the trajectory? Even the heavenly Daos were pushed out of the void. Great void arcane art. No, there's also the heavenly mysteries. This isn't pure nothingness. If it was pure nothingness, it would have already begun to disintegrate the purple divine king. Now, Purple Divine King has only lost the power to borrow the heavenly Daos. This is more like the heavenly demon world, the black-robed figure said solemnly. Within the star area, the heavenly Daos collapsed, and heaven and earth no longer existed. Gui Guzi, Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! Gui Guzi, who was covered in golden light, pounced towards Purple Divine King. Boom! Gui Guzi, who was filled with power, punched out. When he punched out, his fist seemed to emit a dragon's roar. It was extremely powerful. Roar. Why is it the same as the Immortal slaying sword formation? There's no heavenly Daos? Purple Divine King suddenly revealed a trace of panic. After exchanging blows with Gui Guzi, the Purple God King was actually beaten back? No, it shouldn't be like this. Merit energy, fate energy, come. Purple Divine King shouted in shock. No need to shout. In the great void arcane art of the Sage King, you have already escaped from the weakest world. Here, everything is nothingness. Gui Guzi laughed. Rumble. Gui Guzi crazily attacked. For a moment, Purple Divine King panicked. Still want to escape? Humph, come back for me. Thousand Dragon Explosion. Gui Guzi shouted coldly. Thousands of yellow dragons rushed out of Gui Guzi's body and rushed towards Purple Divine King. They surrounded him in the center and suddenly exploded. Boom! The huge explosion burst out millions of golden light. The two experts inside continued to attack each other crazily. Outer North Continent. Roaming Jade Palace. Huff! Tong Tian let out a long sigh. As expected of the sacred art jointly created by Bai Wang and Ying, no one can create it without great wisdom and courage. Ying, no, you should be called Yin Chuan in this life. Since you have shown me this sacred art, I will repay you. Tong Tian said in a deep voice. Purple Divine Palace. Gui Guzi fought Purple Divine King for an entire day. Boom! A claw grabbed Purple Divine King's head, and countless yellow dragons rushed into Purple Divine King's body. The battle stopped. Why? You are an ancient immortal. Why is your will stronger than mine? Why? Even if I have lost the heavenly Tao, I am still an ancestral immortal. I am unwilling. Why? Purple Divine King howled in grief. I used to be an ancestral immortal too. Gui Guzi said indifferently. Boom! The Violet Divine King exploded. His body instantly exploded. Huff! Gui Guzi let out a long sigh. Victory! Wong! Countless stars quickly converged into Yin Chuan's palm. Rumble! Heaven and earth rumbled. The void that was shattered by Yin Chuan suddenly filled up automatically. Yin Chuan's forehead was sweating. What he did just now was very tiring. Thank you, Sage King. Gui Guzi said respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded and turned to look at the void in the west. Azure Divine Palace in the west. In the sky above the Immortal slaying sword formation, the huge I met Yin Chuan's gaze from afar. Slowly, I slowly disappeared into the black fog. Then, it slowly disappeared. Within the Immortal slaying sword formation. In front of Bai Qi and Bai Ditian was a man with both arms and legs chopped off. It was the Azure Divine King. No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will be attacked by the entire palace. You can't kill me. The Azure Divine King screamed. Father, do it. Mother is waiting for you outside the formation. Use the Azure Divine King's head to welcome her back. Bai Qi said in a low voice. Kill the Azure Divine King? Vent his anger for his wife. Bai Ditian's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't wait to cut the Azure Divine King into pieces. However, his bloodshot eyes couldn't hide his last bit of rationality. No, Bai Ditian gritted his teeth. What? Bai Qi frowned. I owe you and your mother too much. You need the cultivation of an ancestral immortal more than me. You kill him and give me his corpse. Bai Ditian shook his head. You should do it. The resentment and anger in your heart can only be removed by killing the Azure Divine King. I'm not in a hurry to kill an ancestral immortal. Bai Qi said in a low voice. Bai Ditian shook his head. He looked at his son in front of him and suddenly smiled guiltily. Great Chi Sage King, let me out. Bai Detian said to Sun Wukong, who was nearby. Sun Wukong nodded. Bai Detian stepped out of the immortal slaying sword formation. Bai Chi looked at his father's departing figure, and a trace of warmth flashed in his eyes. Then Bai Chi looked at the Azure Divine King coldly. No, you can't kill me. The Azure Divine King screamed. Slash! The Azure Divine King's corpse was cut in half. The powerful Azure Divine King died on the spot. Sun Wukong looked at Bai Chi and sighed. Boom! The immortal slaying sword formation was retracted. In the outside world, the battle had ended. The terracotta army had won. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. Although the terracotta army had suffered casualties, they weren't many. At this moment, 2 million cultivators were tied up densely in an empty space. We have already surrendered. Please let us go. The tied-up cultivators shouted worriedly. The 2 million cultivators kneeling on the ground were being guarded by the terracotta army. Bai Chi stepped forward and appeared before the terracotta army. My lord, these people are afraid of us. They can't escape, so they surrendered. My lord, how should we deal with them? A terracotta army general asked. Bai Chi narrowed his eyes. My lord, we have surrendered. We were wrong. We are willing to join the great Jin nation and redeem ourselves. My lord, we have surrendered. Please forgive us. My lord. Amidst the pleas, Bai Chi said coldly, the great Jin nation does not keep idle people. Locking them up is a waste of resources. Kill them all. No, my lord. We have surrendered. My lord, please treat the captives well. My lord, we have surrendered. Kill. Bai Chi said coldly. Rumble. The terracotta army mercilessly killed the cultivators with all their might. Another 2 days passed. At the border of the purple-green weave, Yin Chuan and Bai Chi met up again. They met again with Song Tianzong. Song Tianzong was petrified. Sect Master Song, the Purple Palace and Azure Palace kings offended my Xianying Empire and were killed by us. The purple-green weave is yours now. To make it easier for you to manage it, we killed all the Absolute Palace disciples at the headquarters of the 2 palaces. Quickly, take the purple-green weave, Yin Chuan said. After saying that, Yin Chuan led everyone away, leaving Song Tianzong alone, sweating profusely as he digested this news. 10 days? 10 days? Are you joking? Chapter 1177. Song Tianzong watched Yin Chuan leave, feeling horrified. Even after Yin Chuan disappeared into the horizon, Song Tianzong still broke out in a cold sweat. When Song Tianzong arrived, how could he have imagined that Yin Chuan's group would be so ferocious? The Purple God King and the Azure God King should have worked together to kill them. How could they be killed instead? How could it be like this? Giving the Azure God King the Purple God King? Did he dare to accept it? Song Tianzong suddenly thought of something. Song Tianzong returned to the Heavenly Saber Dojo in a daze. The moment Song Tianzong returned to the dojo, he heard mournful cries coming from all directions. Master, you died so miserably. This disciple swears that he will take revenge for you. My son, roar. Father let you down. I failed to protect you. Cries came from everywhere. Song Tianzong's expression changed as he looked over. He immediately saw many coffins in the plaza. Many of the Heavenly Saber Dojo's disciples were crying over the coffins. Sect Master, a white-clad saber cultivator, immediately called out respectfully. What's going on? Song Tianzong glared. Sect Master, we fought with the Black God King and returned in defeat, the white-clad saber cultivator said with a sorrowful expression. Bastard. Didn't I already tell you? Killing the Black God Palace's people was just for show. You were not allowed to take action. Just leave it to the people of the other territories. Who told you to take action? Song Tianzong roared. Yes, Vice Sect Master, the white-clad saber cultivator said with a conflicted expression. Tianren? Song Tianren? Impossible. Song Tianzong glared. It was the Vice Sect Master. The Vice Sect Master was injured by the Black God King in the Heavenly Saber Palace. The white-clad saber cultivator said bitterly. Song Tianzong's expression turned unsightly as he flew to the heavenly saber palace. "Greetings, sect master," the guards at the palace entrance said respectfully. "All of you withdraw," Song Tianzong said sullenly. "Yes." The guards retreated, and Song Tianzong immediately walked into the palace. Song Tianren sat cross-legged in the palace. Black qi circled his face as though he was circulating his energy to force the black qi out of his body. Boom! Song Tianzong slapped his palm on the black qi's back, forcing it out. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the black gas on Song Tianren's body was completely forced out. "Phew! Many thanks, big brother," Song Tianren said with a smile. "Why? Second brother, why did you attack? Didn't I tell you?" "Ah," Song Tianzong said angrily. Song Tianren shook his head and said, "Big brother, how are things on your side?" At the mention of the violet-green weave, Song Tianzong's expression suddenly turned complicated as he said, "Yanchuan has already killed the Violet God King and Azure God King. Furthermore, he has gifted the violet-green weave to me." "Ah, really? Haha, indeed didn't disappoint me. Great," Song Tianren said excitedly. "Okay, good my ass, don't you know? Next, we will face Zhu Gong's full counterattack, do you know? Roar!" Song Tianzong roared. "So what? Big brother, at worst, we can ally with Yin Chuan and fight them again," Song Tianren said. What do you know? What do you know? Don't you know how powerful the palace master of the Zhu Gong is? Do you know how powerful he is?" Song Tianzong shouted with an unsightly expression. "Powerful? Yes. He alone can destroy my heavenly saber dojo. As long as he is alone, you have not seen his means. You are in big trouble. Previously, I leaked the news to them because I did not want to start a grudge with them. Even if something happened to the Violet-Green Weave Kings, we already informed him. The palace master will not blame us." However, Song Tianzong shouted anxiously, "In that case, big brother, hand me over. Let me die in exchange for your safety." Song Tianren said angrily, "Do? When father and mother died, they entrusted you to me. How can I let you die? However, this time we really—" Song Tianzong said with a dispirited expression. "No, big brother, you have changed. This is not you." Song Tianren shouted. "What? Big brother, back then you were so proud. Back then, you dared to challenge the world. Back then, you set the Sage of Battle as your goal. Back then, you looked down on the heavenly Tao domain. Back then, you were insufferably arrogant. Now, why are you so fearful because of the Zhu Gong? This is not you. Where is your ambition? Where is your undefeatable saber heart? Didn't you say that a saber cultivator should have the ambition to challenge the world? Why did you become like this?" Song Tianren called out in disappointment. When Song Tianren called out to him, Song Tianzong suddenly retreated, showing an unsightly expression. "Big brother, this is not the first time. Back then, in Xianyang, if it were you in the past, you would have directly fought Yin Chuan. You would not have thought too much or used too many schemes. You only used one saber strike. This is not your style. This is not you at all. I did not dare to believe it. However, I cannot help but think that back then, big brother, you were afraid. Were you afraid of anyone who might be stronger than you? Did you not dare to fight him? Why?" Song Tianren called out again. Song Tianzong took a step back after being questioned. Panic appeared on his face. "Heavenly Saber Song Tianzong, you are the Heavenly Saber. Back then, you had the tyranny to challenge the world. Why?" Song Tianren pressed. Song Tianzong suddenly closed his eyes, showing some pain on his face. Seeing his big brother in pain, Song Tianren suddenly showed some pity in his eyes. "Big brother, why?" Song Tianzong asked slowly. "Huh." Song Tianzong sighed softly and opened his eyes. "This is a secret of mine from back then. Unfortunately, huh? Actually, your big brother can no longer raise his cultivation." Song Tianzong said in pain. "What happened?" "Someone broke my saber heart and Tao heart. That battle left an unforgettable shadow in my heart. That saber strike, Song Tianzong said bitterly. Who? Whose saber can compare to Big Brother's? It's not that it can compare. It's just that it is on a completely different level. The difference is too great. Who? That person by Yin's eyes sighed back then. The Saber Demon. The Saber Demon. Yes, that group of people passed by the Heavenly Saber Dojo. Back then, I was a saber fanatic. As long as there was a strong saber cultivator, I would want to exchange pointers. When I saw the Saber Demon, I pestered him to fight. However, the Saber Demon ignored me and even looked down on me. After pestering him many times, I returned empty-handed. Then, I sneak attacked him and used his daughter to force him to fight. You don't know this. That night, the Saber Demon was angry at me for pestering him, so he sent out a Saber Strike. That Saber Strike broke my Saber Heart and Dao Heart, although it spared my life. Song Tianzong said bitterly, "Your Saber Heart and Dao Heart are broken. You will never be able to make a breakthrough in this life." Song Tianren showed an unsightly expression. "Yes, I killed the Saber Demon. However, do you think that I could do it? I can only stay at this height for the rest of my life. Hence, I hope that you will be strong. Hence, everything I do is for you. I want to support the Heavenly Saber Dojo until you can surpass me." However, Song Tianzong sighed. "Big brother, I don't know." Song Tianren suddenly said, feeling ashamed. Reporting. A shout came from outside the hall. A disciple rushed into the hall. "How is it?" Song Tianren asked. Reporting to the two sect masters, 7 weaves ambushed the Absolute Palace. In the end, they failed at the last step. Only the Center Gate Weave and the Divine Capital Weave won. God King Zhao and White God King returned with heavy injuries. However, the other weaves lost, and the Absolute Palace won. However, because the 2 God Kings were heavily injured, the Absolute Palace counterattacked. The Center Gate Weave Lord and the entire dojo were slaughtered. Before this disciple returned, 8 God Kings worked together and surrounded the Divine Capital Weave, that disciple said. The Song Tianzong brothers' expressions changed. God King Zhao and White God King were only injured, and they wanted to kill 2 Weave Lords? In that case, Yin Chuan killed 2 Weave Lords. How angry would the Absolute Palace be? My Heavenly Saber Dojo is also... Song Tianzong suddenly trembled. When Song Tianren saw his big brother's panic, he immediately felt sad. His Saber Heart and Dao Heart were all broken. Was there no hope for his big brother? There's no other way? My Heavenly Saber Dojo is also finished? Finished? Song Tianzong muttered. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed across his face. No, the Heavenly Saber Dojo can't be Great Jun's scapegoat. Absolutely not. I already informed them from the start. I already told them. Second brother, you were also bewitched by Yin Chuan. Remember, you were deceived. If you want to protect the Heavenly Saber Dojo, the only way is to join forces with the Absolute Palace and draw their anger to the Holy Court of Great Jun. Draw all of their anger to us. Song Tianzong glared. No, big brother. This will break our trust. No, it has to be like this. It's better for him to die than me. It's better for him to die than for us to die. Big brother, we might not die. Big brother, don't be afraid. We might not lose to the Absolute Palace. No, we can't win. You don't know how strong the Absolute Palace is. Apart from the Palace Lord, there are 30 ancestral immortals, 100 Tao gods, and countless ancient immortal disciples. They are really angry this time. No one can stop them. No one can stop them. The news from the Indigo Weave hadn't yet spread to the world, but the news of the primeval dragon vein's appearance was quickly spread to most of the outer East continent through spies from various weaves. In a weave's holy court's imperial court, a holy king was in the middle of a court meeting. A subject stood respectfully before him. What did you say? The primeval dragon vein's appearance? Yin Chuan? The newly risen Great Jun? The holy king exclaimed. Yes. Yin Chuan has also just become an ancestral immortal. He's at the first level of ancestral immortal. The court was abuzz with discussion. The subjects were all shocked. The primeval dragon vein? Absorbing the outer east continent's providence? Good. The primeval dragon vein belongs to the virtuous. Yin Chuan has just become an ancestral immortal. He doesn't have the right to possess it. I want you to follow me to the true dragon domain and bring back the primeval dragon vein. This subject is willing to go. This subject is willing to go. This subject is willing to go. For a time, the hall was filled with excited voices. In a weave's dojo. Ha ha! The primeval dragon vein? Yin Chuan doesn't deserve it. Everyone, follow me to the true dragon domain. Yes. The weave lords of the outer east continent were all excited when they heard the news. How many years had it been since the primeval dragon vein appeared? How could Yin Chuan deserve it? A storm was brewing in the outer east continent. A large number of ancestral immortals set their sights on the true dragon domain. Most ancestral immortals and Tao gods dropped everything they were doing and led their subordinates to the true dragon domain across the ocean in an aggressive manner. A storm was brewing in the true dragon domain. Heroes from the outer east continent were marching toward Xianyang. Chapter 1178. The terracotta soldiers led the way, and Yin Chuan's dragon carriage finally returned to true dragon dominion a month later. Roar! Along the way, the twin dragons were especially excited. Not only them, but the terracotta soldiers were also very excited. Of course, there were some casualties, but war was unavoidable. The harvest was great. Bai Qi was born. Gue Guzi, Ming Yi, and Bai Qi each killed an ancestral immortal and passed their tribulations to become ancestral immortals. Bai Qi drove the dragon carriage with a high-spirited look on his face. Sun Wukong didn't say a word, but his brows were slightly furrowed. After entering true dragon dominion, their speed was even faster. A few days later, they arrived outside Xianyang. Far away, the flames of war soared into the sky. There were 10 heavenly Daos in all directions. It was as if a certain force was trying to take over Xianyang by force. Meng Yi stopped the terracotta soldiers. Bai Qi said respectfully, "Sacred King, there's a change in Xianyang." Quang. The door to the main hall opened. Yin Chuan slowly stepped into the carriage and looked into the distance. There was indeed a battle in Xianyang, but it wasn't a big scene. The invaders were only an ancestral immortal, 2 Tao gods, and 10 ancient immortals. They were currently fighting with the soldiers of Xianyang. Sacred King, this is the neighboring dominion to the north, Barbarian Dragon Dominion. This is the first army commander of the Barbarian Dragon Holy Court, Barbarian Bull. He's a second stage ancestral immortal. He clearly didn't understand the situation and rushed to Xianyang. Gue Guzi laughed. Meng Tian? Isn't he leading an army to conquer Great Void Holy Court? Yin Chuan frowned. The one fighting Barbarian Bull was Meng Tian. Meng Tian was leading a group of ancient immortal soldiers in a crazy battle. Above the sea of fate clouds, Meng Tian's statue of fate descended and merged with Meng Tian. Meng Tian's strength suddenly increased. Barbarian Bull was anxious, but Meng Tian was getting more and more excited. Seeing Yin Chuan frown, Meng Yi immediately opened his mouth and said, "Holy Monarch, Big Brother's speed of leading troops is extremely fast. Perhaps the Great Extinction Holy Court's various major cities have already been taken down." Yin Chuan nodded, his brows relaxed. Ha ha! Sage King, I think General Meng Tian is jealous of Wang Jian and Jin Deyu's ascension to ancestral immortality. That's why he quickly subdued all the cities in Great Despair Holy Court. He didn't want to fall behind. Sage King, look, aren't Jin Deyu and Wang Jian both staring at Barbarian Bull, not allowing the Barbarian Bull to escape? From the looks of it, they're all ancestral immortals. Guzi laughed. Haha, that's right. Although Meng Tian is a little rash at times, she has definitely completed all the tasks that we have given her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have returned. Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. The terracotta soldiers were waiting in the distance. He was waiting for Meng Tian to succeed. Lord, you rushed to Xianyang as soon as you arrived. I didn't even have time to tell you that Xianyang is not to be trifled with. Barbarian Dragon Holy Court Scouts' Jiahu voice came from a distant valley. In the distance, Barbarian Bull was also speechless. Why didn't you say so earlier? General Meng Tian, I, Barbarian Bull, have offended you. Let's spar again in the future. Barbarian Bull shouted. Meng Tian spat and said, Bah, who wants to spar with you? It wasn't easy for you to come to me. How can I let you run away? If I don't kill you this time, I don't know when the next time will be. Barbarian Bull's face turned red. Bastard, with the primeval dragon vein here, there will be an endless stream of ancestral immortals coming. You have plenty of opponents. Don't go too far. Barbarian Bull shouted gloomily. Because Barbarian Bull could already feel Meng Tian's ferocity. It was definitely not the same as last time. So what if I go too far? Didn't you come to Xianyang to go too far? Didn't you think of being killed before you killed? Roar! Meng Tian shouted. Rumble! Outside Xianyang, the sky darkened. This battle lasted for 2 days. Boom! 2 days later, Meng Tian finally broke through the heavenly Tao. Now he could show off his strength. Meng army formation. Meng Tian shouted. Roar! Hundreds of soldiers attacked at the same time. For a moment, the world was filled with endless spear light covering the sky. Boom! A loud sound echoed, scattering all the spear light. The void distorted, and then the scene inside was slowly revealed. Meng Tian's spear stabbed into Barbarian Bull's head, and with a huge force, half of Barbarian Bull's body was shattered. Lord! Barbarian Bull's subordinates shouted in Jiaohu. It's useless. Your lord is already dead. Men, take down the other traitors. Kill anyone who dares to resist. Meng Tian roared. Yes. Meng Tian's army instantly pounced on the remaining ancient immortals. The terracotta army slowly flew back to Xianyang. Meng Tian, Jin Deyu, Wang Jian, Lu Buwei, and the others saw it from afar. Welcome back, Sage King. The officials bowed respectfully. At this moment, everyone understood that the Sage King would definitely win in the purple-green weave. Yin Chuan nodded. Lord Bai. Meng Tian's eyes lit up in surprise. Not only Meng Tian, but Lu Buwei, Zhang Yi, and the other officials all revealed a trace of excitement. Bai Chi, everyone long time no see. Bai Chi revealed a rare smile. Meng Tian, has the Great Extinction Holy Court been destroyed? Yin Chuan looked at Meng Tian again. Yes, when I received news that the ancestral immortals had invaded, I was lazy and did not use my army to take the city. Instead, it was my Meng army that quickly arrived at the city and used their individual strength to forcefully take the city. Sage King, please punish me. Meng Tian immediately said. What's there to punish? I've handed the first army to you, so naturally you can deal with it. As for how you use the army, it's all up to you. Yin Chuan shook his head. Yes, thank you, Sage King. Meng Tian smiled. Yin Chuan looked at the two and said, Yifeng, Li Si, I'll leave it to you to fuse with the true dragon weave. Yes. Yifeng and Li Si answered. Lu Buwei, great perfection has unified the myriad ghost weave. This is a day worthy of celebration. Announce to the world that great perfection will begin the 5th examination. Whether it's true dragon weave or any other weave, as long as they have the ability, they can participate. The examination will be held 9 months from now, on the 9th day of the 9th month. You will be fully in charge of it, Yin Chuan said. This official obeys. Lu Buwei answered. The examination? The imperial examination. Yin Chuan, aren't you worried about the ancestral immortals attacking? Goku asked with a trace of surprise. Yin Chuan looked at Goku and smiled. No one could stop great perfection. Goku was slightly taken aback. Sage King of great perfection, please set up the immortal slaying sword formation to prevent any disturbances during the examination. Besides, Skirich said that he would lend me the immortal slaying sword formation for a year. A year? The end of the examination will coincide with the end of a year. Yin Chuan said. A year? Goku was puzzled, but finally nodded. All right. However, my control over the immortal slaying sword formation is limited. There might be too many ancestral immortals this time. I might not be able to hold them off for too long. Don't worry, We can hold them off. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Goku frowned. Hold them off? If he wasn't confident, how could he? Goku didn't ask any further. He merely nodded. He would do his best. If he couldn't hold them off, it had nothing to do with him. 3 days later, Meng Tian had also finished her ancestral immortal tribulation. Yin Chuan's edict was quickly announced to the world. The fifth world examination? Ever since the emergence of the primordial dragon vein, true dragon dominion had become the focus of the outer East continent. Apart from those who went back to report, the rest of the outer East continent scouts were extremely diligent. A month ago, Wang Jian and Jin Diyu had killed 2 ancestral immortals. Not long ago, Meng Tian had killed an ancestral immortal. Now, Yin Chuan and Giguzi had returned. None of the scouts dared to be careless. Anyone with half a brain knew that the primordial dragon vein was a double-edged sword. It was beneficial to great perfection, but also harmful. Soon, the experts of the various outer East continent would arrive. With so many ancestral immortals here, great perfection would be in for a bloodbath. However, who would have thought that great perfection would be holding the examination at this time? At this time, countless scouts were at a loss. Great perfection was already at the brink of death. How could it still be interested in the examination? As time passed, experts from various outer East domains arrived one after another. However, with the previous 3 ancestral immortals serving as a warning, no one dared to take the lead. The various experts arrived without fanfare, but they didn't deliberately hide it either. One by one, they appeared. The experts also understood that Xianyang was in a precarious situation. Xianyang, upper study. Yesterday, Sacred King Barbarian Dragon settled down 300,000 miles north of Great Perfection. Sect leader Tianmin settled down 320,000 miles east of Great Perfection. Sect leader Guei Yun settled down 290,000 miles west of Great Perfection. Lu Gang respectfully reported to Yin Chuan. Lu Gang, gather information on the wandering cultivators and find the ancestral immortals and Tao gods. Hand the information to Zhang Yi, and have Zhang Yi persuade the wandering cultivators to surrender. Gather as many as you can. Yin Chuan looked at Lu Gang and Zhang. Understood. The two answered. Yin Chuan tapped his finger on the table and looked at Wang Jian. Wang Jian, you will be in charge of the martial examination. This subject obeys. Desolation Melt. Yin Chuan looked at Desolation Melt, who had come from the netherworld. This subject obeys. Desolation Melt said solemnly. You will be in charge of the written examination. Yin Chuan said. This subject obeys. Desolation Melt said agitatedly. Desolation Melt was the commander of Great Perfection's 8th Legion and the descendant of a sage. In the past, he had volunteered to be the commander of the 8th Legion. Now that he had entered the world of the living, he realized that so many things had happened in Great Perfection in a short period of time. Desolation Melt was not afraid. Instead, he was excited. This was the first time Desolation Melt had seen such a grand expansion. At the same time, he was glad that he had stayed in Great Perfection. He had made the right choice. Time passed day by day. Sky Blade Dojo. At this moment, the Sky Blade Dojo welcomed 10 arrogant-looking men. The 10 of them looked at Song Tianzong with cold eyes and a murderous intent. 10 God Kings, I was forced to do this. I have already sent a message to the Violet God Kings and the Azure God Kings. I believe everyone knows that my brother was fooled and acted rashly. Everyone, it was Yin Chuan who killed them. It has nothing to do with us. I can bring everyone to Xianyang to avenge the Azure and Violet God Kings. Song Tianzong said. After Song Tianzong said that, the 10's expressions relaxed. Yin Chuan killed the Azure and Violet God Kings. However, the Palace Master told us not to do anything. Why? One of the God Kings asked with an unsightly expression. No, it has always been us killing people. No one can kill us. We have to take revenge. Otherwise, this will be our outcome in the future. Another God King said. The God Kings fell silent. However, the Palace Master. This is the last time. Let's report this to the Palace Master. We must get the Palace Master's approval. Right. We must get the palace master's approval. What is great perfection? My absolute palace has risen for 100,000 years. We have never been humiliated like this before. The god kings were furious. As they spoke, everyone looked at Song Tianzong. God kings, Song Tianzong, have never thought of targeting you. Song Tianzong said with a bitter smile. One of the god kings narrowed his eyes and said, "All right, this time we choose to believe you. However, you have to show your sincerity. When we attack Xianying, you'll come with us." Me? Song Tianzong's expression changed. "What's wrong? You're not willing?" That god king said with a sullen expression. "Go. Of course I will go." Song Tianzong immediately said. The 10 great god kings were satisfied. The great perfection examination proceeded like a raging fire. Under Lu Buwei's control, batch after batch of examinees were transported to Xianying by the ancient immortals. They waited for the day of the great perfection examination. All around, the various ambitious and ruthless people had strange looks in their eyes. Yin Chuan was too arrogant. The various ambitious and ruthless people came and did not deliberately hide their tracks. This was to tell Yin Chuan that they were here to seize his primordial dragon vein. However, Yin Chuan was actually indifferent. He actually started the great perfection examination at this juncture. The various ambitious and ruthless people wished that they could ask Yin Chuan what he was thinking. However, they endured it in the end. No one wanted to be the first to stand out. At the Absolute Palace's headquarters, the 10 great god kings stood in front of a large hall with extremely unsightly expressions. Before them was an azure-clothed servant. "The palace master is in seclusion. Do not disturb him," the azure-clothed servant said. Still in seclusion, a god king asked anxiously. Everyone was anxious. "We can't wait any longer. The palace master is in seclusion. We will go ourselves. As long as we take revenge for the azure and violet god kings. So what if we are punished by the palace master when we return? Who will go with me?" A god king said with determination. "I'll go. I'll go too. I'll go." The group of god kings shouted together. "All right. In that case, let's go to Xianying together and destroy Yin Chuan along with Xianying." The god king roared. "All right. Destroy Xianying." The deaths of the violet and azure god kings were not meaningless. No one could be careless in this trip to Xianying. Gather the Tao gods and ancient immortals and head to Xianying together. All right. September 9th. The Immortal Extermination Sword Formation was placed outside Xianying. The various ambitious and ruthless people were scattered around the mountain peaks, watching Xianying from afar. Within Xianying, a huge square was opened. On it stood 5 million examinees. At this moment, they were looking respectfully at Yin Chuan, who was sitting on the dragon throne not far away. The civil and military officials stood on both sides. Yin Chuan looked at the 5 million examinees and said in a deep voice, "Martial examinees, follow Wang Jian into my universe in my palm. Literary examinees, Hua Wuling, the chief examiner, please name the questions." The world examination had officially begun. Chapter 1179. September 9th, Xianying. With Yin Chuan's command, Wang Jian led the 2 million candidates to Yin Chuan's universe in the palm. Desolation waved his hand, and countless desks appeared before the remaining 3 million candidates. There were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones on them. Desolation stepped forward and looked at the 3 million candidates. In each of the major cities, everyone has gone through the initial selection process. The Saint King has personally come to the scene. He hopes that everyone can eliminate all distracting thoughts and write beautiful essays. Today's test topic is saints. Desolation Hua said in a clear voice. As he spoke, he used a spell to form the word sage. Yin Chuan looked at Desolation Hua in surprise. He handed the question to Desolation Hua and did not interfere. Saints? Yin Chuan aside, the 3 million candidates also began to think about the question. They were brewing their thoughts. Some candidates were grinding ink while thinking. Some examinees, however, quickly came up with an idea. They grabbed their brushes and officially started writing. The test topic was sage. Ambitious and ruthless people stood at the peaks of the various mountains. It had been a few days since they had arrived. At this moment, the group of ambitious and ruthless people were getting impatient from waiting. No one wanted to take the lead. Grayjin already had a certain level of strength. The first person to take the lead would only cause both sides to suffer, and the others would benefit. But if they didn't take the lead, would they just keep waiting? Would Grayjin even start the exam? This was clearly looking down on the ambitious and ruthless people. There was even a hint of humiliation in it. You still have the heart to take the exam when the enemy is right in front of you? Wasn't this a slap to the faces of the ambitious and ruthless people? Finally, one of the ambitious and ruthless people soared into the sky. A group of subordinates followed behind him. Sage King Barbarian Dragon, Third Firmament Ancestral Immortal, and his subordinates. Giguzi said, "Oh." Yin Chuan looked at Sage King Barbarian Dragon in the distance. "Yin Chuan, Meng Tian killed one of my subordinates. Hand him over." Sage King Barbarian Dragon shouted. Yin Chuan smiled coldly and said, "A puny little barbarian dragon, Holy King, also wants to be impudent in front of us? If you can break the immortal extermination sword formation, then come and tell me." After saying that, Yin Chuan ignored the barbarian dragon Holy King. The barbarian dragon Holy King's eyes widened. Originally, he wanted to lure the great perfection powerhouses into battle, and then lead the battlefield to the mountains where the ambitious and ruthless people were staying. He wanted to drag everyone into the battle, but he didn't expect that Yin Chuan wouldn't participate in the battle at all. Immortal slaying sword formation? The barbarian dragon Holy King's eyes turned serious. However, they didn't charge in recklessly. Instead, they remained silent for a while before turning their heads and saying, "Everyone, I, Manlong, am not being reckless. I'm just throwing a brick to attract jade. Xianying is no longer the same as it was in the past. It will be difficult for my side to break through. If you want to reap the benefits of the fishermen, I don't know how long you will have to wait. Waiting like this is ultimately not a solution. Everyone, please act together. Who will obtain the primordial dragon vein in the end will be decided by the will of the heavens. How about it?" After the barbarian dragon Holy King finished speaking, the ambitious and ruthless people frowned. He wanted to drag everyone into the battle. Although they were here to fight for the primordial dragon vein, no one said it out loud. There was still a layer of cloth covering their faces. Now, the barbarian dragon Holy King was tearing down the cloth covering their faces. Many people were unhappy. In the distance, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. "Go and invite the Empress over." Yin Chuan said to a guard. "Yes." That guard acknowledged and left. The ministers of the Great Perfection Empire looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. They didn't know what the Holy King wanted to do. Zizi was quickly invited over. "What's wrong?" Zizi asked. "Have a seat and watch," said Yin Chuan. Zizi nodded and looked outside. Outside, under the barbarian dragon Holy King's persuasion, 3 other ambitious and ruthless people finally appeared. The barbarian dragon Holy King and the 3 ambitious and ruthless people merged with the heavenly Daos, and the 4 heavenly Daos instantly connected to the world outside Xianying. A storm was brewing outside Xianying. The 4 ambitious and ruthless people were eyeing the center of Xianying covetously. "Let's each take one of the immortal exterminating swords," shouted the barbarian dragon Holy King. "All right," the 3 ambitious and ruthless people answered. The 4 ambitious and ruthless people were all ancestral immortals. Naturally, they weren't afraid of sword formation. They flew towards the 4 directions of Xianying. Each of them faced a divine sword that was stabbed into the ground. The 4 factions besieged Xianying. For a moment, the other ambitious and ruthless people widened their eyes in anticipation of the result. However, what made them unhappy was that Yin Chuan sat firmly on the throne as if he didn't care about the 4 ambitious and ruthless people at all. The immortal exterminating swords pierced through the heavens and the earth. They were stabbed into the four corners of the primordial dragon Vane's head, like heavenly pillars, emitting a ruthless aura. "Attack!" shouted the barbarian dragon Holy King. The four ambitious and ruthless people attacked the immortal exterminating swords at almost the same time. Boom! A huge collision occurred. Outside the sword formation, the earth quaked and mountains shook. Boundless violent sword energy instantly exploded. For a moment, the four ambitious and ruthless people bore the brunt of the attack. Many of their subordinates were instantly injured by the sword energy. Under the strong light, the four ambitious and ruthless people's attacks couldn't shake the immortal exterminating swords at all. They only caused the swords to tremble slightly. The barbarian dragon Holy King. The other three ambitious and ruthless people. The four experts were also speechless. The immortal exterminating swords? What a powerful treasure. Even the four ancestral immortals couldn't break through it. However, the four swords still trembled just now. Clearly, they were still somewhat shaken. "Everyone, the four of us aren't enough to break through this formation. Please help us break through the immortal exterminating swords formation. The swords will belong to whoever obtains them," shouted the barbarian dragon Holy King. The four ambitious and ruthless people were restless. None of them were fools. The primordial dragon Vane might be hard to obtain, but the immortal exterminating swords might not be that hard to obtain. Moreover, there were four swords. As long as they made a move, there was a high chance that they could obtain them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another two ambitious and ruthless people stepped out. "Again, break through the immortal exterminating swords formation," said the barbarian dragon Holy King with a joyful expression. "All right." The other five ambitious and ruthless people shouted at the same time. Each of them merged with the heavenly Tao again and ordered their subordinates to back off. They were about to attack again. Yin Chuan sat on the dragon throne and looked around coldly with narrowed eyes. "Holy King, Sun Wukong's immortal exterminating swords formation might be the limit," said mournful transformation worriedly. "It's fine," Yin Chuan said calmly without explaining. "Yes." Mournful transformation nodded doubtfully. Just as the barbarian dragon Holy King was about to attack again. Suddenly, a powerful aura came from the south. Rumble! Numerous heavenly Daos from the south were moving towards Xianying. The aura and the number made the barbarian dragon Holy King and the others who were about to attack change their expressions. "How can this be?" someone exclaimed. Soon, the heavenly Daos from the south arrived. There were more than 2,000 of them. They stood in the south of Xianying and were filled with killing intent. The 10 people in the lead were dressed in luxurious robes. More than 100 people behind them supported the heavenly Daos. 100 heavenly Daos connected heaven and earth. People from Absolute Palace? Someone immediately recognized them. "Surround Xianying City for me. Today, no one in Xianying can escape. All of you must die." The leader of the black-robed people said in a deep voice. Roar! A long roar sounded. The disciples of Absolute Palace quickly surrounded Xianying City. In an instant, the barbarian dragon Holy King and the other 6 were squeezed out. At this moment, the 6 great heroes were also looking at this scene in astonishment. Did they suddenly become outsiders? Absolute Palace is moving in full force. Barbarian dragon Holy King said in surprise. "Hiss!" Many experts sucked in a breath of cold air. The controllers of the 100 heavenly Daos were all Tao gods. 100 Tao gods? Absolute Palace's foundation was actually so strong? Among the Tao gods, there were actually ancestral immortals. Not a few ancestral immortals, but dozens. Each of them released their own heavenly Daos. The moment the heavenly Daos were released, the terrifying aura continued to stack. Boom! 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 The original 100 heavenly Daos increased to 380 in a short while. 380 heavenly Daos surrounded Xianying. The huge scene immediately shocked the surrounding experts. Nearly 400 heavenly Daos? 30 ancestral immortals? 100 Tao gods? Barbarian dragon holy king's face twitched. 380 heavenly Daos, nearly 400 heavenly Daos. Just the scene alone made the various experts speechless. When they came, they were already very aggressive. Compared to Absolute Palace's scene, how could they be considered anything? The heavenly Daos that connected heaven and earth surrounded Xianying and the immortal slaying sword formation in the center. Although the immortal slaying sword formation was strong, there were too many ancestral immortals and Tao gods here. The previous 4 ancestral immortals were enough to shake the immortal slaying sword formation. Now there were 30 of them. Within Xianying, although the common people believed in Yin Xuan, the scene was too shocking. Some of them still showed fear. It was even more so in the examination hall. What should we do? If they kill everyone, what's the point of this examination? After the examination, I'll die. I don't want to die. The examinees were in a panic. Desolation Flower took a deep breath and said, "The examinees are forbidden to make noise in the examination hall. Men, chase the noisy examinees out of the hall. The rest can continue with the examination." The examinees were shocked. They turned to Yin Xuan, but found that Yin Xuan's expression was still calm. Immediately, some of the examinees calmed down. If they were going to die, then there was nothing they could do. If the Sage King could chase away the experts, then many examinees with good temperament began to write again. Yin Xuan looked at a man in a black robe in the south. "Black Deity King?" Yin Xuan said calmly. Yin Xuan, you killed my Absolute Palace's disciple. Today is the day you die. Do you have any last words? Black Deity King said coldly. "I'm just curious about the person behind you. Why does he look so familiar?" Yin Xuan said with a smile. Black Deity King turned his head and saw Song Tianzong standing behind him with a dozen ancient immortals. "Song Tianzong, what are you doing?" Black Deity King said coldly. Song Tianzong smiled bitterly and said, "With the help of the deity kings, destroying Xianyang is a piece of cake." You still want to hide at this time? Black Deity King snorted coldly. Song Tianzong's face turned ugly, but he nodded in the end. As he stepped forward, Song Tianzong merged with the heavenly Tao. The 2 Tao gods behind him also released their own heavenly Tao. Boom! Boom! Another 20 heavenly Tao appeared. Xianyang was surrounded by 400 heavenly Tao in the blink of an eye. In a valley in the west of Xianyang, the Dragon Emperor and 2 Dragon Kings from the EC Dragon Palace looked at this scene with their mouths agape. It's over. Dejun will be destroyed this time. 400 heavenly Tao, 400. When Dejun was still in the sealed world, as long as there was a Tao god who could control the heavenly Tao, they could sweep through Jinlong territory. 1 heavenly Tao could defeat all Jinlong territory. But now, 400? One of the Dragon Kings said with a conflicted expression, "It's not just 400. There are many forces of the outer East continent hidden around Jinlong territory. They are all targeting Dejun. If they release the heavenly Tao, including Absolute Palace, there will be 800. The Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. Dejun Holy Court versus 800 heavenly Tao? Was there need to guess the result? Was there a second result? A storm was brewing outside Xianyang. Chapter 1180. 400 heavenly Tao besieged Xianyang City. The aura of the heavenly Tao was majestic. When 400 heavenly Tao auras spread out, many cultivators felt as though the sky was falling. Fortunately, Xianyang's array was exquisite and blocked the aura from all directions. The Immortal Extermination Sword Array protected Xianyang City. Yin Xuan looked at Black God King and Song Tianzong in the distance. He did not look anxious, as though these 400 heavenly Tao were nothing. The Great World Examination continued. Song Tianzong, Yin Xuan said in a deep voice. In the distance, Heavenly Saber Song Tianzong's expression changed slightly, but he still hid it. Yin Xuan, I know what you want to say. You still want to frame me at this time? You want me to fight with the 10 Divine Kings? Haha, stop dreaming. In the past, you were the one who forced me. I've already told the 10 Divine Kings everything. Song Tianzong immediately shouted before Yin Chuan could. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? Unfortunately, that's not what I want to say. I have someone here who has something to say to you." And Song Tianzong's expression sank. Behind Yin Chuan, among the civil and military officials, there was a person wrapped in a black robe. He even used a hat to cover his face. Yin Chuan waved his hand lightly. The black-robed figure walked out. "Who is it?" Song Tianzong asked in a deep voice. The 10 divine kings also looked curiously at this moment. Song Tianzong's surrender had made the divine kings somewhat suspicious. Was the truth about to be revealed? The divine kings watched patiently. At this moment, they were not in a hurry. Xianyang was already a trapped beast that could not escape from their charge. In front of Yin Chuan, the black-robed figure slowly lifted his hat. In the distance, Song Tianzong's expression changed greatly. "Tianren? Song Tianren?" Song Tianzong exclaimed. The 10 divine kings' expressions also changed. "Song Tianren? Song Tianzong's younger brother? Why is he standing in Xianyang?" "Big brother," Song Tianren said with a bitter smile. "Yin Chuan, you are despicable. You actually capture my younger brother to threaten me?" Song Tianzong exclaimed. "No, big brother, I did it willingly. I begged Yin Di to let me appear here." Song Tianren shouted. "Willingly?" Song Tianzong asked, puzzled. Taking a step forward, Song Tianren flew out of Xianyang towards Song Tianzong and the Black God King. Seeing Song Tianren fly out, Song Tianzong sighed inwardly. However, he then frowned even more deeply. How was he going to explain this to Zhugong? "Song Tianzong, do you brothers want to avoid offending both sides?" Black God King coldly said. "Black God King, there must be a misunderstanding here." Song Tianzong immediately shouted. "Misunderstanding? Oomph." Black God King coldly said. Song Tianzong looked at his younger brother. "What happened?" "Big brother, it was originally us who wanted to besiege Zhugong. After Yin Chuan destroyed the purple-green weave, he even handed it over to us. Yin Chuan has done his utmost benevolence and duty. Why is it that Big Brother has to go back on his word and help Zhugong besiege Xianyang?" Song Tianren shouted. In the surroundings, the 10 divine kings narrowed their eyes and looked coldly at Song Tianren. "You bastard! What do you know? What benefits did Yin Chuan give you? What did he give you to help him so loyally?" Song Tianzong immediately berated. Shaking his head, Song Tianren smiled bitterly. "Yin Chuan did not give me any benefits. Big Brother refused to listen to what I said, so I could only use my actions to help you." "Help me? This counts as helping me?" "Tianren, stop messing around. Quickly come back." Song Tianzong said anxiously. "No, I am not messing around. Big Brother's current personality is actually all because of me. Big Brother, as a younger brother, I understand. Big Brother's saber heart has been broken. Big Brother is no longer as arrogant as before. Big Brother has become afraid of death. Why is he afraid of death? It's not because of Big Brother himself, but because Big Brother didn't care about life and death in the past. Why is he afraid of death? It's because of me. Big Brother is worried that after he dies, I will be bullied." Song Tianren said bitterly. Hearing his younger brother's words, Song Tianren's original anger immediately dissipated. He sighed softly. "Because of me, Big Brother is unable to regain his Dao heart and condense his saber heart. Big Brother, your talent is better than mine, much better than mine. My path of cultivation can be said to have been completely under your protection. That was how I got to where I am today. Even when I killed the ancestral immortal back then, it was also you who killed him until he was on his last breath. Big Brother, Tianren has always been proud of Big Brother in this life." Song Tianren's eyes slowly moistened. Song Tianzong's lips trembled slightly, and his nose turned sour. Emotions flashed in his eyes. "Before father and mother died, they entrusted you to me. You're my only family in this world. How can I not take care of you? It's good that you are sensible." Song Tianzong sighed softly. "Big Brother, the azure purple weave is nothing. Even losing the heavenly saber weave is nothing. Big Brother, Tianren owes you too much in this life. As long as you can regain your Tao heart and condense your saber heart. So what if you can give up everything? The world is so big. Why must we be limited to this place? Even if we cannot block Absolute Palace's counterattack, it is not impossible for us to leave this place. Big brother, I do not wish for you to go back on your word because of me. Big brother, in my heart, you will always be that indomitable and ambitious person. You will never compromise. Song Tianren cried out. Song Tianzong clenched his teeth, revealing a pained expression. My Tao heart is broken, and my saber heart is scattered. It is useless. You are Big Brother's hope. As long as you can become strong, that will be enough. Song Tianzong said in pain. Song Tianren revealed a bitter smile. I will never be able to compare to Big Brother. Big Brother, it is Tianren who is dragging you down. The Black Deity King watched coldly from the side. What deep brotherly love. Song Tianzong, so you've been lying to us all this time? Huh? Song Tianzong frowned and looked at the Black Deity King. At this moment, Song Tianzong did not want to reprimand his younger brother. He looked at the Black Deity King sullenly, not knowing how to explain. Good, good, good. Your Heavenly Saber Dojo is really bold. Indeed, the deaths of the Purple Deity King and the Azure Deity King are related to you. The Black Deity King said coldly. Black Deity King, on that day, I informed them in advance. I did not. Song Tianzong said somewhat anxiously. Enough. I don't want to hear your explanation. I will give you two options. You can enter the Immortal Punishing Sword formation first and work with us from the inside. Then, we will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, we will consider you a part of the deaths of the Purple Deity King and the Azure Deity King. The Black Deity King said with a sullen expression. You. Song Tianzong immediately flushed red. Enter the Immortal Punishing Sword formation and work with them from the inside? This was obviously sending him to his death. Don't worry. There are so many of us. The Immortal Punishing Sword formation is nothing. After you enter, we will attack at the same time. You will be fine. The Black Deity King sneered. Enter? Was Zhu Gong trying to get rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness? No, they wanted to use Dejan to kill him. Then, Zhu Gong would be able to take over the Heavenly Saber weave more easily. Zhu Gong did not have good intentions from the beginning. Song Tianzong was so angry that his body trembled. Are you going in or not? Oomph. The Black Deity King looked coldly at Song Tianzong and turned to look at Song Tianren. Seeing the Black Deity King look at his younger brother, Song Tianzong's expression changed. Okay, I will go in. I hope you don't go back on your words. The Black Deity King looked coldly at him. All disciples of the Heavenly Saber Dojo, listen up. If something happens to me, Song Tianren will be the leader of the Heavenly Saber Dojo. Song Tianzong said. Master, a look of anxiety appeared on the faces of the disciples. Big brother, don't. Song Tianren immediately shouted. Song Tianzong smiled and said, It's okay. When I enter, Zhu Gong will attack. No, Song Tianren roared. As Song Tianren spoke, he looked at the Black Deity King. Black Deity King, I was the one who ambushed you that day. If you have anything, come at me. Song Tianren roared. As Song Tianren spoke, he swung his saber at the Black Deity King. Don't, Song Tianzong exclaimed. Oomph, you are courting death. The Black Deity King snorted coldly. Suddenly, the Black Deity King extended a finger, and a strand of black light shot out, instantly shooting towards Song Tianren's forehead. Song Tianren did not block it. In fact, the earlier saber strike was fake. At this moment, Song Tianren looked at Song Tianzong. I remember that Big Brother once said that a man does not seek to live with heaven and earth, but to die a worthy death. I already owe Big Brother too much. I hope that I can help Big Brother condense his saber heart. Song Tianren said with moist eyes. Without any resistance, the black light instantly reached Song Tianren's forehead. Boom! Song Tianren's head suddenly exploded. Vice Sect Master, the Heavenly Saber Dojo disciples exclaimed. Countless ambitious and ruthless people in the surroundings were dumbfounded. Is this person crazy? Is he courting death? In Xianying, many of Great Zhen's officials saw this scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. This pair of brothers is too. The Black Deity King did not expect that his finger strike would instantly explode an ancestral immortal's head. Is this person crazy? Song Tianzong stood in midair in a daze as he watched the head of the brother he had been protecting explode in front of him. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Song Tianzong's entire body was trembling. I already owe Big Brother too much. I hope that I can help Big Brother condense his saber heart. I hope that I can help Big Brother condense his saber heart. I hope that I can help Big Brother condense his saber heart. The last sentence kept echoing in Song Tianzong's mind, and his head buzzed. Son, we can't avoid this great famine. Yesterday, to feed you, your father cut off the meat on his leg and gave it to you. Your father is gone, and your mother is dying. If you're hungry, eat us. Remember, you must take care of little brother until he grows up. You must. There is no water here. If we die, release our blood and store it in a gourd. Otherwise, it will solidify. You must live on. Take good care of little brother. Big Brother, where are father and mother? You said that father and mother left. Will they return? Big Brother, I can't cultivate anymore. It's fine as long as I am as strong as you. Just protect me. I don't want to cultivate anymore. Big Brother, my talent is not as good as yours. Don't worry about me. Eat this vermilion fruit. Eat it and protect me. Song Tianzong's head buzzed, and his scalp went numb. Song Tianren's headless corpse fell from midair. A few disciples quickly picked it up. Little brother is dead? Tianren is dead? Song Tianzong's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. A stifling aura surged from his entire body. Overwhelming hatred brewed in Song Tianzong's heart. Roar! Song Tianzong raised his head and roared. As he roared, surging saber chi gathered around Song Tianzong. The surging saber chi surrounded Song Tianzong and gradually formed a huge pillar that reached the sky. This saber-shaped pillar pierced the 9 heavens. An extremely sharp aura surged out. Saber heart. The scattered saber heart quickly gathered together with this saber-shaped pillar. Fear of death. At this moment, Song Tianzong no longer had any fear of death. All he had was boundless hatred. Revenge. Revenge for his little brother. Lunatic, the Black Deity King said coldly as he looked at Song Tianren's headless corpse. Song Tianzong looked at the Black Deity King, his eyes filled with hatred. What? A coward like you still wants revenge? TSK, the Black Deity King said coldly. I want your life. Song Tianzong's face was completely distorted. He slashed down with his saber. The huge saber-shaped pillar that reached the sky also slashed at the Black Deity King in a frenzy. Chapter 1181. I'll kill you. Boom. Song Tianzong's face contorted. His saber unleashed a ferocious saber aura. This time, it was a completely different concept compared to the last time in Xianying. The saber aura was unstoppable. Rumble. Song Tianzong slashed at Black God King without any regard for his life. Bastard. Black God King's face sank. He brandished his sword and attacked. In an instant, the entire south was engulfed by saber and sword aura. The other God Kings' faces changed. Some of them wanted to rush over. Something's wrong. Don't move. A white-clothed God King suddenly shouted. White God King, what's wrong? The other God Kings were confused. Something's wrong. We're here to destroy Xianyang. We're here to destroy Xianyang. White God King shouted. When White God King shouted, everyone reacted. Something's wrong. It's as if there's a mysterious force that's pulling our actions. Is it Yin Chuan? Everyone looked at Yin Chuan. However, they saw Yin Chuan looking at them indifferently. He was not worried at all. The faces of the God Kings immediately sank as they looked at the ambitious and ruthless people hidden in the surroundings. Song Tianzong had already escaped his control and was blocking the Black God King. Moreover, was the scene just now deliberately arranged by Yin Chuan? If so, this Yin Chuan was too terrifying. He could make an ancestral immortal willingly die. Would Yin Chuan have other plans? Were there any other ambitious and ruthless people who had been bewitched by Yin Chuan? In the distance, Yin Chuan sat on the dragon throne. Bai Qi stood beside him. Bai Qi, what do you think of this song, Tianzong? Yin Chuan asked indifferently. He's loyal. Although he has changed his mind, it's all for his younger brother. Moreover, he doesn't have much of a relationship with Dajin. It's not considered treachery. My saber heart is slowly forming. Furthermore, after this incident, my saber heart will evolve and my saber Dao will improve even more. Bai Qi said in a deep voice. Since that is the case, I will leave this Song Tianzong to you. As for Song Tianren, leave it to Yin Tian to search for him. Soon, there should be news of Song Tianren's soul in the netherworld, Yin Chuan said. Don't worry, Holy King. Bai Qi nodded. Bai Qi looked into the distance with satisfaction. Hatred sharpened Song Tianzong's saber, making it sharper and sharper. Under the immense hatred, Song Tianzong's saber techniques seemed to be undergoing an intense breakthrough. In the distance, the 9 great divine kings were slightly anxious. Black Divine King, how is it? White Divine King called out. Haha, don't worry. Song Tianzong is just crazy. His cultivation base is inferior to mine. Don't worry. Destroy Xianying first. Everything can wait until we take revenge for the Purple God King and Azure God King. Amidst the storm of saber energy and sword energy, the Black God King said in a clear voice. The remaining experts nodded in agreement. The White Divine King looked at the Immortal slaying sword formation. Umph. Yin Chuan, no matter how many schemes you have, they are useless today. Immortal slaying sword formation? So what? Attack! White Divine King shouted. Roar! A loud roar came from the 300-odd heavenly Dao. The roar was so loud that it instantly spread out in all directions. The surrounding ambitious and ruthless people all focused their attention. Suddenly, the 350 heavenly Dao burst out with dazzling light and crashed into the Immortal slaying sword formation. Boom! The 350 heavenly Dao burst out with great force at the same time. The sky had already turned dark, and it seemed like the entire sky was collapsing inwards. The ground shook violently, and countless rocks flew into the air, shooting in all directions. The group of ambitious and ruthless people quickly retreated. The 350 heavenly Dao crashed into the Immortal slaying sword formation. Suddenly, the Immortal slaying sword formation shook violently. The expression of Sun Wukong, who was controlling the Immortal slaying sword formation, changed. Rumble. The Immortal slaying sword formation shook violently. Under the pressure of the 350 heavenly Dao, it seemed like it would instantly collapse. However, despite the shaking, it did not collapse. The surrounding experts narrowed their eyes. What a powerful Immortal slaying sword formation! Holy King Barbarian Dragon exclaimed. The Dragon Emperor also narrowed his eyes. That's not right. Even the 350 heavenly Dao can't break this formation. White Divine King's face darkened when he realized that the Immortal slaying sword formation could not be broken after one collision. Everyone, use more force. The Immortal slaying sword formation is already shaking in the wind and rain. It no longer has the strength to resist. Just use a little more force, and the Immortal slaying sword formation will be completely broken. White Divine King roared. Roar! The group of experts roared. Sun Wukong was slightly anxious. He turned to look at Yin Chuan and said, Yin Di, the Immortal slaying sword formation has reached its limit. It might not be able to hold on any longer. In the distance, Yin Chuan was not anxious. Instead, he suddenly laughed. You can, right, Pramatong Tian? Yin Chuan's eyes glinted as he said. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, revealing a look of surprise. Primetong Tian? Yin Chuan looked at the 4 Immortal slaying swords and said again. The Immortal slaying sword formation was only broken by the Grand Supreme, Primeval, Zhuanti, and Jin. It was broken by the 4 sages. It's fine if it was broken by the 4 sages. But Primetong Tian, Do you think that this group of people is qualified to break your immortal slaying sword formation? After Yin Chuan finished speaking, Sun Wukong in the distance revealed a look of surprise. Prime Tontian. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the immortal slaying sword formation. Ha 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 ha! The loud laughter spread in all directions. Outside Xianyang and Xianyang, there was this grand laughter everywhere. The aura of the immortal slaying sword formation suddenly erupted. The sword chi instantly condensed several times. For a moment, the sword chi seemed to have turned into a real sword. It was extremely sharp, and the sword chi exploded in all directions. Inside, countless sword chi gathered towards the center. Not far from Sun Wukong, the sword chi condensed and slowly condensed into a blurry figure. It was a man in a black robe. The man's face was filled with arrogance. His long hair was draped behind his back and fluttered slightly. He looked extremely wild and unruly. The body that was completely condensed by sword chi slowly solidified. An extremely domineering aura rushed out. A projection? A physical projection? The Dragon Emperor in the distance changed his expression. What a terrifying aura. Dragon Emperor, why do I have a feeling of fear when I look at him? The Dragon King at the side said in surprise. The immortal slaying sword formation gradually stabilized. The surrounding disciples of Zhugong had a drastic change in expression. Break the formation, quickly break the formation. This projection is condensed by the sword chi of the immortal slaying sword formation. Once the immortal slaying sword formation is broken, this projection will collapse. Quick, everyone, use your full strength. The White Divine King exclaimed. Roar. The group of experts immediately roared. The 350 heavenly Daos suddenly burst out with dazzling brilliance. All the ancestral immortals and Tao gods almost burst out with all their strength at the same time and violently charged towards the immortal slaying sword formation. The sword chi projection of Prime Tong Tian gradually condensed. Seeing the 300 heavenly Daos charging towards him, Prime Tong Tian revealed a cold smile. You overestimate yourselves. Prime Tong Tian snorted coldly. With a snort, the immortal slaying sword formation suddenly expanded outwards. In an instant, billions of sword energy shot out in all directions and charged towards the 350 heavenly Daos. 350 heavenly Daos versus the immortal slaying sword formation presided by Prime Tong Tian. The space between heaven and earth surged and distorted, forming a huge spatial vortex that seemed to swallow everything in all directions. Under the huge impact, 100 heavenly Daos suddenly collapsed. The remaining heavenly Daos even retreated. All the Tao gods were sent flying. In midair, they vomited blood and were shocked. Although the ancestral immortals were not that miserable, they did not have it easy either. Their respective heavenly Daos were knocked back by the impact. Outside, the immortal slaying sword formation, the wind raged. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Space and earth were in chaos. In the distance, the Dragon Emperor revealed a look of shock. Who is Prime Tong Tian? How can a sword chi projection be so ferocious? The Dragon Emperor said in surprise. Standing in the void of the immortal slaying sword formation, Prime Tong Tian looked coldly at the ancestral immortals around him. Sword chi surrounded him, making him look like an undefeatable god. Domineering. Greetings, Prime Tong Tian. Sun Wukong immediately said respectfully. Not far away, in Xianyang, Yin Chuan looked at Prime Tong Tian in the sky and smiled. Prime Tong Tian's style is not inferior to back then. But he knows me best. Prime Tong Tian looked at Yin Chuan and laughed heartily. Outside the immortal slaying sword formation, the God Kings were shocked. Prime Tong Tian, this is the person our palace master did not want us to provoke? This is him. White God King looked at sect leader Tong Tian with an ugly expression. His eyes were filled with uncertainty as he said, Heroes of the 4 territories. Although this projection is strong, it relies on the fairy slaying sword formation. Everyone, follow me to break the fairy slaying sword formation. I will not take the 4 fairy slaying swords. I will let you divide them among yourselves. Follow me to break the fairy slaying sword formation. White God King shouted with an unyielding tone. The disciples of Zhugong naturally supported him. However, the heroes of the 4 territories frowned. Some of them were afraid. However, more people were eager to give it a try. That was because the immortal slaying sword formation had revealed its strength. It was an ancestral immortal artifact, and a top-tier one at that. Many people were envious. Roar! Suddenly, 6 ancestral immortals stepped out, as if they were going to break the immortal slaying sword formation with the experts of Zhugong. Within the immortal slaying sword formation, Prime Tongtian's eyes turned cold. He turned to look at White God King. With a glance, a ferocious wolf flashed in his eyes. The impact of the wolf shook White God King's soul. He was in a daze. How is this possible? White God King exclaimed. However, Prime Tongtian snorted coldly. Prime Tongtian reached out his hand and grabbed the immortal ending sword. Bang! The immortal slaying sword formation was instantly broken. However, Prime Tongtian's projection did not disperse. What? Impossible! White God King exclaimed. If the projection only relied on the immortal slaying sword formation, it would be fine. But now, it did not rely on the immortal slaying sword formation. What should they do? Noisy God, holding the immortal ending sword, Prime Tongtian slashed down from the sky. With a slash, the black immortal ending sword seemed to have dyed the whole world black. It brought with it a huge sharpness and an unstoppable force. It slashed down from the sky towards the White Divine King. As it slashed down, there seemed to be a huge force that sealed the void, causing the White Divine King to be unable to move. No, White God King exclaimed. Senior, please show mercy. Suddenly, a jiaohu sound came from the void. However, how could Prime Tongtian allow others to stop him? Boom! The heavenly sword instantly cleaved the sky into 2 halves. A huge spatial crack appeared in the void from above, cleaving White Divine King into 2 halves. The aftermath of the attack rushed to the ground. Boom! On the ground, a huge trench that was 30,000 miles long appeared. The mountains on both sides of the trench exploded. The surrounding experts, including the Tao gods and ancestral immortals, were blown away by the aftermath of the sword. The sky was filled with people. The power of the sword was unparalleled. Countless heroes in the surroundings were almost all shocked. The ancestral immortals who had just appeared to attack the immortal slaying sword formation fled into the forest below in fear. The immortal slaying sword formation was withdrawn, but no one dared to take a step forward. With the sword in hand, Prime Tongtian looked around coldly. The heroes in the surroundings were all speechless at this moment. No one dared to say a word. Damn it! How could a person be so strong to such a monstrous extent? White God King was slashed in half and fell from the sky. The absolute power of the immortal slaying sword could even slash the soul. No one could save those who were killed by Prime Tongtian. At this moment, the faces of the heroes in Zhu Palace twitched. Revenge? Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure shot over from afar and instantly appeared in front of everyone. The remaining disciples of Zhu Palace were all ecstatic. Palace Master. The Divine Kings were overjoyed. The Palace Master of Zhu Palace had come personally. The Palace Master had come. The fear from before had dissipated by more than half. All the disciples of Zhu Palace quickly flew towards the Palace Master. They all stood behind him. Even Black God King, who was fighting with Song Tianzong in the distance, did not dare to continue fighting. He quickly flew behind the Palace Master. Where do you think you're going? Song Tianzong's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he was only staring at Black God King. How could he care about Prime Tongtian? Clang! Suddenly, a blade blocked in front of Song Tianzong. It was Bai Qi who had appeared on the battlefield. Get out of the way! Song Tianzong roared. If you want to save Song Tianren, shut up! Bai Qi shouted coldly. Buzz! Song Tianzong quivered. Save? Could his brother still be saved? Could he still be saved? Song Tianzong seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw. His eyes were filled with eagerness. Bai Qi turned around and left. Song Tianzong looked at Black God King with hatred. Without hesitation, he followed Bai Qi down. The one who had shouted, "Senior, please show mercy," was the Palace Master of Ju Palace. The Palace Master of Ju Palace wore a sinister mask and looked at Prime Tong Tian. "Senior, I did not discipline them well. Please be magnanimous." The Palace Master of Ju Palace said extremely politely. Prime Tong Tian's expression changed slightly as he looked at the Palace Master of Ju Palace. "So it's you? Discipline your people well." Prime Tong Tian said in a deep voice. "Yes, I will teach them well when I return. Thank you for your magnanimity." The Palace Master of Ju Palace said respectfully. "Go," Prime Tong Tian said. The Palace Master of Ju Palace bowed respectfully to Prime Tong Tian. "Let's go," the Palace Master of Ju Palace said. Although the Divine Kings were unwilling, no one dared to say anything at this time. Ancestral Immortal? They were all ancestral immortals. Why was the difference so great? The ambitious and ruthless people also did not dare to say anything. Prime Tong Tian's sword had proven everything. Even the powerful Palace Master of Ju Palace of the Outer East Continent could only bow to him as a junior. Who would dare to be impudent in front of Prime Tong Tian? Chapter 1182. The Prime of Tong Tian swept his gaze across all the ambitious and ruthless people. None of them dared to stand out. After looking around, Tong Tian suddenly looked in the direction of Xianyang. Looking over, many of the officials in Xianyang narrowed their eyes. Yin Chuan, however, smiled. When Tong Tian looked at Yin Chuan, there was a black light in his eyes. In the black light, the world Tong Tian saw was different from others. Yin Chuan was still the same Yin Chuan, sitting on the dragon throne. Tong Tian could vaguely see an emerald green color. Behind Yin Chuan, there seemed to be a giant tree full of vitality. The tree was like a canopy covering Yin Chuan. Cypress tree, heavenly scripture? No, the heavenly scripture was born from the great thousand world. It's useless outside the great thousand world. But Tong Tian revealed a look of surprise. Whoosh! Tong Tian appeared in front of Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stood up slowly. Yin Chuan stood up. Tong Tian saw that the giant tree behind Yin Chuan suddenly disappeared. Tong Tian looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. "It's been a long time. Congratulations," Yin Chuan said with a smile. "Bai Yi no, Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi. It's been a long time." Tong Tian nodded. "This is not the place to talk. Let's go in," Yin Chuan said with a smile. Tong Tian nodded. Yin Chuan waved his hand, and countless stars suddenly flew out of his palm and danced in the air of the examination hall. "Tong Tian, this way, please," Gue Guzi said with a smile. Tong Tian nodded and followed Gue Guzi to the palace. Many of the great Zhen candidates looked at the sect leader in bewilderment. Tong Tian's shocking sword strike shocked everyone. It seemed that such a peerless figure was good friends with the Holy King. Good friends? What was there to worry about? The group of heroes outside? Didn't they see that they didn't even dare to fart in front of Tong Tian? All of a sudden, the fear that they had felt earlier vanished without a trace. Instead, they looked at the test paper excitedly. Desolation Flower looked at Tong Tian, who was standing in a hall, and took a deep breath. Surprise flashed in his eyes. Tong Tian's sword strike was too terrifying. Could the Holy King do it? Yes. Holy King, Holy King, Holy King, and Holy King. Kuhua looked at sect leader Tong Tian in dismay, feeling uneasy. Of course, no one else. The Holy King. Previously, when the Immortal slaying sword formation was laid out, there were still people who dared to take the risk. Although all the warlords were domineering in their own territories, they were not on the same level in front of the prime of Tong Tian. Great Zhen? Yin Chuan was close to Tong Tian. How could a person like Tong Tian, who could be friends with him, be a person that could be easily bullied? Bastard! Which spy collected the information on Great Jun? Is Great Jun just a weak country? Bastard. The angry rebukes of the ambitious and ruthless characters could be heard from all directions. The Dragon Emperor looked at Tong Tian with a complicated expression. Great Jun Holy Dynasty? Who are they? The Dragon Emperor was confused. Yin Chuan looked around. Then he looked at a valley in the distance. Bai Qi, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Here. Bai Qi flew over. Not far away, Song Tianzong was waiting with a frown. Song Tianzong clenched his fists. Bai Qi had said that his brother could be saved. He had to wait. He had to wait patiently. Yin Chuan looked at the barbarian dragon Holy King and said to Bai Qi, Barbarian dragon Holy King, take him down. Yes, sir. Bai Qi replied. The barbarian dragon Holy King glared at Bai Qi. Sending an official to take me down? Yin Chuan doesn't care about me at all? Bastard. The barbarian dragon, Holy King, said angrily. Kill anyone who dares to stop me. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Yes. Bai Qi replied. Bai Qi took a step forward and soared into the sky. He held a saber in his hand and dragged it through the air. As he dragged it through the air, the saber turned blood-red and blood-colored lotuses bloomed from it. Evil Qi soared into the sky. Are you trying to make an example out of him? ZZ asked, puzzled. Yin Chuan nodded and said, That's right. Naturally, no one will help the barbarian dragon Holy King now. He was the first to come and destroy Xianyang. Since he dared to come out, he should have known that he would be captured. Now that Bai Qi is making a move, he won't be able to escape. Capture? Not kill. How are you going to deal with him? ZZ asked curiously. Killing might not be the best way to deal with him. Just like last time, use the Book of Life and Death and turn him into the beast path. Barbarian Dragon Holy King. Since he's called the Barbarian Dragon Holy King, I'll grant him his wish. Turn him into a dragon and let him pull my chariot. Yin Chuan said. ZZ suddenly laughed. What's wrong? Yin Chuan asked, puzzled. Nothing. I'm just laughing at the Barbarian Dragon, Holy King. If he knew that a Holy King would be captured to pull my chariot, he wouldn't have dared to come to Xianyang. ZZ laughed. Ha ha ha. Yin Chuan laughed as well. After giving ZZ some instructions, Yin Chuan left the venue and followed Gue Guzi and the sect leader into a palace not far away. Sun Wukong looked around with a solemn expression before he waited outside the palace. Inside the palace, the doors were tightly shut. Yin Chuan, the sect leader, and Gue Guzi sat at a jade table. Gue Guzi poured 3 cups of tea for them. The sect leader looked curiously at Gue Guzi and then at Yin Chuan. It seems like too many things have happened in the Great Thousand World, the sect leader said with melancholy. Gue Guzi and Yin Chuan were on equal footing in the past. Now, they were one king and one minister. Indeed, in the end, the Great Thousand World is safe, and a person who has transcended was born. Yin Chuan nodded. It's a pity that it's not Pan Gu, Hong Jun, Fushi, or Mingyi. The sect leader nodded. Who can guarantee that it's fated? The last period of the Great Thousand World was the most glorious era. The heroes of the world fought for the heaven's will, and tens of thousands of heroes climbed to the peak. That was the peak era of the Great Thousand World, and it will never be replicated. Huh, it seems like I missed that era. The sect leader laughed. Why did you miss that era? There are 4 worlds in the nothingness. We were originally from the Great Thousand World. The 4 worlds competed with each other. We fought for the Great Thousand World together. Why did you stay in the weakest world? Yin Chuan asked in confusion. In the void, there are indeed only these 4 worlds and nothing else. However, do you know that our weakest world has another name? It's just that this world is too weak and has been forgotten by everyone. The sect leader took a deep breath and said, Oh, Yin Chuan showed a trace of doubt. This world has another name. It's called the First World. The sect leader took a deep breath and said, The First World? Gue Guzi raised his eyebrows. Infinity gives birth to Tai Chi. Infinity is nothingness. It means nothing. The Tai Chi that is born in nothing is something. That is to say, there are 4 of our current tangible worlds. This world was the first to be born, and our great thousand world was actually the fourth to be born. The sect leader said, 4 worlds. This world is the first world. Our great thousand world is the fourth world? Yinchuan's expression changed slightly. Yes, Hongjun found it. Later, he told me, and I faked my death to enter this world. Over the years, I also found out that this world was actually not the weakest at the beginning. When the 4 worlds were just formed, this world looked down on the 4 worlds. However, later on, something happened, and it became the weakest world. The sect leader took a deep breath and said, "What happened?" Yin Chuan asked curiously. "I don't know." The sect leader shook his head. "Even you didn't manage to find anything. It seems like when you said that this world was at its peak, the experts of this world did indeed have monstrous means to erase all traces of the past." Yin Chuan said solemnly. "Yes, but there are still some loopholes. But, you'll find out in the future." The sect leader shook his head and didn't want to say more. Yin Chuan nodded. Then he thought for a while and said, "In the void, only 4 worlds were born." "Only 4? Why are there only 4? I came to this world not long ago, so I haven't done much research. You have been here for more than 1,000,000 years. You should know something about it, right?" After saying that, Yin Chuan stared at the sect leader. The sect leader frowned and suddenly fell silent. It seemed that he didn't want to say anything. After a long silence, the sect leader looked at Yin Chuan seriously and took a deep breath. "I have a guess, but it's too unbelievable. I'm not sure." "Oh, are the 4 worlds really related?" Yin Chuan's expression changed. The sect leader looked serious for a while, and then said, "Kill the 3 corpses." Whoosh! The teacup in Gigu Zi's hand suddenly shook. His eyes widened in surprise. "What?" Yin Chuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Shock flashed through his eyes. The hall instantly fell into silence. Kill the 3 corpses? The 3 of them seemed to have realized something. Suddenly, no one talked about it anymore. "I'm leaving too. I saw your great heaven of void arcane art last time," the sect leader said. "After this battle, we don't owe each other anything," Yin Chuan said with a smile. "No, I still owe you something," the sect leader said. "Wong." The sect leader stretched out his hand, and 3 sword-shaped light balls appeared in his palm. "This is the killing sword intent of the 4 immortal slaying swords. It's to make up for what I owe you. Now, we don't owe each other anything," the sect leader said solemnly. Seeing the sect leader's insistence, Yin Chuan nodded. He stretched out his hand and took the 3 sword-shaped light balls. They were prepared for God, Jade Emperor, and the Grand Emperor. Quang! The door of the hall suddenly opened. In the outside world, the battle was still going on. The sect leader took a glance and stopped paying attention. Instead, he looked at Sun Wukong, who was not far away. "Take the 4 immortal slaying swords and go. The Great Jun doesn't need protection anymore," the sect leader said. "Yes," Sun Wukong replied. Quang! The sect leader's projected body suddenly collapsed, leaving behind the 4 immortal slaying swords. "Goodbye, Emperor Yin," Sun Wukong said directly. "Okay," Yin Chuan nodded. Whoosh! Sun Wukong took the 4 immortal slaying swords and quickly flew out of Xianyang City. Chapter 1183. After Sun Wukong left with the 4 swords, Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi turned to look at the battlefield in the distance. In the middle of the battlefield, blood-colored lotuses filled the void. Soaring killing intent died, the southern sky red. Dejun and the other generals blocked the barbarian dragon Holy King's subordinates. Bai Qi's expression was ferocious as he slashed at the barbarian dragon Holy King's heavenly Tao. Boom! The vast heavenly Tao shattered with a loud boom. The barbarian dragon Holy King's expression changed. However, Bai Qi's blade was too fast, and the blood lotuses sealed the space. The blade arrived before the barbarian dragon Holy King in an instant. "Break!" Bai Qi shouted loudly. The barbarian dragon Holy King's imperial sword broke, and the blade reached the barbarian dragon Holy King's neck. "Shit!" The barbarian dragon Holy King screamed at the last moment. "It's over, it's too late." The barbarian dragon Holy King's heart was filled with sorrow. I wasn't the only one who attacked Xianyang. Why are they targeting me? Where are the others? Why aren't they helping me? The three formidable characters who had helped the barbarian dragon Holy King earlier had already gone into hiding. No one came to help. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The blade collided with the neck. However, the barbarian dragon Holy King's head didn't fly off. Bai Chi's blade turned and slammed into the barbarian dragon Holy King's neck. Buzz! The huge collision caused the barbarian dragon Holy King's soul to tremble. The Book of Life and Death is divided into 6 paths. The path of beast belongs to the dragon race, the barbarian dragon. ZZ's voice rang out. The Book of Life and Death floated in front of ZZ. As ZZ spoke, she waved her hand, and the Book of Life and Death shot towards the barbarian dragon Holy King. Boom! The black chi rushed into the barbarian dragon Holy King's body. Kaka. The barbarian dragon Holy King's body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, his clothes were torn apart, and his head and body changed shape. Gradually, he turned into 1,000 zhang long yellow dragon. Holy King! The barbarian dragon Holy Hall's officials cried out in shock. Countless people looked into the distance in confusion. What was going on? Although the barbarian dragon Holy King's name was Barbarian Dragon, he was still a human. How could a human turn into a dragon? From a human to a beast? All the ambitious and ruthless people looked at ZZ, and their expressions changed. Which bastard collected this information? Who exactly are the dangerous people in the Holy Court of Great Jin? Why isn't there any information about them? Angry voices rang out from all directions. Countless scouts felt extremely wronged at this moment. Fuck! How was I supposed to know that the Great Jin Empire was hiding so many freaks? In the past, he had never seen them as powerful. How did each and every one of them amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? No, this was not amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. It was frightening the world with a single brilliant feat. That Bai Chi who came out of nowhere was actually a ruthless character who could suppress the barbarian dragon Holy King. The prime of Tong Tian and the Queen? How would I know that there were so many monsters in the Great Jin Empire? The barbarian dragon Holy King who was knocked dizzy quickly regained his senses. But how did he become like this? Roar! The barbarian dragon Holy King shouted in panic. Boom! Bai Chi's blade fiercely struck the Torvosaurus head. Shut up. It's your fortune to be able to pull the Saint King's carriage. Bai Chi shouted. Pull a cart? The Torvosaurus was instantly ashamed and resentful. It quickly twisted and turned. He wanted to rush out. Are you itching for a beating? Boom, 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 boom. Bai Chi raised his saber and started beating the Torvosaurus. In an instant, dust rose everywhere and strong winds blew. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the sky darkened. The barbarian dragon, Holy King, was not used to his dragon form. It was simply Bai Chi beating the barbarian dragon, Holy King, one-sidedly. Roar! Roar! Bai Chi beat the Torvosaurus to his heart's content. The surrounding experts were speechless because they all knew that Yin Chuan was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Bai Chi beating the barbarian dragon Holy King was actually a warning to them. Whoever dared to offend Xianyang would be the next barbarian dragon Holy King. How many more unknowns did the Great Jin Empire have? No one knew. However, the current situation had left every single individual force speechless. Yin Chuan had not even personally made a move, yet the situation was already like this. Would their own individual forces be able to withstand it? Group attack? At the beginning, there was still the atmosphere of a group attack. Now, everyone's morale was gone. How could they form an alliance? Moreover, each of them had their own thoughts. There was no way they could form an alliance. They could only watch as Bai Chi beat the barbarian dragon Holy King as if he was slapping his own face. The experts were speechless. Not far from Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage. The 7 fiends and dragon fifth stared. Ancestral immortal? General Bai is beating an ancestral immortal. The 7 fiends exclaimed. Roar! Dragon fifth, was also a loss as he coughed. The 7 fiends looked at Dragon Fifth and said, "Do you see that? Now you know how wise I am. You wanted to resist back then, but look at that ancestral immortal. Why did you resist?" This time, Dragon Fifth did not refute. "Tell me, what is the background of our Saint King? Also, if we follow him, will we have a chance of becoming ancestral immortals in the future?" The 7 fiends' eyes lit up. Roar. That's right. So what if he's an ancestral immortal? He's still pulling the Holy King's carriage. The 7 fiends nodded with a strange expression. Far away, in a valley, the Dragon Emperor watched Bai Qi beating the barbarian dragon Holy King and was speechless. Let's go back. Okay. The Dragon Kings no longer had any sense of superiority. Looking at the barbarian dragon Holy King in the distance, they felt very upset. The Dragon Emperor left. Some of the experts also left. Staying here would only bring shame to themselves. They all left. The barbarian dragon Holy King, who was beaten up by Bai Qi, felt extremely sullen. What a bunch of disloyal fellows. The experts outside all left. In Xianyang, the Great World Examination was also coming to an end. The theory examinees put down their brushes. The countless stars that Yin Chuan placed in the sky returned to Yin Chuan's palm. Looking at the universe in his palm, Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, "Wang Jian is about to end." In the examination hall, the papers shone brightly, showing the excellence of this batch of examinees. After waiting for a while, in the south, Bai Qi's battle was also coming to an end. The barbarian dragon Holy King seemed to have lost its bones. Bai Qi sealed its cultivation and twisted it over. Boom! Holy King, I did not let you down, Bai Qi said happily. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. Lu Gang, Yin Chuan shouted. Here! Lu Gang immediately went forward. Take him away, Yin Chuan said. Lu Gang immediately understood what he meant. Take him away and torture him? Yes. In the distance, the barbarian dragon Holy King's subordinates were all captured. Boom! Suddenly, Wang Jian brought 2 million examinees and flew out of the universe in his palm. Holy King, the combat examination examinees have finished. We are waiting for the final ranking, Wang Jian said. Get someone to sort out the results. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Desolation Hua quickly went forward and said, Holy King, all theory examinees, stop writing. Sort out the results. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Yin Chuan looked at the 5 million examinees and said, the 5th Great World Examination has ended. All examinees, wait in Xianyang. Yes. Long live the Holy King. The 5 million examinees said respectfully. At the same time, there was also a kind of worship. After the battle, just now, everyone's hearts calmed down. Rumble. In the distance, dark clouds suddenly appeared. Yin Chuan frowned and looked over. Dog God? Gue Guzi said in surprise. Dog God is going through the ancestral immortal tribulation? The white deity king, who was killed by Tong Tian, was lucky enough to be an ancestral immortal. Lu Buwei said in surprise. So, it's because of heavenly kindness and great merit. Yin Chuan said thoughtfully. Gue Guzi nodded and said, Indeed, Goddess Ji Chun was kind to heaven and earth in the past. Dog God followed Goddess Ji Chun and naturally received a large amount of heavenly kindness and great merit. The ancestral immortal position will be given to people with heavenly kindness and great merit. He couldn't become an ancestral immortal for a long time because of the spiritual perception realm. Yin Chuan nodded. Bai Di Tian, go and keep an eye on him, just in case. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. Bai Di Tian, who was not far away, replied. At this moment, Song Tianzong, who was not far away, could no longer endure and quickly flew over. Yin. Yindi. Song Tianzong said with a complicated expression. Secmaster Song, have I, Dejun, done you wrong? Yin Chuan said coldly. Yindi, I was possessed. All my mistakes were caused by me. As long as Yin Di can save my younger brother, I can give up everything as long as my younger brother can live. Song Tianzong said sorrowfully. Secmaster, you can't do that. The nearby disciples immediately exclaimed. Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong and sighed softly. It's not impossible for him to live. However, if he lives, he has to be reincarnated. Song Tianren can still cultivate the ghost Tao. The ghost Tao? My younger brother's soul didn't scatter? He really turned into a ghost? Song Tianzong said in pleasant surprise. A beam of light quickly flew over from the distance. It was De Zhen's 5th Legion's commander, Yin Hentian. Sage King, I did not let you down, Yin Hentian said with a smile. He waved his hand, and a green soul suddenly appeared in front of him. Big brother, have you condensed your saber heart? The green soul rushed over anxiously. Tianren. Song Tianzong felt a lump in his throat. Did you condense it? Song Tianren's soul asked anxiously. Yes. Song Tianzong nodded with bloodshot eyes. That's great. Big brother, my death was worth it, Song Tianren said happily. Song Tianzong looked at his younger brother. He wanted to scold him for being brainless. However, when he saw his younger brother's happy expression, he could not bear to scold him. Tianren, don't worry. No matter what form you take, Big Brother will always protect you. I will never let you get hurt again. Song Tianzong swore. Song Tianzong, from today on, you will be under Bai Qi's command. Listen to Bai Qi's orders. Yin Chuan directly ordered, not giving Song Tianzong any chance to object. At the side, Song Tianren frowned. He wanted to say something, but Song Tianzong immediately bowed respectfully and said, Yes, Sage King. With this bow, the Heavenly Saber Dojo's sea of beneficence suddenly crumbled. Boom! Surging beneficence quickly gathered into Zhen's Xianyang domain. The Heavenly Saber Weave's disciples all looked at the sky in horror. What's going on? Did something happen to the sect master? Countless disciples panicked. Chapter 1184. True Dragon Weave, Skyward Palace. Wang Jian will be the commander-in-chief of the expedition to the Purple-Green Weave. Li Si will be the deputy commander. You will lead the 6th Legion and subdue the Purple-Green Weave. Yin Chuan said as he sat on the dragon throne. We obey. Wang Jian and Li Si answered. The Azure God King and the Violet God King had already been massacred. There were no powerful experts defending the weave. One was a martial artist, while the other was a scholar. These two were enough to subdue the barren lands. Meng Tian will be the commander-in-chief of the expedition to the barbarian dragon weave. Zhang Yi will be the deputy commander. You will lead the 1st Legion and the 7th Legion. Quickly subdue the barbarian dragon weave. Yin Chuan said. We obey. The two answered. The barbarian dragon, Holy King, was currently imprisoned in the Great Zhen. Although it would take some time to subdue a leaderless weave, it would be extremely easy for Meng Tian. Bai Qi will be the commander-in-chief of the expedition to the Heavenly Saber Weave. Yifeng will be the deputy commander. You will lead the 2nd Legion and the 9th Legion. Quickly subdue the Heavenly Saber Weave. Yin Chuan said. We obey. The two answered. Song Tianzong was already under Bai Qi's command. Subduing the Heavenly Saber Weave would be easy. The most important thing was internal governance. Listen to Liu Buwei's arrangements for the newly promoted officials of the 5th examination. Head to the 3 borders and work with the 3 commanders-in-chief to open up new territories and govern the area. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Some of the officials at the end of the hall immediately answered. After the battle of the 5th examination, Yin Chuan's fame and the Great Zhen's ferocious might would sweep through the entire outer eastern continent in an extremely short time. If nothing unexpected happened, no one would fight with the Great Zhen for the 3 large weaves. Subduing the 3 large weaves might not take long. The most important thing was to merge the 3 weaves. Soon, the Great Zhen would be able to occupy the 4 borders in the world of the living. Everything returned to normal. Yin Chuan brought ZZ to the north of Xianyang City. This was a newly opened quiet place. When Yin Chuan's group arrived, guards immediately came forward to welcome them. Greetings, Holy King. The group of guards greeted respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded. He walked toward the center. In the center was a huge statue of Goddess Xichen. She was holding her hands together, as if she was praying for something. Looking at Goddess Xichen's statue, Yin Chuan took a deep breath. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. "Greetings, Yama Emperor," Dog God, who had just arrived, said solemnly. From the first time he was saved by Yin Chuan until now, Yin Chuan had given Dog God too many surprises. Yin Chuan's strength was like a mystery in Dog God's eyes, which made Dog God take him seriously. "There's a vein of the primordial dragon here. It's not a disgrace for Goddess Xichen to be buried here," Yin Chuan said. "Yes, but unfortunately, the goddess will never come back." Sigh. Dog God sighed. "Dog God, what are your plans? Now that you have broken through to the ancestral immortal realm, there will be a wider world waiting for you. Are you going to stay here forever?" Yin Chuan looked at Go Shun. Dog God's loyalty would not change even after 1,000,000 years. Yin Chuan still had a lot of respect for such a person. Dog God frowned and sighed. "I haven't decided yet, but I would rather stay by Goddess Xichen's side." Yin Chuan nodded and said, "Sitting here makes your cultivation speed extremely slow. I'm here today because I hope that you can form an alliance with the Great Jin Empire and become the national beast of the Great Jin Empire. You can share the boundless fortune of the Great Jin Empire with me." Yin Chuan looked at Dog God with sincerity. Dog God was taken aback and looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. After a moment of silence, he said, "Thank you for your kindness, Yama Emperor." "Ha, good. It's Great Jin's honor that you are willing to choose," Yin Chuan said solemnly. Dog God nodded gratefully. Over the past few days, Dog God had seen how powerful Great Jin was. Although he had just broken through to the ancestral immortal realm, there were still many people in Great Jin who were stronger than him. Still, Dog God was touched that Yin Chuan valued him so highly. "Since you have become Great Jin's national beast, I'll give you this fate. Stay here and accompany Goddess Xichen. It will help you break through continuously." Yin Chuan handed over a jade box. "This is?" Dog God's expression changed. The moment he touched the jade box, Dog God felt a surge of energy of the same origin. "Good use." Yin Chuan smiled. With that, Yin Chuan took ZZ and flew toward the palace. "You're giving it to him just like that?" ZZ asked worriedly. "I believe in the character of a person who can persevere for 1,000,000 years just by guarding the tomb," Yin Chuan said with certainty. "All right, as you wish. You're always right." ZZ smiled. "How's Meow recently?" Yin Chuan asked. "It only knows how to sleep. It hasn't woken up yet," ZZ said. "It's not that easy to comprehend hundreds of heavenly Tao. However, it's Meow, so it's a different story. Prepare more arowana. When it wakes up, it'll definitely want to eat it." Yin Chuan smiled. "Got it." ZZ smiled. The two of them flew into the palace. Underworld, Myriad Ghost Domain. Outside the Great Qin City, at the peak of a mountain. At this moment, a purple-robed man was standing there. His face was fair, and his eyes were filled with arrogance. Behind him stood 10 gray-robed subordinates, who were staring at the Yellow Springs Road in the distance. The Yellow Springs Road that connected heaven and earth. Great Jin Holy Court? Yellow Springs Road? The purple-robed man narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, the purple-robed man shot toward the Yellow Springs Road. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he was not far away from the Yellow Springs Road. "Stop right there!" A sudden shout came from the Yellow Springs Road. The sound wave carried a scorching aura as it charged toward the purple-robed man. Boom! The void shook slightly, and the purple-robed man's expression changed as he stopped. Whoosh! The golden-robed Jin Diyu suddenly stood in front of the purple-robed man. "You're the Great Jin Holy Court's 3rd Army Commander, Jin Dayu?" The purple-robed man sized Jin Dayu up. Jin Dayu's expression was cold as he said, "I don't care who you are. If you want to enter the Yellow Springs Road, you have to get the Sage Ruler's permission." "Ha ha ha ha. Yin Chuan's permission?" The purple-robed man showed a trace of disdain. Jin Dayu narrowed his eyes and said, "Step back, or I won't hold back." Ha 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 ha, won't hold back? I like to see how you're going to hold back. Yellow Springs Road? Ha! I'll force my way through the Yellow Springs Road today. What do you do to me? The purple-robed man said arrogantly. As he spoke, the purple-robed man took a step forward. Clang! Suddenly, a loud bell rang. In the sky above Jean Diyu's head, a huge bell rang. The sound wave of the bell rushed toward the purple-robed man. Originally, the purple-robed man was rather disdainful. However, when the sound wave spread, there was an unstoppable aura. The purple-robed man's expression changed. He quickly took a step forward and merged with the heavenly Tao. Boom! Even though he merged with the heavenly Tao, the huge force of the sound wave still pushed the heavenly Tao back by more than 100 feet. The purple-robed man's subordinates cried out in pain. The gray-robed subordinates covered their ears and rolled in pain. Bastard, do you know who I am? The purple-robed man glared and roared. Jean Diyu said coldly, I don't care who you are. The two of them instantly confronted each other. The bell also notified the experts of the Great Qin City. In the Great Qin City, zombie Yin Chuan was in the middle of a court meeting. Suddenly, the bell rang. He immediately knew that something had happened. His face was gloomy as he led the officials out of the Central Palace. In the plaza in front of the Central Palace, zombie Yin Chuan coldly looked at the Yellow Springs Road. Jean Diyu was blocking a purple-robed ancestral immortal. Where did this guy come from? Just as Yin Chuan was puzzled, among the officials, Qiliang Hua's expression changed. Reporting to the Holy King, this person is called Heavenly Lord Hua Tian. He's from the same clan as me. Qiliang Hua immediately said respectfully. Oh, Yin Chuan's expression softened. I came to contact him, Qiliang Hua said. Yin Chuan nodded. Qiliang Hua immediately looked at Director Yuan and shouted, Heavenly Lord Hua Tian. In the distance, Heavenly Lord Hua Tian, who was confronting Jean Diyu, raised his eyebrows and looked at Qiliang Hua in front of the Central Palace. He then looked at Yin Chuan. Qiliang Hua, you are indeed here. Heavenly Lord Hua Tian revealed a trace of mockery. Qiliang Hua raised his eyebrows and said, Heavenly Lord Hua Tian, the old ancestor said that each of us has our own fate. No one can interfere with each other. You want to destroy my fate? Your fate? Ha 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 ha. Qiliang Hua, your fate? Ha 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 ha, what a fate. In front of the old ancestor, you are so arrogant because of the old ancestor's favor. We have always been wondering what your fate will be. Will you be a subject of the heavenly court? Will you open your own heavenly court? Or will you open your own dojo? We have thought a lot, but we never thought that you would actually become a subject of the holy court. A subject of the holy court? Ha ha. Qiliang Hua. So your ambition is only this little? Heavenly Lord Hua Tian laughed. Qiliang Hua's face was cold. My matters are not for you to care. Heavenly Lord Hua Tian, if there is nothing else, please leave. Heavenly Lord Hua Tian revealed a trace of a sneer. Leave? I didn't want to come here, but the old ancestor said that I had no choice but to come. It's just that when I see your appearance, it really hurts my heart. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Lord Hua Tian said with a relieved smile. Qiliang Hua looked at him coldly and said, The old ancestor said? What did he say? The old ancestor's birthday is coming soon. He asked me to call you back. At the same time, he asked me to give you, the master, an invitation. Heavenly Lord Hua Tian said with a smile. As he spoke, he threw out a green invitation. Who? The invitation flew straight at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan reached out and caught it. The invitation fell into his hand. Yin Chuan coldly looked at Heavenly Lord Hua Tian, then gently opened it. When he opened it, a vast aura suddenly rushed out. Great Sage King, Yin Chuan, I am indebted to you for taking care of my Hui son Qiliang. Living together in the eastern continent of the underworld, I have been friends with Yin Di for a long time. Next year, on the 5th of May, my 1,500,000th birthday, I specially invite Yin Di to come to my border for a meeting. Huan Mao welcomed it with open arms. Heavenly Lord Hua Tian. Yin Chuan closed the invitation. Sage, Heavenly Lord Hua Tian. Zombie Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows and thought for a moment. Chiliang Hua respectfully said, "Sage King, this is my old ancestor. He wants to invite you to a banquet. What does the Sage King think?" With a slight smile, Yin Xuan said, "Since the sage invited me, I will naturally take a look at the sage of this world." After speaking, Yin Xuan looked at Heavenly Lord Huatian in the distance and said, "Go back and tell him that I will go." To Heavenly Lord Huatian, Yin Xuan was not polite. With one sentence, Heavenly Lord Huatian was annoyed. "Go back and tell him? What kind of tone is this? Am I your servant?" Chapter 1185. Go back and pass on a message? Am I your servant? Huatian Lord's eyes widened. Then he sneered, "Good, good, good. Zhen, Yin Chuan? Other than the old ancestor, you're the first one who dares to talk to me like this. Little Dejun, who do you think you are?" "I." Lord Hua Tian angrily vented his strong dissatisfaction. However, Yin Chuan didn't listen to his complaints. He turned around and led the officials back to the central hall. Hua Tianjun, who was halfway through his scolding, suddenly stopped and his face stiffened. Was he completely ignored? Completely. After Yin Chuan gave his orders, he ignored him? Left? "Do you have any manners?" Hua Tian Lord roared in his heart. Hua Tian Lord's face flushed red. "Yin Chuan is humiliating me. He is humiliating me." This was the first time Hua Tian Lord was ignored like this. Although Yin Chuan didn't say a word, it was more ruthless than anything. "I don't even want to talk to you." Hua Tian Lord, that little bitch, how did she find such a strange and arrogant master? Doesn't she know that I am an ancestor immortal? Roar. Hua Tian Lord panicked. Yin Chuan stepped into the main hall. Hua Tian Lord entered after Hua Tian Lord, who was in the distance. "Hua Tian Lord, you should go back and report to the old ancestor," Hua Tian Lord said indifferently. After speaking, Hua Tian Lord also stepped into the main hall. After going through the world's examination, Hua Tian Lord's understanding of Dejun increased by another level. However, this level was enough for Yin Chuan to put on airs. Moreover, Desolation Hua also understood that the reason why Yin Chuan ignored Lord Hua Tian was to vent his anger for him. "Hua Tian Lord, you bastard, you dare to humiliate me," Hua Tian Lord said hatefully. However, everyone had already returned to the central hall. Only Jean Dayu coldly looked at Hua Tian Lord. "All right, stop shouting. You should leave," Jean Dayu said in a low voice. After being angered by Yin Chuan and Hua Wuliang, Lord Hua Tian had nowhere to vent his anger. At this moment, Jean Dayu's cold shout was like tar on fire. "Bastard, today I want to enter the Yellow Springs Road. What can you do about it?" Lord Hua Tian was immediately enraged. Jean Dayu suddenly smiled faintly and said, "If you can defeat me, I naturally have nothing to say." "Oh." Lord Hua Tian narrowed his eyes. "Since you're willing, please. This place is close to the great Qin city, so don't disturb the Holy King. Come with me," Jean Dayu said as he stepped forward. Hua Tianjun had a belly full of anger. Entering the Yellow Springs Road was secondary, but what he wanted the most right now was to beat someone up. There was no need to provoke him at all. He stepped forward and followed Jean Dayu to the south, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Naturally, his subordinates quickly followed. South of the myriad ghost weave, above a vast sea, as the heavenly Tao was established, an intense battle swept up torrential storms and tsunamis. Bell tolled everywhere, and only after 10 hours did everything stop. A golden light flew back to the myriad ghost weave. Not long after, they arrived at the Yellow Springs Road. At the Yellow Springs Road, Su Fu saw Jean Dayu return. "General Jean, how was it?" Su Fu asked with a smile. His ancestral immortal position must have been obtained because he had a good ancestor. His ancestral immortal position is definitely not empty, Jean Dayu said with a smile. No wonder the Holy King favored Hua Wuliang. He has pride, but no pride. How can he be respected? Su Fu nodded and smiled. At this moment, above the myriad ghost weaves southern sea. Roar. Jean Dayu, Yin Chuan roar. Angry roars swept up torrential waves. 10 subordinates stood not far away, trembling in fear. Lord Huayan's hair was disheveled, and his face was bruised. Most of his clothes were tattered, and he looked battered and exhausted. Clearly, Jin Dayu had taught him a lesson. Sullen. Lord Huayan's eyes were filled with sullenness and anger. Hua Wuliang, you bitch, just you wait. The old ancestor doesn't allow people of the same race to kill each other, but I can find someone. I'll go find the Zhou family. Yes, the Zhou family has always valued me. I want the Zhou family to avenge me. Roar. Lord Huatian roared. Let's go. Lord Huatian roared. A group of 11 people walked towards the west. Myriad Ghost Weave, Great Qin City, Central Palace. Hua Wuliang stepped out and said, Holy King, although this subject's old ancestor's birthday celebration will not be too high profile, the major forces around the outer East continent may attend. Oh, the Netherworld has 6 continents, divided into the outer East continent, outer South continent, outer West continent, and outer North continent. There are also 2 continents that face each other, called the inner North continent and the inner South continent. The Zhou family of the inner South continent should be invited, because the old ancestor and the Zhou family are quite close, Hua Wuliang explained. Among the officials, Yin Henshin's lips curled into a trace of hatred. Zhou family. Secondly, the Kong family of the outer South continent may also be invited, Hua Wuliang explained. Kong family? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes, the demon King Kong that Holy King faced in the sealed realm is from the Kong family. Hua Wuliang nodded. Yin Chuan nodded. As for the others, I'm not sure, Hua Wuliang said. After Hua Wuliang finished speaking, Yin Hentian suddenly stepped out from among the officials. Holy King, Yin Hentian shouted. Yin Chuan looked at Yin Hentian. The Holy King's territory, the revered heaven territory, is close to another territory, the Azure Heaven territory. I humbly request Holy King to accompany me and stay in the Azure Heaven territory for a while. Yin Hentian said with melancholy. The Azure Heaven territory? Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. The Azure Heaven is already dead. Holy King's guess was right. The Azure Heaven of the past was called Mysterious. He was a powerful cultivator in this world and coincidentally obtained the recognition of the Heavenly Tao. He was promoted to the Heavenly Tao and controlled everything in this world. He was the Azure Heaven. The Azure Heaven territory was his training ground in the past. I would like to pay my respects to him and fulfill my wish. Yin Hentian said. Mysterious? Yin Chuan's expression changed. In the past, in the Inspiration territory, when old demon Baixia escaped, he had cursed the person who killed him. He seemed to be called Mysterious. Was it the Azure Heaven who killed old demon Baixia? Yin Hentian looked at Yin Chuan and thought for a while. He did not hide anything and said, Holy King, I'm going to the Azure Heaven territory for a personal matter. It was something that the Azure Heaven asked my Yin family's ancestor to do. Yin Chuan nodded and said, Since that is the case, follow me. Yes. Thank you, Holy King. Yin Hentian said gratefully. Hua Wuliang looked at Yin Hentian with a slightly changed expression. Every time he mentioned his ancestor, Yin Hentian did not seem to have a good impression of him. Could it be because of the Zhou family? Hua Wuliang did not say anything and returned to the officials. Yin Chuan also gave some instructions on the matters of Great Zhen. Then he left the Great Qin City. The dragon carriage pulled Yin Chuan, Gigu Zi, Hua Wuliang, and Yin Hentian towards the south. They were going to attend Sage Hua Zuntian's birthday celebration. At this moment, the only difference was that there were no longer 2 dragons pulling the dragon carriage. Instead, there were 3 dragons pulling the dragon carriage towards the south. Chapter 1186. Netherworld, Eastern Continent. Firmament territory. Although heaven was already dead, heaven was still very important in the hearts of the people in the world. It controlled everything in the world. It represented everything in the world. It had protected the world for countless years. Thus, Even though the worship of the heavens had been going on for 1,000,000 years, it had never stopped. After a few months, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage finally arrived at the border of firmament territory. Roar, roar, roar. 3 dragon roars were heard, and countless cultivators at the border of firmament territory looked over in shock. The 3,000-meter-long dragons charged over with an incomparably majestic aura. Dragon carriage? Where did that come from? Thousands of feet-long dragons? That's at least the level of an ancient immortal. 3 ancient immortals pulling a carriage? Are they from the eastern continent? Yin Chuan's dragon carriage drove into the firmament territory amidst countless discussions. On the balcony of the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi, Hua, Chiliang, and In Hentian looked into the distance. "Let's go to Heavenly Palace," In Hentian said. "I know it." The 7 demons shouted immediately. The 7 demons knew it, so In Hentian did not need to say much. The dragon carriage was driving inside. At the same time, in a palace in firmament territory. Inside the palace, there were 2 men standing there. One of them was covered in blood, and his face was as red as a sheet. Beneath his feet was a pool of blood. Wherever he went, this pool of blood followed, looking incomparably malevolent. The other man, if Yin Chuan was here, he would recognize him. He was the one who had targeted Yin Chuan twice and ended in tragedy. "Elder, there are more and more experts gathering in Venerable Heaven territory. Also, I saw people from the Dugu family." Gong Yang Ben, Lei, said respectfully. The blood-faced man squinted his eyes and said, "Dugu family? Haha, this birthday celebration is going to be exciting." "Oh, wasn't the Dugu family invited by Venerable Heaven?" Gong Yang Ben, Lei, said in surprise. "Of course not. The relationship between the Dugu family and the Huazuan Heaven is not good at all. Although the Dugu family is in the Yang Realm's southern outer continent, the southern outer continent has the road to the Yellow Springs. Just you wait, there will be a good show when the time comes." The blood-faced man sneered. "Since Elder has said so, then it must be so." "Elder, this time, the punishment of the clan was averted because of Elder's intercession." Ben Lei, thanks Elder. Gong Yang Ben Lei said respectfully. "Punishment? You don't need to punish me. Those 2 disciples of mine, Gong Yang Ben Hong and Gong Yang Ben Tian, were killed by me. In the end, they both died together with you." The blood-faced man said coldly. Gong Yang Ben Lei panicked and immediately shouted, "Elder, it has nothing to do with me. It was Dongfang Bubi and Yin Chuan who killed them. I want to save them, but I'm not strong enough." The blood-faced man coldly looked at Gong Yang Ben Lei. He took a deep breath and said, "Dongfang Bubi, you were lucky to be able to escape from him. As for Yin Chuan, because I left in a hurry, I didn't take a look. How is his strength?" "Him? Peak Ancient Immortal and has Qing Tian Dao. He is the one who fixed Qing Tian Dao." Gong Yang Ben Lei immediately said, "Peak Ancient Immortal? Humph. Since that is the case, there is nothing to worry about. Qing Tian Dao. So what if it is?" The blood-faced man said arrogantly. "Of course, Elder is an ancestral immortal. Dealing with ancient immortals isn't easy." Gong Yang Ben Lei immediately smiled apologetically. "Go back and find Yin Chuan. Right now, the most important thing is to find the Emperor for me. We chased him all the way here. The Emperor is near these territories. We must find him," the blood-faced man said. "Yes, but Elder, why do you want to find the Emperor? When he passed by my Gonyang family, he was only a great immortal. I heard that he was only strong in the Saber Dao. How can a great immortal enter Elder's eyes?" Gonyang Ben Lei was confused. "Great immortal? That was 4,000 years ago. How can he still be a great immortal? What do you know? Do you know who her father is?" "Who?" The scar on Gong Yang Zi's face was left behind by her father. "What? The family head scar?" Gong Yang Ben Lei exclaimed. "Her father is dead, so the emperor must have inherited his father's supreme saber intent. It is enough for a woman to take care of her husband and children. What is the point of passing down the supreme saber intent to her? Find him. The blood-faced man said coldly. Yes, but elder, the other elders of the Gonyang family don't know about this, right? Gonyang Ben Lei asked carefully. The blood-faced man's face suddenly sank. If this news is leaked, I will be the first to kill you. Gonyang Ben Lei immediately said, Don't worry, elder. No one will know. The blood-faced man nodded. Report. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the palace. Found him? The blood-faced man's face lit up. Yes, elder, said the messenger. Although we didn't see the emperor, we did see some of his disciples near the celestial palace. They went to offer sacrifices to the firmament. They should be finished by now. Our people are keeping an eye on them. Good, let's go. Bring me there. The blood-faced man said excitedly. Yin Chuan's dragon chariot headed straight for the Deva Palace. The three dragons moved at an extraordinary speed, riding the clouds. Soon, the dragon chariot arrived at the so-called Deva Palace. Countless mountains and rivers surrounded the place, giving off a bright light. When the cultivators flew near, they all descended from their clouds, as if they were paying respect to the heavens. The three dragons also slowly descended from their clouds. They landed in a huge valley. There were many palaces around the valley. At the center, there was a sacrificial altar covered in talisman scripts. At this moment, a white palace floated above the sacrificial altar. This palace was called the Deva Palace. At this moment, many cultivators were paying respects around the sacrificial altar. Some were kneeling, some were mourning. This place was very solemn. Holy King, this official will go and pay respects. Inhentian said gravely. Yin Chuan nodded. Holy King, since we are here, this official will also go and pay respects. After all, when this official was young, the old ancestor brought me here many times. Every time, we would pay respects to the heavens. Hua Wuli said coldly. Go then. Yin Chuan nodded. The two flew over to the sacrificial altar. They looked at the Deva Palace above them. Hua Wuli took out some fresh flowers and placed them outside the sacrificial altar. Then, he bowed respectfully. As for Inhentian, he knelt down, a melancholy look flashing in his eyes. Heavens, the descendants of the Yin clan are here to pay respects again. Inhentian's eyes moistened. As Inhentian spoke, he knelt before the sacrificial altar. Countless people were paying respects in all directions. However, very few were kneeling. The two's worship did not cause much of a commotion. After all, there were too many people paying respects here. In the distance, Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi stood on the chariot. It has been 1,000,000 years, but there are still so many people paying respects. In the end, there are still many people in this world who are grateful. Yin Chuan said, after taking a deep breath. Gue Guzi raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Holy King, the surrounding mountains and rivers seem to have been moved by someone. Gue Guzi said doubtfully as he looked at the countless mountains and rivers outside the valley. Oh, the dragon vein there should have been moved less than 100 years ago. The dragon vein here should have been moved within 1,000 years. And there, Gue Guzi continued to count. This should be an empty training ground. Did someone pay a huge price to set up a feng shui array here? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Holy King, I'm afraid it's not a feng shui array. Some feng shui masters have been moving the dragon vein here. Perhaps they are looking for something, Gue Guzi said after taking a deep breath. Moreover, this technique is from the Zhou clan. Gue Guzi added. The Zhou clan? What are they looking for? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. I'm not sure. Gue Guzi shook his head. Yin Chuan looked around, then turned to look at the Deva Palace in midair. As he looked at it, Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. What? Did you find what the Zhou clan is looking for? Gue Guzi asked in surprise. That's too fast. No, it shouldn't be what the Zhou clan is looking for, but it is what I'm looking for, Yin Chuan said in surprise. Without waiting for Gue Guzi's reply, Yin Chuan extended his palm and struck the Deva Palace. A cyan energy palm struck the Deva Palace. The experts in the surroundings all had their mouths wide open. What's going on? Who has the guts to do that? Who dares to attack the object of worship? Boom! The door of the Deva Palace was slammed open by Yin Chuan's palm. The experts who were originally reciting their respective eulogies all stopped abruptly. Countless experts who were silently mourning and kneeling on the ground stiffened. Even Yin Hentian and Hua Chiliang were stunned. The Deva Palace, floating on the altar, was the former Tao Palace of Firmament. In everyone's eyes, the Deva Palace was Firmament's tomb. Did he just dig up Firmament's tomb in front of everyone? The 7 demons, Dragon Fifth and Torvosaurus, also looked into the distance with their mouths agape. What is Yin Chuan doing? Bastard, what are you doing? Destroying the Deva Palace and insulting Firmament. Are you trying to make the whole world your enemy? Kill him and pay tribute to Firmament. Countless experts cried out in surprise. Yin Chuan ignored them and looked at the door of the Deva Palace that he had opened. Inside the Celestial Palace, it was empty. There was nothing, but there was a huge coffin. My world suppressing coffin. Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. Oh, it's the sky burying coffin. The 7 demons exclaimed. The 7 demons knew that Yin Chuan had the same coffin. There's one here too? News of this place quickly spread in all directions. In a valley not far from the Deva Palace, there were many palaces in the valley. Not good, ancestor. Someone broke into the Deva Palace. A cultivator rushed into the valley and shouted. What? Who dares to do that? Are they trying to steal the sky-burying coffin that the Zhua family put in? Haha! From the moment the Zhua family put it in, the sky-burying coffin represented Firmament's corpse coffin. Who dares to touch it? Even a sage wouldn't dare to touch it. Countless men in green robes walked out of the palaces. In the largest palace, 2 people walked out. One of them was a green-haired man with a cold face. Beside him was Lord Huatian, who had been beaten up by Jidiyu not long ago. Brother Zhua, the Zhua family has been guarding this place for 1,000,000 years. Who dares to destroy it today? Haha, let's go and see who dares to do that. Lord Huatian laughed. Chapter 1187. The gates of the heavenly human palace opened wide. The experts around the altar were furious as they glared at the dragon chariot. Bastards, do you think you can blaspheme the heavens? A white-robed old man's eyes flashed with anger. He threw a punch at the dragon chariot. Gue Guzi waved his hand. A yellow dragon-shaped energy emerged from the ground and collided with the energy fist. Boom! The yellow dragon shattered the energy fist. Roar! The yellow dragon roared. The dragon vein. The white-robed old man raised his eyebrows. The white-robed old man was not the only one. Many experts surrounded the chariot. A large number of energy fists, energy swords, and energy sabers shot toward the dragon chariot. Gue Guzi waved his hand again. The ground churned again. Roar! 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 For a time, hundreds of dragon-shaped energy beams shot out from the ground and bombarded the chariot. Gue Guzi controlled the dragon vein to defend against the attacks. Yin Chuan looked at the heaven-burying coffin in the heavenly human palace. He waved his hand, and the heaven-burying coffin slowly flew up. Bastard! The experts around him were furious. However, none of them were peerless experts. Under Gue Guzi's defense, there was no way he could stop Yin Chuan's movements. The heaven-burying coffin flew out of the heavenly human palace and toward Yin Chuan. The experts were anxious. The 7 Banes, Dragon Fifth, and Torvosaurus did not know what to say. Yin Hentian and Chiliang Hua also looked at this scene in confusion, but they did not stop him. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Boom! A powerful aura pressed down on the dragon chariot. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows, but he ignored it and continued to grab. Boom! Yin Chuan grabbed the heaven-burying coffin. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? The angry shout rang out again. Streaks of sword chi charged towards the earth dragon vein. Rumble! A strong wind blew around the dragon chariot, sending sand and rocks flying. This was the aura of an ancestral immortal. It was extremely violent. Countless experts immediately looked over. Hundreds of azure-robed men stood in midair. Of the two people in the lead, one had green hair, the other wore purple robes. The person who shouted was the green-haired man. The green-haired man looked coldly at the dragon carriage. Ha ha, so it's you guys. What desolation, you've got guts. I wonder what the old ancestor will say after you report this to him. Rob the heavenly corpse coffin? The purple-robed heaven transforming monarch sneered. Brother Hua, do you know them? The blue-haired man frowned. Brothers Hua, this daring person who stole the sky corpse coffin is the Yin Chuan I told you about. Lord Hua Tian said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan? Are you Yin Chuan? My nephew, Zhua Tian Hun, died at your hands in the myriad ghost weave? The green-haired man asked with a glare. And who are you? Yin Chuan asked indifferently. At this moment, Yin Chuan did not panic in the slightest. He was still as calm as ever. This is the Zhua clan's ancestral immortal, Zhua Qing. Yin Chuan, you've got guts. You even dare to steal the sky corpse coffin? Do you want to become enemies with the entire world? Lord Hua Tian sneered. The sky corpse coffin? What a big hat. Who said it was the sky corpse coffin? What proof do you have? Yin Chuan smiled. I am the proof. Zhua Qing angrily rebuked. Oh, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. My Zhua clan found this coffin 10,000 years ago and placed it inside. It's called the sky burying coffin. Zhua Qing said coldly. Ha. The sky corpse coffin fell 1,000,000 years ago. You placed it 10,000 years ago, yet you say it's the sky corpse coffin? Are you stupid, or do you think everyone in the world is stupid? Yin Chuan said coldly. After Yin Chuan finished speaking, the people who had been targeting Yin Chuan fell into deep thought. But even more people were glaring at Yin Chuan. Ha. If I say it's the sky corpse coffin, then it is. During the ancient calamity, the sky corpse coffin fell and was buried in the sky burying coffin. That's why this coffin is called the sky burying coffin. Zhua Qing said coldly. What else? Yin Chuan said indifferently. What else? Zhua Qing asked. Not far away, Desolation Flower immediately said, Zhua Qing, are you trying to change the topic? The sky burying coffin from back then was not this one. Desolation Flower's words caused more people to frown. So what? The sky burying coffin turned into 9, and this is one of them. That's enough. The sky corpse coffin disappeared, but it must be inside. The Zhua clan has already tried their best to find one. This is the sky corpse coffin. Zhua Qing shouted. Are you there? Yin Chuan said indifferently. Bang! The lid of the sky burying coffin suddenly opened. How dare you? Shocked and angry voices came from all around. However, after opening the coffin lid, everyone was slightly stunned because the coffin was empty. Zhua clan? An empty coffin, and you call it the sky corpse coffin. How shameless are you? I think the coffin here is fake. Doing unrighteous things is the real thing. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Unrighteous things? The expressions of countless cultivators changed. What was going on? The Zhua clan had been guarding the tomb conscientiously and even found the sky corpse coffin 10,000 years ago. How did it become unrighteous things? Many people did not believe Yin Chuan, but some people kept quiet. They waited and watched. Unrighteous things? Ha! My Zhua clan has guarded the tomb for 1,000,000 years. Everything we have done here is worthy of heaven and earth, worthy of the people, worthy of the dead sky. How can we tolerate slander? Zhua Qing glared. Most of the surrounding people stood on the Zhua clan's side. Anxiety flashed in Hua Wuling's eyes. Digging up Sky's tomb was challenging the bottom line of all the experts in the world. If they were not careful, they would become enemies with the entire world. Hua Wuling was anxious. However, Zhua Qing was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he wanted to force Yin Chuan to death on the basis of righteousness. There was no need for him to do anything. At that time, the entire world would find trouble with Yin Chuan. Just at this moment, Yin Hentian, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up. He smiled coldly and said, Slander, you are the one slandering. Yin Hentian shouted coldly, and the surrounding people immediately revealed curious expressions. Who are you? Zhua Qing asked coldly. Who am I? Who am I? 1 million years ago, when Sky was still here, no one dared to ask my clan members such a question. Today, 1 million years later, no one knows me. Zwiching, I am Enhention. Enhention said coldly. Enhention. Zwiching and Lord Huatian were confused. The surrounding cultivators also looked at Enhention in confusion. Enhention smiled coldly and said, "You have chased after my clan for 1 million years. Zwiching, do you really not know?" Clan? Zwiching's pupils suddenly constricted. The expressions of the surrounding experts changed. Clan's remnant evil? The main culprit that caused Sky to fall? Zwiching suddenly shouted. "Shut up. My clan is indebted to Sky. We speak for Sky, organize the world, and issue orders to the world. We have never betrayed Sky. When Sky fell, the servants betrayed us, causing the clan to be chased by the world. You are a group of vile people who betray their masters." Enhention suddenly said hatefully, "Humph, who is a vile person? You're not allowed to speak nonsense. Thinking about it, my nephew died because of you. Humph. Today, I will represent Sky and destroy you. Clan's remnant evil." Zwiching shouted. Zwiching stretched out his hand and attacked Enhention. Gue Guzi's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared before Enhention. Then, he raised his palm to meet the sky. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and the void trembled violently. A storm raged, and many cultivators were immediately thrown to the ground. Why are you in such a hurry to make a move when you haven't said anything clearly? Could it be that your Zwa clan is really guilty? You want to silence us? Gue Guzi laughed. Not far away, Hua Chiliang revealed a trace of surprise. He had never seen Gue Guzi fight before, but he was actually able to casually block Zwiching's punch. Beside him, Lord Huatian narrowed his eyes. Great Shun? This was the second ancestral immortal that Lord Huatian had seen. Why was there no description of this in the previous information? Lord Huatian looked at Hua Chiliang strangely. What did this little bitch know that made her join Great Jun? The restlessness of the surrounding experts suddenly calmed down. Although many people were still glaring at Yin Chuan, more people wanted to see what was going on. Perhaps the cultivation of the surrounding experts was not high. Of course, there might be experts with high cultivation who did not make a move. However, the surrounding experts came from all over the world, at least from all over the outer eastern continent. The matter today would definitely spread throughout the entire outer eastern continent. Guilty? It's impossible for you to protect the remnants of the clan. No one in the world can tolerate them. Zwiching said coldly. Gue Guzi was not angry. Instead, he said indifferently, the Zwa clan's heaven-burying coffin attracted the attention of others, making them think that your Zwa clan is a clan that respects the heavens the most. Therefore, the Zwa clan will not be criticized by others for moving the mountains, rivers, and lands. Now, you can avoid the gazes of others and search for what you want, right? What? There were already Shioja in the surroundings who were shocked. Indeed, the Zwa clan had moved the dragon veins around these years. However, no one paid much attention to it, thinking that the Zwa clan might have done it out of respect for the heavens. But what a joke. Zwiching's eyes shrunk, but she still scolded Gue Guzi. Behind Gue Guzi, Enhention laughed coldly. Is it a joke? It's not a joke at all. Back then, the Zwa clan was only a servant of my clan. Although they heard some words, they were just words. How can you find what is hidden here? Other than the heavens and my clan, no one knows. Know what? What were we looking for? Zwiching was still stubborn. As for Huatian Lord and Hua Chiliang, they were confused. What was it? Was there something here? Enhention laughed coldly. Keep pretending. My clan was deceived by her face back then. This is also the reason why I am here today. Entrusted by the heavens, I have waited 1 million years for the disciples of my clan to return to the Heaven Human Palace. I'm going to expose your hypocrisy in front of everyone. Enhention scolded. Those who were originally on Zwiching's side started to waver. I don't know what you were talking about, Zwiching said in a low voice. Inhentian smiled. It's okay. You will see it soon. However, you might be disappointed. The thing that your Zhua clan has been waiting for 1,000,000 years for is not what you think it is. Zhuqing squinted her eyes. Countless experts in the surroundings revealed curious looks. As for Inhentian, he flung his robe and stepped onto the altar. Some of the cultivators wanted to stop him, but after thinking about it, they held themselves back. The Yin clan, the Zhua clan? Many people had heard of them, but they knew too little. 1,000,000 years had passed. Who knew what had happened back then? The powerful Zhua clan was originally a servant of the Yin clan. This news was enough to shock many people. Hua Qiliang and Hua Tian Lord were curious. At this moment, Zhuqing did not stop them. The Zhua clan had heard that there was something extremely important left behind by the heavens. However, they had searched for 1,000,000 years and found nothing. 10,000 years ago, they had paid a huge price and used the sky-burying coffin to stir up the sorrow of the world's experts. They had secretly moved mountains and dug tens of thousands of miles to search, but they still found nothing. The Yin clan? The remnants of the Yin clan knew about it. Zhuqing waited for Inhentian to find it. Zhuqing was not worried that this group of people would snatch it and run away. At least they knew about the myriad ghost domain. Moreover, the Zhua clan had some people in the neighboring domain. If they could find a thing left behind by the heavens, it would not be difficult to take it back. Moreover, the Zhua clan had a strong backing. Inhentian stood on the altar and looked at the Heaven Human Palace. Mr. Gue Guzi, please help me. Inhentian said. Oh, please guide the Tian Fu, Tian Liang, Tian Ji, Tian Tong, Tian Xiang, Seven Kill, and Southern Meteor to the Heaven Human Palace. Inhentian said. Astral power? Zhuqing's expression changed. The Zhua clan had thought of many methods, but they had never thought of astral power. No, they might have thought of it, but they did not put it into action. After all, the stars were too far away. Moreover, they needed a few specific stars. How could they guess? Gue Guzi nodded. Astral power? In the past, when he was immortal, he could use astral power to increase his strength. However, there was no need for that now because the power of the path of heaven was many times greater than that of astral power. Gue Guzi was indeed a feng shui master. He reached out his hand and waved at the sky. The 6 stars in the starry sky that could be seen with the naked eye seemed to light up in an instant. Buzz! 6 beams of light shot straight down into the Deva Palace in an instant. The Heaven Human Palace turned from white to emerald green in an instant. Then, the emerald green light rushed to the altar below Inhentian. Buzz! The altar also turned emerald green in an instant. Inhentian cast a spell in his hands. Suddenly, some of the runes on the altar started to move. In the green light, they floated upwards. About 100,000 runes floated in midair. They floated in the air and slowly rotated into a ball. They rotated slowly and densely. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. This thing is not underground or in the Heaven Human Palace, but in the air. Zhuqing muttered to herself with a pale face. How could they find it if it was hidden in the air? Boom! Countless runes exploded with a loud bang. Then, a crack seemed to appear in the void. From the crack, 13 colors of light shone out. It was extremely beautiful. Crack, 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 crack. The crack grew bigger and bigger. It was as if a cocoon was about to break open. Inhentian bowed at the crack and said, Butterfly Queen, the firmament has told the Yin clan that if the firmament falls, the Yin clan will let you out. The Yin clan has declined and can only return here after 1,000,000 years. Butterfly Queen, you are about to come out. Butterfly Queen? Countless experts in the surroundings revealed confused looks. Desolation Hua and Lord Huatian looked at this scene in surprise. Zhuqing's face changed. Butterfly Queen? Crack, 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 crack. The crack in the void grew bigger and bigger. Just as the cocoon was about to break open, it smells so good. What is this smell? Yeah, what is this strange smell? A large number of cultivators were confused. At this moment, the butterflies in the firmament territory suddenly stopped. They stopped collecting honey, drinking water, flying, and sleeping. Instead, They flew toward the heaven-human palace as if they had been summoned. Not only in the firmament territory, but in the entire outer east continent. As long as there were butterflies, whether they were living butterflies or held butterflies, all of them were summoned. As time passed, the countless butterflies in the netherworld and the mortal realm began to tremble as they flew higher and higher into the air. They all flew into the people's sight. At this moment, it was as if all the butterflies in the world had appeared. It was as if there was a rain of butterflies in all directions, dancing endlessly in the air. Chapter 1188. Yang Realm, North Outer Continent. Tian stepped out of the roaming jade palace and looked at the surroundings. Countless butterflies danced in the sky as if they were extremely happy. Some butterflies even flew in front of Tian. Tian stretched out his finger and allowed the butterflies to land. The butterfly race is enlightened and is responding to the heavens and earth. It seems like a powerful being has appeared in the butterfly race. Tian looked at the countless butterflies and sighed. In the West Outer Continent, Wu Jiong looked at the countless butterflies flying into the imperial city with a serious expression. In the Northeast Outer Continent, Dongfang Bubi looked at the butterflies in confusion. Old Demon by Xie walked out a hall and looked at the butterflies. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows. Butterfly Queen? She has appeared as well? Netherworld. Firmament territory. Under the Deva Palace. Countless cultivators were staring at the crack in the void, as if a giant void cocoon was breaking open. Crack, 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 boom. The giant cocoon in the void exploded with a loud bang. Endless 13-colored light quickly lit up the heavens and earth. Everyone suddenly realized that the place they were standing on had undergone an earth-shattering change. Other than the altar and the Deva Palace, the original mountains and rivers had all disappeared and turned into a grassland. On the grassland, countless butterflies danced and a strange fragrance lingered. At the center, there were two pairs of huge blue wings. Whoosh! The blue wings spread out, revealing a woman in a gorgeous blue silk robe. The woman's hair was tied up, revealing her beautiful white neck and exquisite face. It was as if all the beauty in the world had gathered into one. The woman was extremely beautiful. As she stepped on the void, she was incomparably holy. For a moment, many cultivators were mesmerized. The woman hugged the two pairs of huge blue butterfly wings behind her. At this moment, many cultivators were immersed in the woman's gentle beauty. Not only the male cultivators, but even the female cultivators were mesmerized. Many people were confused. There was such a perfect woman in the world. Many people were mesmerized, but some quickly sobered up. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. An illusion? Gigu Zi also nodded. Holy King, this butterfly queen's cultivation is not to be underestimated. The woman slowly opened her eyes. Her blue pupils were like a deep pool of water. For a moment, countless cultivators were attracted to her. Even Lord Huatian and Zhuqing were looking at the woman with infatuation and yearning. The current head of the Yin family, Yin Hentian, congratulates the Butterfly Empress on escaping. Yin Hentian said solemnly. The Butterfly Queen opened her eyes and looked around before looking at Yin Hentian. Yin family. The Butterfly Empress frowned slightly, but her voice was extremely soft. Many Xiozhe were mesmerized once again. Zhua family's Zhuqing greets the Butterfly Empress. Zhuqing immediately said. Hua clan's Heaven Transforming Monarch greets Butterfly Empress. Heaven Transforming Monarch hurriedly said. The Butterfly Queen looked at the two of them, but ignored them. Instead, it looked at the sky. A blue light flashed in his eyes. Heaven and earth are incomplete? Where's the mystery? Butterfly Queen asked calmly. The heavens are dead. They have been dead for 1,000,000 years. Yin Hentian smiled bitterly. The Butterfly Queen's emotions weren't greatly affected. Instead, she nodded gently. Raising its head, the Butterfly Queen continued to look at the sky. Countless butterflies flew over from all directions and surrounded the Butterfly Queen as if they were worshipping her. Boom! Suddenly, a white light descended from the sky. The white light rushed in and shattered half of the plain illusion, revealing countless mountains and rivers. The white light illuminated half of the world. The other half of the world was still under the butterfly queen's control. Wherever the white light shone on, countless intoxicated cultivators suddenly woke up with a start. Within the white light, there was a white-clothed man. The man's face was blurry, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, he emitted an aura that made people want to worship him. Old Ancestor! Hua Qiliang's face lit up with joy. Old Ancestor! Heaven-transforming monarch also woke up and bowed respectfully to the white-clothed figure. Zhuqing's previous intoxication also woke up. A trace of shock flashed across his eyes. He was an ancestral immortal. How could he be intoxicated? If he was like this in battle, he would have died countless times. Many thanks, Sage, Zhuqing said solemnly. Sage projection, Guo Guzi said. Supremacy transforming heaven. Yanquan's expression turned serious. The butterfly queen looked at the sky and sighed. Then, she looked at the sage projection in front of her. I am supremacy, transforming heaven. You are? Transforming heaven asked softly. Sage, since heaven is dead, the sages of this world must have withered as well. How many sages are left in this world? The butterfly queen asked gently. Transforming heaven didn't put on the airs of a sage. Instead, he replied, including me, there are 6 people who hold the Qi cultivation position. 4 sages and 2 celestial emperors. After the great calamity of the ancient times, there was nothing left. It took 1,000,000 years to reach today. This calamity is indeed huge. The heavenly Tao has collapsed so much. Heaven is broken like this. Mysterious, you have failed in your duty. The butterfly queen looked at the sky and sighed. When transforming heaven heard the butterfly queen's words, he fell silent. Scolding heaven? What was this woman's background? The butterfly queen suddenly stretched out her pure white right palm. Blue light gushed out from her eyes and entered her palm. Suddenly, countless blue rings of light danced in his palm. The rings of light spun rapidly, as if they were following a certain pattern. Gradually, they spun into 7 miniature pillars. Rumble. Wind and clouds suddenly surged in all directions. For a moment, the world trembled. In the void in front of the butterfly queen, there were 7 blue pillars that connected heaven and earth. They were the heavenly Tao. The 7 heavenly Tao were extremely damaged, but they were constantly being repaired. Mending the heavens? Yin Chuan's expression froze. This was the same as Yin Chuan's heaven-devouring Tao scripture. Mending the heavens? And it was mending 7 heavenly Tao at the same time. The 7 heavenly Tao quickly recovered. Half an hour later, rumble. Heaven and earth rumbled. Multicolored light shot in all directions. Everywhere in the world, auspicious clouds rushed into the sky and illuminated the earth. A grand aura spread out in all directions. The butterfly queen clenched her fist. She looked at the 7 heavenly Tao that connected heaven and earth. Rumble. Great merit of heaven and earth surged towards the butterfly queen. You have mended another 7 heavenly Tao. Your merit is immeasurable. You are a great benefactor to the world. Transforming heaven exclaimed. These are the heavenly Tao that I originally had. Mending them is not difficult. However, I don't know when I will be able to complete the remaining 100 heavenly Tao. The butterfly queen shook her head. 7 heavenly Tao that are all great calamities? Transforming heaven suddenly said in surprise. That's right. I believe that now you know who I am, right? The butterfly queen suddenly smiled. This smile was devastatingly beautiful. The countless cultivators who were originally awake were once again intoxicated by this smile. Misfortune goddess? The ancient misfortune goddess? Transforming heaven immediately said in surprise. My eyes are called ominous calamity eyes. The butterfly queen smiled slightly. With a smile, A dazzling blue light suddenly emitted from her eyes. Boom! The blue light instantly shone in all directions. The world was filled with blue light. When transforming heaven saw the blue light pouncing over, he immediately retracted the white light, and his projection rushed into the starry sky. Misfortune goddess, since you have come into being, I will not disturb you anymore. We will meet again if fate allows. Leaving behind a sentence, the saint's projection disappeared. It was as if he did not want to be tainted by this light, and the blue light shone on the surrounding people. When Yin Chuan saw the blue light rushing over, he seemed to have thought of something. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-burying coffin quickly grew larger. The heaven-burying coffin quickly covered the dragon carriage and the four of them. Countless cultivators were confused. Some blocked it, but the blue light seemed to be able to penetrate most of the defenses and entered everyone's body in the blink of an eye. Zhuo Qing's expression changed, but after checking her body, there was nothing wrong. I'm fine. It's just a ray of blue light. There's no reaction. Transforming Heaven Lord also touched his body, but there was no change at all. What was the use of this blue light? The butterfly queen looked around and stepped into the sky. With a flap of her wings, she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Countless butterflies fluttered in the air, feeling lost. Countless cultivators were at a loss. Many people were still in a state of shock. Saint King, the butterfly queen's personality is like a heavenly steed soaring across the sky, unpredictable. Our family has records that the butterfly queen does as she pleases and does many things without a specific reason. The ominous light just now, Yin Tian said with a bitter smile. That's too casual. Gue Guzi's face revealed a trace of strangeness. Ominous light? Does this ominous light harm the body? Transforming Desolation immediately asked. It doesn't harm the body, but it's more terrifying than harm. Yin Tian said strangely. Oh, those who are illuminated by the blue light will be unlucky for a year. Yin Tian explained. Transforming Desolation was at a loss. Yin Chuan thought for a while and said, it's similar to ZZ, but it's also different. ZZ has the yellow spring fate, which is passive. But the ominous light just now is active. It can change a person's fate. It can destroy a person's fate, similar to a curse. As long as the blue light enters the body, everything will go wrong. Everything will go wrong? Transforming Desolation asked with a trace of curiosity. All right, Yin Chuan, the butterfly queen has left. Now, hand over the heaven corpse coffin. Zhuo Qing suddenly shouted with a heavy expression. Yin Chuan smiled and said, Heaven corpse coffin? Zhuo Qing, you really have the face to say that. Yin Tian released the butterfly queen, but so what? What can it prove? My Zhuo family's actions are worthy of the heavens and earth, worthy of the heavens. Moving the surrounding mountains and rivers is a thing of the past. My Zhuo family only made the heavens tomb more spacious, making it more convenient for cultivators to worship. Moreover, my Zhuo family has not moved the surrounding mountains and rivers for a long time. Zhuo Qing shouted. Just as Zhuo Qing finished speaking, a mountain not far away suddenly trembled. Rumble. The mountain trembled for a while, immediately attracting the attention of many cultivators. Suddenly, a voice came from within the mountain. Is there anyone from the Zhuo family? Quickly save me, I'm stuck. Zhao voice came from within the mountain. Zhuo Qing. All the Zhuo family disciples' faces darkened. Zhuo Ming, Zhuo Gao. Quickly find someone to save me. I'm stuck. There are 2 pangolins biting me. Quickly. The voice continued to come from within the mountain. Zhuo Qing's face also darkened. Good, it's a thing of the past, haha. Yin Chuan laughed. Chapter 1189. South of the Heavenly Human Palace. Ha, little brats. Let's see where you can run to. An arrogant voice rang out. Junior sister, let's go. Eldest senior brother, I'm not leaving. If everyone else isn't leaving, I'm not leaving either. Old demon, my master isn't here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so arrogant. A series of angry roars rang out. A blood-red heavenly Tao connected the heavens and the earth. Below the heavenly Tao was a vast sea of blood. The sea of blood spun wildly around the heavenly Tao. It was similar to Yin Chuan's super divine ability. However, it did not have the vicious aura of Yin Chuan's sea of blood. It also did not have the blood god's sun churning in the sea. It was just a sea of blood. Even so, it was filled with vicious aura. The one standing in the middle of the heavenly Tao was the elder of the Gong Yang family. The elder controlled the sea of blood. Waves of blood turned into ferocious beasts that pounced on the 5 men and women. The 5 men and women each held a long saber. Under the long sabers, the energy sabers were extremely ferocious. However, the difference in strength was too great. At this moment, they were like trapped beasts. The 5 of them were ruthlessly suppressed. Outside the sea of blood, Gong Yang Benlei and the other Gong Yang family members looked into the distance in shock. 2 great immortals and 3 ancient immortals? Are the Emperor's disciples all so terrifying? It's only been 4,000 years. For 1,000 years. Gong Yang Benlei exclaimed. Little brats, where's the Emperor? Where's that little girl? The elder controlled the sea of blood to attack the 5 of them. The leader of the group had a ruthless expression on his face. Oof. Old demon, you want to find my master? If my master wants to kill you, it'll be as easy as slaughtering a pig. The blood-robed elder narrowed his eyes. A bunch of reckless fools. It seems that if I don't kill 1 or 2 of you, you won't be obedient. As he spoke, the blood-robed elder was about to attack. Suddenly, a 13-colored light shot into the sky from the north. The blood-robed elder's expression changed. At this moment, countless butterflies suddenly flew around the sea of blood. What's going on? Gong Yang Benlei was shocked. The elder also looked at the sky in shock. Elder. With the elder's eyesight, he could see countless butterflies even though they were far away. What happened to the celestial palace? The elder's face sank. In the distance, the direction of the Deva Palace became hazy. A powerful aura was faintly discernible. This aura caused the heart of the blood-robed elder to tremble. Just as the blood-robed elder was in shock, boom! In the north, a beam of white light descended from the sky. A holy aura was emitted. Saint Huazun Tian also came. Did something big happen in the Deva Palace? The blood-robed elder said solemnly. Just as the scarlet-robed elder turned extremely grave, 5 cultivators gathered above the Scarlet Sea. One of the men took out a jade talisman. Sealed within this talisman is a strand of Master's saber intent. I will release it and break through the sea of blood. Let's escape immediately, the man said in a deep voice. All right. The man clenched his fist and suddenly released it toward the heavenly Tao. Boom! Suddenly, a 10,000-meter-long astral blade broke through the sky. The 10,000-meter-long astral blade carried with it an unstoppable force. As soon as the astral blade appeared, an endless storm of saber chi condensed in the surroundings. Together with the astral blade, it shot straight towards the heavenly way. The elder's expression changed. Bastard! Boom! The astral blade collided with the heavenly way, and the void shook violently. As the void shook, a hole appeared in the sea of blood. Let's go! The leader shouted. Whoosh! The 5 of them quickly shot towards the north. In the heavenly way, the blood-robed elder was flustered. The saber intent sealed by the sovereign was naturally ferocious. The heavenly way shook for a while before it stabilized. Supreme saber intent. It is indeed a supreme saber intent. Roar! Little brats, where are you running to? The blood-robed elder shouted with a hint of anger. Eldest senior brother, where should we go? To the north. Something big happened in the Deva Palace. There must be a peerless expert there. Let's fish in troubled waters and hope to escape this calamity. All right. The 5 of them quickly shot towards the north. The blood-robed elder also reacted quickly and chased after them. Gong Yang Benlei looked at it in a daze and then said in surprise, Supreme saber intent? The sovereign's saber intent can actually shake the heavenly way of an ancestral immortal. No wonder the elder is so anxious. Gongyang Benlei led the Gongyang family disciples and quickly chased towards the north. Outside the Deva Palace, Yin Chuan's group was facing off against Zhuqing. Zhuoming, Zhuigao, quickly find someone to save me. I'm stuck. There are 2 pangolins biting me. Hurry. The voice continued coming from the mountain. Zhuqing's face darkened. What a good, it's all in the past. Ha ha ha. Yin Chuan laughed. Yin Chuan laughed heartily, and the surrounding practitioners also reacted. No matter what, at least Zhuqing was lying. Oomph. Yin Chuan, don't try to twist words. No matter what, the heaven-burying coffin was placed here by my Zhuo family to mourn the heavens. It is for the heaven-burying coffin. No matter how you quibble, you can't change the fact that you are a traitor. Zhuqing shouted. Zhuo family? This coffin has always belonged to me. Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan said coldly. Ha 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 ha, you sound thick-skinned? I think you're the thick-skinned one. The heaven-burying coffin is yours? Call it, and see if it answers? Zhuqing sneered. Yin Chuan suddenly smiled and said, Coffin, are you mine? Zhuqing, Lord Huatian. The surrounding cultivators. Yin Chuan really called it? Zhuqing was speechless, but more than that, he sneered. He had already studied it. The coffin did not have an artifact spirit. Was Yin Chuan playing to the gallery? However, a strange scene appeared. The heaven-burying coffin suddenly trembled. Green light shone. It seemed to be responding to Yin Chuan. The heaven-burying coffin agreed. Zhuqing, the Zhuo family disciples. The surrounding cultivators. Everyone could clearly see that Yin Chuan had not used any dermic powers at all. There was no dermic powers at all. But the sky-burying coffin had really agreed. Zhuqing's face suddenly turned red. How could this be? Yin Chuan called. The heaven-burying coffin really agreed? Was this a joke? The surrounding cultivators were also choked by the heaven-burying coffin's response, but more of them looked at Zhuqing curiously, wanting to see how he would react. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Only the cracking sound of Zhuqing's fists could be heard. Obviously, things were not going well, and he was in an extremely bad mood. Is there anyone from his Zhuo family? I'm stuck. Someone come and save me. Not far away, cries for help continued to come from the mountain. It was like slapping Zhuqing's face again and again. Everything was not going well. Desolation suddenly understood what it meant to have everything not going well. For a moment, he felt a lingering fear. How long had it been? It seemed that everything was not going well for a year. The scene became extremely strange. Zhuqing seemed to have realized the horror of the blue light just now. Many cultivators around also had ugly expressions. 1 year? There was still 1 more year? Yin Chuan smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-burying coffin shrank quickly. This was the 4th heaven-burying coffin that Yin Chuan obtained. Zhuqing glared. Even if everything was not going well for him, he could not give the heaven-burying coffin to Yin Chuan. Just as he was about to speak, a shout suddenly came from the south. Ha ha! Little brats, where are you running to? You can't escape. Stop struggling. A sinister voice rang out. Junior sister, run quickly. Quick, we'll block him. First senior brother, no. If we die together. A Jiaohu sound came from the south. Everyone looked over and saw a sea of blood surging over from the south. 5 men and women were fleeing at the edge of the sea of blood. However, the 5 were getting closer and closer to the sea of blood. The 5 felt anxious. They originally thought that there was a peerless expert who could take advantage of the chaos in the heavenly human palace. Who would have thought that the peerless expert had already left? The 5 despaired. Boom! The sea of blood pounced and immediately blocked in front of the 5. The sea of blood soared into the sky and turned into a blood dragon in front of the 5. Haha, let's see where you can run to now. The blood-robed elder laughed wildly. Oh, it's over. Junior sister will break through the sea of blood. Run quickly and go back to report to Master so that he can avenge us. A man said sadly. No, we'll die together. The woman cried. Oomph. You want to run in my sea of blood? I was just careless just now. You little brats, I'll kill 2 of you to feed my sea of blood. Then you'll be obedient. The elder shouted coldly. Then, the sea of blood pounced toward the 5 of them. Just as it was about to kill the 5 of them, the woman from before suddenly showed a look of ecstasy on her face. Yindi, save us, Yindi, the woman shouted happily. In the distance, Yin Chuan also recognized the 5 of them at a glance. Weren't they the emperor's disciples? Yin Chuan had seen them when the emperor was transcending the tribulation. Seeing the 5 of them, Yin Chuan's expression changed, and he stretched out his palm into the distance. Whoosh! Yin Chuan's palm seemed to have traveled through time and space. It was extremely fast and arrived above the sea of blood in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a clench, he grabbed the 5 of them and pulled them back. Bang! The sea of blood missed. Who is it? The blood-robed elder was furious. The 5 of them arrived at the dragon carriage in the blink of an eye. They were on the verge of death just now, but they were suddenly saved? The 5 of them were extremely glad. Yindi, thank you, Yindi, the 5 of them said in surprise. Although they did not know the complicated relationship between Yin Chuan and their master, at least their master and Yin Chuan had some friendship back then. For a moment, the 5 of them felt as if they had caught a life-saving straw and were extremely glad. Who is he? Yin Chuan asked. The ancestral immortal of the Gonyang family. He wants to deal with my master, the first senior brother immediately said. Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Chuan was enough to distinguish between friend and foe. Then, Yin Chuan shielded the 5 of them behind him and looked coldly at the sea of blood in the south. Above the sea of blood in the south, the blood-robed elder looked coldly in Yin Chuan's direction. The blood-robed elder's sudden appearance made the countless experts in the surroundings hesitate. Who are you? Why are you interfering in my private matters? The blood-robed elder asked coldly. The elder was rather cautious. He would not act rashly in a situation where he did not understand his opponent. At this moment, Gonyang Benlei chased over with a group of panting disciples from his family. Ah, elder, it's him. He is Yin Chuan. Gonyang Benlei suddenly exclaimed. Yin Chuan? The blood-robed elder's face sank. The surrounding cultivators were also at a loss. Could it be that this Yin Chuan had enemies all over the world? Someone who suddenly appeared was also his enemy. Chapter 1190. Elder, he's the one who killed Gonyang Ben Tian. Gonyang Ben lay shouted with bloodshot eyes. The blood-robed elder's eyes turned cold. Yin Chuan also sized up the blood-robed elder in front of him. His entire body was blood-red, and even his face was blood-red. Blood essence demon? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Gonyang Benlei, let me ask you, what is Yin Chuan's cultivation? The blood-robed elder asked in a deep voice. One had to know that Yin Chuan had just snatched someone from his blood sea. That method was extremely brilliant. Elder, I guarantee with my life that Yin Chuan is definitely a peak ancient immortal. He's definitely not an ancestral immortal. Although he's grasped the clear sky Tao, he's definitely not an ancestral immortal. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape from him back then. Gonyang Ben Lei said with absolute certainty. Ancient immortal? Many cultivators in the surroundings revealed a confused expression. Huatian Lord and Zhuqing were even more shocked. Especially Huatian Lord. He didn't believe it at all. That day, Jin Diyu, today Gue Guzi, 2 ancestral immortals were his subordinates. How could Yin Chuan be an ancient immortal? An ancient immortal having 2 ancestral immortal subordinates? The 3 dragons also revealed a look of disdain. Ancient immortal? Was there something wrong with his kid's head? Especially the 7 fiends. They remembered zombie Yin Chuan's attack that day. That attack made them, a peak ancient immortal, look like a chicken in front of him. Ancient immortal? Ancient immortal, your sister. Of course, the 3 dragons couldn't say it out loud. Many of the cultivators here didn't know Yin Chuan's cultivation, so they didn't say anything. As for Huatian Lord and Zhuqing, They hadn't seen Yin Chuan attack before. However, they felt that Yin Chuan wasn't an ancient immortal, but they didn't have the obligation to tell the blood-robed elder. Everyone was silent. "Are you sure?" The blood-robed elder said seriously. After all, that attack didn't seem like an ancient immortal's attack at all. "Elder, I'm sure. How many years has it been? Even if he broke through, his cultivation can't be too high." Gong Yang Ben Lei said. "I know." The blood-robed elder's heart calmed down. Once again, he looked at Yin Chuan aggressively. "Yin Chuan, come out and accept your death. You killed my disciple. Now is the time for you to pay." The blood-robed elder said coldly. Gue Guzi took a step forward. Yin Chuan grabbed Gue Guzi's shoulder. "Don't waste the blood essence to transform into a demon. This emperor will do it." Yin Chuan said in a low voice. "Understood." Gue Guzi nodded. When the emperor's 5 disciples heard Gong Yang Ben Lei's words, they immediately became worried. At this moment, Zhuqing no longer forced Yin Chuan. Wouldn't it be great if there was someone to fight for him? Moreover, if necessary, he could assist from the side. Zhuqing gave Lord Hua Tian a meaningful glance. Lord Huayan's eyes lit up as he immediately understood the meaning. Lord Hua Tian came to find Zhuqing in order to find trouble for Yin Chuan. At this moment, after seeing Zhuqing's attitude, he immediately calmed down. Zhuqing's meaning was to wait for an opportunity to kill Yin Chuan and take the sky-burying coffin, while Lord Hua Tian was in charge of stopping Gue Guzi. Zhuqing coldly looked at him. Yin Chuan flipped his hand and put the shrunken sky-burying coffin into his sleeve. He took a step forward and stepped out of the dragon carriage, flying into the air. Countless cultivators in the surroundings did not have a good impression of Yin Chuan. For a moment, no one said anything. When the blood-robed elder saw Yin Chuan coming forward alone, he immediately became suspicious. "Gong Yang Ben Lei, is what you said true?" The elder asked again. "Elder, don't worry. I am certain. I guarantee that Yin Chuan was an ancient immortal at that time. He is definitely not an ancestral immortal. Don't worry. He is seeking his own death." Gong Yang Ben Lei swore. The blood-robed elder was relieved. Zhuqing waited for an opportunity not far away. Whoosh! Yin Chuan stepped into the blood sea. The blood-robed elder's eyes lit up. "Ha ha ha! You are indeed seeking your own death. You have no chance of escaping in my blood sea." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and countless waves of blood surged toward Yin Chuan. The waves of blood turned into 100 blood dragons, carrying vast power as they charged toward Yin Chuan. Boom! The blood dragon crashed into Yin Chuan's body. Blood splattered everywhere as the blood dragon shattered. Yin Chuan was unharmed, and he was still charging toward the blood-robed elder at an extremely fast speed. What? The blood-robed elder's expression changed. Each of his blood dragons had the power of a peak ancient immortal. Why was it that when they crashed into Yin Chuan, they were like splashing water? "Dragons go," the blood-robed elder said somewhat anxiously. Another 1,000 blood dragons charged toward Yin Chuan. Boom! There was another strong collision. The 1,000 blood dragons were shattered once again, but Yin Chuan was unscathed. Blood splattered on his body, but it was instantly forced away by Yin Chuan's aura. Body? How can it be so tough? The blood-robed elder's expression changed. In the distance, Zhuqing, who was about to attack, paused slightly as she looked into the distance with a grim expression. Yin Chuan arrived in front of the blood-robed elder at a constant speed. His attack had no effect at all. The blood-robed elder's expression changed. With a step, the blood-colored heavenly Tao soared into the sky. Boom! The moment the heavenly Tao appeared, a powerful aura erupted in the surroundings. The blood-robed elder merged with the heavenly Tao. An ancestral immortal who cultivates the blood Tao. Zhuqing raised her brows slightly. However, Yin Chuan ignored the heavenly Tao and continued approaching. "Yin Chuan, do you know who I am?" The blood-robed elder said coldly. In the outside world, Gong Yang Ben Lei watched as Yin Chuan approached the elder. For a moment, He felt uneasy, as if something was wrong. Yin Chuan had already arrived in front of the heavenly Tao. After today, you will be gone. Why should I know who you are? With that said, Yin Chuan charged toward the heavenly Tao. You are courting death. Blood sea karmic fire. The blood-robed elder roared. The heavenly Tao suddenly erupted with blood-red flames that swept toward Yin Chuan. Boom! Yin Chuan, who was wrapped in blood-red flames, sneered. His originally calm face suddenly revealed a hint of malevolence. Whoosh! Yin Chuan's speed suddenly increased by more than 1,000 times as he charged toward the heavenly Tao at an extremely terrifying speed. The blood-robed elder's pupils constricted as he was shocked. However, he quickly comforted himself that Yin Chuan could not break the heavenly Tao. How could his heavenly Tao be broken by an ancient immortal? In the next moment, there was a miserable shriek. It was Yin Chuan's hand that pierced his chest. What? The heaven transformation lord Enzuiqing in the distance suddenly exclaimed. The heavenly Tao was still there. However, Yin Chuan had entered the heavenly Tao and arrived before the blood-robed elder. How did he enter? Impossible. That is the heavenly Tao. If he did not break it, how did he enter? Zuiqing exclaimed. Gongyang Benlei also exclaimed in shock. Impossible. That is the elder's heavenly Tao. No one can enter. Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at this scene in confusion. What is going on? Could it be that Yin Chuan grasped the same heavenly Tao? His grasp was even deeper than the blood-robed elders. Dragon Fifth and the barbarian dragon gaped in shock. However, the 7 fiends curled their lips. This was because they had enjoyed this scene back then. Zombie King? Yin Chuan, the Zombie King, had already jumped out of the heavenly Tao and was no longer within the 5 elements. Heavenly Tao? Before the zombie Yin Chuan, the heavenly Tao was nothing. If he faced a holy king in the Yang realm, he might be able to put up a fight. But in the netherworld? What's so great about being an ancestral immortal? The 7 fiends said disdainfully. Inside the blood-colored heavenly Tao, Yin Chuan thrust one palm into the blood-robed elder's chest and grabbed half of the blood-robed elder's body with the other. This caused the blood-robed elder to be stuck, unable to move. No, impossible. How did you get in? The blood-robed elder roared in shock. Is that very difficult? Yin Chuan retorted disdainfully. After saying that, Yin Chuan's expression turned increasingly sinister. Suddenly, 2 blood-colored fangs appeared in Yin Chuan's mouth. Zombie King, the blood-robed elder exclaimed. Yin Chuan is a zombie. In the distance, Zuiqing's expression changed as well. Zuiqing recalled that the limit of a zombie king was indeed such a situation. Jumping out of the heavenly Tao, no longer within the 5 elements, ignoring the heavenly Tao. Bastard! Let go of me! The blood-robed elder roared in shock. Roar! Zombie King, Yin Chuan's mouth slowly opened. The huge threat made the blood-robed elder feel the threat of death. You want to drink my blood? Gongyang Benlei, didn't you say he was an ancient immortal? The blood-robed elder roared in grief and hatred. In the outside world, Gongyang Benlei's legs had already gone soft from fear. Once, twice, thrice. Without hesitation, Gongyang Benlei turned around and ran. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan suddenly sucked. A terrifying suction force came. The blood-robed elder seemed to be unable to resist as he was sucked into Yin Chuan's mouth. His body continued to shrink and gradually entered Yin Chuan's mouth. Gongyang Benlei, this old man was killed by you. I hate you. The blood-robed elder roared in grief and hatred. In the distance, the fleeing Gongyang Benlei turned his head to look. Just in time to see this scene, Yin Chuan swallowed the blood-robed elder in one mouth. After swallowing the elder, the suction force in Yin Chuan's mouth was unceasing. The sea of blood below was also rushing towards Yin Chuan's mouth. Ancestral immortal? Eaten by Yin Chuan? Gongyang Benlei was crying in his heart. It was the same thing again. He had rushed over and fled in a hurry. Every time, he would lose a batch of experts from the Gongyang family. This time, it was even more exaggerated. An elder was an ancestral immortal. He was actually eaten by Yin Chuan. Eaten? Gonyang Ben lay turned around, not daring to look anymore. He instantly fled far away. He lamented in his heart. How was he going to explain this to the old ancestor? Yin Chuan swallowed a living person. This scene caused the hearts of countless cultivators to turn cold. Ancient immortal. Ancient immortal, your sister. Is this an ancient immortal? Can an ancient immortal swallow an ancestral immortal so easily? Zhuoqing, who was waiting for an opportunity to take action, stopped in his tracks. He opened his mouth and looked at Yin Chuan, who had just swallowed an ancestral immortal and swallowed the entire sea of blood. Zhuoqing's face twitched. He turned to look at Lord Huatian and said, "Brother Huatian, is this the Yin Chuan you wanted me to find trouble with?" Lord Huatian's face was also extremely ugly. I also didn't expect Yin Chuan to be so terrifying. Yes, if he wasn't a powerful ancestral immortal, how could he subdue Jin Diyu and Gue Guzi? What a powerful ancestral immortal. Many cultivators in the surroundings revealed a shocked expression. The seven fiends had a face of relief. Dragon Fifth and Barbarian Dragon opened their eyes wide. The three dragons suddenly rejoiced. Pulling the carriage was really a great favor from Yin Chuan. What level of ancestral immortal was this terrifying? Just as the experts were exclaiming, Yin Chuan finally swallowed the entire sea of blood. His face was still ferocious, and his two fangs were extremely terrifying. Yin Chuan looked up at the sky. Rumble. Suddenly, countless tribulation clouds gathered high in the sky. Tribulation clouds? The faces of countless cultivators in the surroundings froze. How could there be tribulation clouds? Ancestral immortal tribulation? This is ancestral immortal tribulation? Yin Chuan, he's really an ancient immortal. Suddenly, someone shouted. This shout made the surrounding cultivators lose their voices. It was as if they had swallowed a dead fly. Their entire worldview was turned upside down. Even the heavenly Tao is useless to me. Ancestral immortal tribulation? Ha roar! Zombie Yin Chuan roared. The suction force in his mouth was still there, and he opened his mouth to swallow the ancestral immortal tribulation. Chapter 1191. It was just like the human body of the Yang realm. No, the zombie body was even more domineering. When it opened its mouth to swallow the tribulation, a terrifying suction force locked all the lightning, making it impossible for the lightning to escape. The lightning clouds swarmed into the zombie's mouth. Rumble. It stood in the void and swallowed the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it was the ancestral immortal tribulation. The surrounding cultivators widened their eyes. Even the seven fiends, Dragon Fifth and Barbarian Dragon, were shocked. Is it really an ancient immortal? Why is it only an ancient immortal? The seven fiends said in shock. The seven fiends found it hard to understand how an ancient immortal could be so powerful. Could it be that the zombie king was so abnormal? Gue Guzi was used to it. Inhentian and Chiliang Hua's eyes flashed with surprise. Zhuoqing and Lord Huatian's expressions turned ugly. Brother Huatian, is this what you meant when you told me that there was nothing to worry about? Zhuoqing said with an ugly expression. Lord Huatian. Rumble. Under the powerful suction force, the tribulation clouds soon entered zombie Yin Chuan's stomach. Roar. After swallowing the tribulation clouds, Yin Chuan roared at the sky. The roar shook everyone's hearts. Countless cultivators suddenly felt their hearts tremble. After the roar, zombie Yin Chuan felt comfortable. His face slowly recovered, and his fangs slowly retracted. Yin Chuan gradually returned to his original appearance. Yin Chuan walked toward the dragon carriage. In the blink of an eye, he was on top of the dragon carriage. At this moment, countless cultivators were still looking at Yin Chuan numbly. Yin Chuan's gaze swept across everyone's eyes. Many Xiozha shuddered in fear. Inhentian, is it over? Yin Chuan looked at Inhentian. Yes, I have released the butterfly queen and paid my respects to the heavens. It is over. In Hentian said. Since it is over, let's go. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. 3 dragons, go south. Chiliang Hua immediately ordered. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 dragons roared and pulled the carriage into the air. They slowly flew south. Anxiety immediately appeared on the faces of some Xiozha. They wanted to stop him, but were forced to restrain themselves. Instead, they turned to look at Zuoqing, who was standing not too far off in the distance, as though they were hoping that the Zuo clan's ancestral immortal organization would stand up for them. Zuoqing was also speechless. The Zuo family did not have much faith in heaven, so how could they stop Yin Chuan now? Thinking back to how Yin Chuan had devoured the ancestral immortal earlier on, Zuoqing's heart skipped a beat. That's a man-eating monster. If I go and stop him, what if I get eaten too? Moreover, Zuoqing had also felt the terror of the butterfly queen's blue light. She was currently in bad luck, and the possibility of being eaten was very high. Roar! Off in the distance, the dragon carriage moved further and further away, but no one around the Deva Palace dared to stop it. On the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan looked at the 5 disciples of the emperor. Why are you all here? Where's the emperor? Yin Chuan asked in confusion. The 5 of them looked at each other as if they were in a difficult position. Finally, the eldest senior brother took a deep breath and said, Thank you for your help this time, Yindi. Yindi, Master is at the bottom of the sea between the firmament territory and the celestial territory. I heard from Master that the ancestor had left a stone inscription at the bottom of the sea. The eldest senior brother said. Yin Chuan nodded. Lead the way. The 5 of them nodded. Celestial territory. Sage Hua Zuentian's dojo. Inside, there was a huge merit cloud sea. Merit surged, illuminating the world. Thousands of rays of light shone, and immortal birds flew everywhere. It was a bustling scene. Below, there were countless palaces. The largest palace was the Celestial Palace. Inside the Celestial Palace, at this moment, a man in white was sitting cross-legged. The man's face was blurry, and not a trace of his outline could be seen. The man took a deep breath and suddenly stood up. Goddess of misfortune, Butterfly Queen, and that unknown old demon by Xie from the Yang realm. Is there going to be a revolution in the world? The man was the sage, Hua Zuentian. Hua Zuentian took 2 steps in the palace and took a deep breath. In the end, it turned into a slight sigh. Come in, Hua Zuentian suddenly shouted. Quang! The door of the palace opened. Outside the palace, a few guards said to the 3 figures at the door, The sage invites you in. The 3 of them nodded. The 3 figures slowly stepped into the celestial palace. 2 of them and a gorilla. If Yin Chuan was here, he would recognize one of them at a glance. It was Demon King Kong from the sealed world. However, the cracks on Demon King Kong's face had all disappeared. The gorilla was Kong Outyin, the Tao god who was changed to the Beast Tao by ZZ using the Book of Life and Death. There was also a gray-robed elder. The elder closed his eyes and walked into the palace together. Greetings, sage. Demon King Kong and the gorilla bowed at the same time. Hua Zuentian nodded. He looked at the gray-robed elder. Blind Kong, what's the matter? The gray-robed elder, Blind Kong, smiled bitterly. Sage, I'm here on behalf of the family head. Please forgive me for not being able to greet you. Ha ha. I know the rules of the family head of the Kong family. Other than the heavens, you don't bow to anyone. Even when you faced the heavens, you didn't bow to them. The heavens even tacitly agreed to this rule. If the heavens didn't make you bow to them, why would I make things difficult for you? I just don't know what your Kong family is relying on to not bow to the heavens. Hua Zuentian asked with a trace of curiosity. Blind Kong smiled bitterly. Other than the family head, we don't know. Please forgive us. Forget it. One day, you will tell us. Why did the family head of the Kong family send you here? Hua Zuentian asked in a deep voice. Kong Outyin. Blind Kong shouted. Yes. The gorilla immediately walked forward. Kong? Hua Zuentian revealed a trace of doubt. Sage, this gorilla was originally a member of the family. He was cursed to become a gorilla. We can't break the curse. Please help us. Blind Kong said solemnly. Oh, from a human to a gorilla? Hua Zentian's eyes flashed with surprise. The family head said that if you can break Kong Out Yin's curse, the Kong family will owe you a favor. Blind Kong said, Someone from the Kong family? Haha, there's no need for that. The family head of the Kong family and I are friends. Hua Zentian shook his head and looked at Kong Out Yin. Dao God? Isn't your Kong family unable to produce a Dao God? Hua Zentian asked doubtfully. That's why it's so rare. Blind Kong smiled slightly. Hua Zentian looked at Kong Out Yin carefully. He stretched out his hand, and a white light entered Kong Out Yin's body. Buzz! The white light circulated for a while and overflowed again. What a strange curse, Hua Zentian said in a deep voice. 2 hours later, Blind Kong, Demon King Kong, and the gorilla walked out of the heavenly hall. Even the sage can't do anything? The gorilla said with a sad face. Shut up. Demon King Kong's face showed annoyance. Blind Kong walked slowly. He frowned deeply. Elder, what should we do now? Demon King Kong frowned. The one who tied the bell should untie it. Kong Out Yin's curse must be broken. Blind Kong said in a deep voice. Yes, yes. The gorilla immediately shouted. Chapter 1192. Firmament Territory. Heavenly Human Palace. Yin Chuan left safely, and countless cultivators looked at Zhuqing. Because just now, Zhuqing did not stop Yin Chuan at all. Yin Chuan was strong, but Zhuqing did not even speak. For a time, many people looked at Zhuqing with less admiration. They did not believe in the Zhua family's reverence for firmament. Zhuqing also felt the change in the surrounding gazes. She flung her sleeves and flew back to her original residence. The Zhua family disciples looked at each other, and most of them followed. Only a few stayed behind to save the family members who were stuck in a mountain. In a hall, Zhuqing looked at Lord Huatian with a gloomy face. Lord Huatian, are you sure that Yin Chuan attended the sage's birthday? Zhuqing asked. Yes. Lord Huatian nodded. The sky-burying coffin is only an ancient immortal artifact, so it's fine. But that Enchantment, and my Zhua family will not rest until one of us is dead. Zhuqing narrowed her eyes. What do you want? Lord Huatian smiled. Yin Chuan robbed the Heaven's tomb and stole the Heaven's corpse casket. This news is enough. Before the saint's birthday celebration, I want to spread this news to all the cultivators in the 4 territories. Zhuqing said solemnly. Oh, I want to kill Yin Chuan and Enchantment in the sky, sovereign territory. Zhuqing's eyes were cold. What? That's my ancestor's birthday. Lord Huatian glared. Zhuqing shook her head and said, Many people die in this world every day. Yin Chuan and his group are not many, but Yin Chuan and his group are not many. Killing Yin Chuan is not a destruction, but a celebration. Don't worry, you can tell the sage. I think he won't stop us from killing Enchantment. West of Firmament Territory. Gongyang Benlei ran with a few disciples of the Gongyang family. Seeing that Yin Chuan did not chase after them, they stopped at the foot of a mountain with a bitter expression. Yin Chuan tricked me to death again. Gongyang Benlei wanted to cry, but had no tears. How was he going to explain this to his ancestors when he returned? Tell them that the elder was eaten by Yin Chuan? Wouldn't he be sprayed to death by a mouthful of tea from the ancestors? Granduncle, what should we do now? Are we still going to attend the saint's birthday banquet? A disciple of the Gongyang family who had followed them asked with a bewildered expression. Yin Chuan's trip this time might be to celebrate the birthday. Who wants to go? Gongyang Benlei asked. All the disciples of the Gongyang family kept quiet out of fear. Let's go back and report to the patriarch. Gongyang Benlei said bitterly. Should we report it truthfully? Asked the disciple of the Gongyang family. Report truthfully? Gongyang Benlei's eyes suddenly flickered with uncertainty. That's right, when reporting, he could leave me out? Gongyang Benlei's eyes flashed for a while. Suddenly, he thought of something. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Report the truth. This was not something that Gongyang Lei could hide. Not to mention a few Gongyang family disciples, there were countless cultivators watching them. Yes, in the center of the venerable heaven territory and the firmament territory, there was a vast sea. In the depths of the sea, there was a huge sea valley. At the mouth of the sea valley, 5 men and women each held a saber and sat at the mouth of the valley, as if they were guarding. Inside the sea valley, there were a large number of night pearls that illuminated the sea valley. There was also an array that isolated the sea water outside. In the sea valley, there were a large number of words carved on the walls of the valley. There were some simple tables and chairs around. At this moment, on a stone bed, there was a short-haired woman sitting cross-legged. She was the daughter of the saber demon in the sealed world, the Empress. With a long saber on her knees, the Empress sat cross-legged and closed her eyes to comprehend. At the same time, above the sea, Yanchuan's 3 dragons carriage also stopped above the sea. On the dragon carriage terrace, Yanchuan looked at the vast sea. Yindi, Master is below. Does Yindi want to go down? Or should we go and inform Master? One of the senior brothers asked. Yanchuan stood at the edge of the terrace, looking at the sparkling sea and frowning slightly. There was a moment of silence. The sea breeze blew Yanchuan's long hair. Yanchuan did not speak. In the sea valley, the Empress was originally comprehending with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she sensed something. She slowly stood up, put down her long saber, and looked up. A trace of excitement flashed in the Empress's eyes, but in the next moment, this trace of excitement was extinguished by some kind of emotion. A trace of pain flashed in the Empress's eyes. Biting her lips, the Empress's eyes revealed a complicated look. The Empress did not go out, but stood in the sea valley. On the surface of the sea, Yanchuan did not go into the sea, but looked at the sea like this. Yiguzi and the others stood not far away, and no one spoke. The 5 brothers and sisters looked at each other, and a flash of curiosity flashed in their eyes. Yanchuan and the Empress, separated by the sea, could not see each other, but felt that each other was on the other side of the sea. They quietly stared at each other for a while. In the end, Yanchuan sighed slightly. You guys go down, I won't see her. Yanchuan shook his head and said. The 5 brothers and sisters looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. The 5 of them could see that Yanchuan wanted to see their master, and he had already arrived here. But if they met, they were only 1 step away, but they stopped. 1 step away, but it seemed to be the furthest distance. Yes, the 5 of them nodded. The 5 of them admitted that they were not qualified to interrupt the matter between their master and Yanchuan, and they did not dare to say much. Leaving the 5 of them behind, the dragon carriage continued to head towards the southern, revered heaven territory. In the depths of the sea valley, the Empress seemed to have sensed the departure of the dragon carriage, and a flash of disappointment appeared in her eyes. Sigh. She sighed slightly. The Empress sat cross-legged again. The long saber was placed on her knees, but it was difficult for her to meditate again. She revealed a bitter smile. A few days later, the dragon carriage stepped into the revered heaven territory. The birthday of the sage, Huazun, attracted countless cultivators to celebrate. At least, the experts of most territories in the underworld's eastern continent came one after another. Even though there was still some time before the birthday, countless experts would rather come early than be late. Sage King, there are more people now for my old ancestor's birthday. Why don't you stay at my place first and wait for me to report to the old ancestor? Desolation Flower said respectfully. All right, Yin Chuan nodded. The dragon carriage pulled everyone straight to the center, entering a place with extremely dense heaven-earth essence chi. When they got close, a large number of cultivators flew over. Desolation Flower stood in front, and the cultivators flying over immediately recognized her. Greetings, young master, the cultivators said respectfully. Desolation Flower nodded. The dragon carriage was unobstructed all the way, and it went straight into a huge palace complex. At the entrance of the palace complex, there was a huge stele erected. Sin Death Villa Guzi read the inscription on the steel strangely. Desolation Flower smiled bitterly. This is the name given by the old ancestor. I have asked many times, but the old ancestor has never said. Sin death? Yinchuan also read it strangely. Everyone quickly arrived at a huge palace. Immediately, many servants came up. Sage King, how about you stay in Sin Death Hall for the time being? Desolation Flower asked. After all, the biggest palace in Sin Death Villa was Sin Death Hall. Although the name was a little unpleasant, it was the best here. Yinchuan nodded, not being picky. At this point, Yinchuan and the others stayed. Chapter 1193. Yinchuan and his group settled down in Sin and Death Hall. Their originally peaceful life was no longer peaceful because of a rumor. Robbing the sky corpse coffin, Yinchuan of the Holy Court of Great Perfection had gone against the law of the world. He had disrespected the world and challenged the bottom line of morality. He had destroyed the sky tomb and robbed the sky corpse coffin. He was full of evil. This time, he had come to venerated heaven territory to wish the sage a happy birthday. The moment the rumor spread, venerated heaven territory boiled over. In a tea house. Why did the sage invite the old devil? You don't know. The sage didn't know about Yinchuan's demonic nature and had already sent out an invitation. It's too late to regret now. Old devil, Yin is living in Sin and Death Hall. The sage is too embarrassed to chase old devil Yin away. Let's go. Yes, make him hand over the sky corpse coffin. For a time, many cultivators in venerated heaven territory were agitated. Although heaven territory had been dead for 1,000,000 years, there were still many people who remembered it. Many people quickly headed to Sin and Death Hall. Countless cultivators headed to Sin and Death Hall. On the peak of a mountain, Lord Huatian and Zhuoqing watched coldly. In the end, they're just weak cultivators. Lord Huatian frowned. Zhuoqing sneered. Some old fellows saw through it and didn't join in the fun. However, it doesn't matter. As long as these people die, more and more experts will be attracted. Lord Huatian nodded. Outside Sin and Death Hall. Hand over Old Devil Yin and the Sky Corpse Coffin. Old Devil Yin, you're inhumane. How can the Sky Corpse Coffin be something you can touch? Sin and Death Hall was in an uproar. With the formations set up, the cultivators in Sin and Death Hall were all agitated. In front of Sin and Death Hall, Desolation Hua looked outside with a cold face. Inhentian and Guzi stood beside him. Looks like it was the Zhuo family who spread the news. How did it spread so quickly? Guzi sneered. They're coming for me. Inhentian frowned. The two looked at Desolation Hua. Desolation Hua narrowed his eyes as he looked outside. Prince Desolation Flower, you are the descendant of a saint. You should eliminate evil and defend the Tao. Yinchuan, you bastard, must be executed immediately. Desolation Flower Prince, the saints are righteous. Don't disgrace the saints and associate yourself with old demon Yin. Voices of advice came from the outside world. Desolation Transformation said coldly, everyone listen up. Hua Desolation shouted, and the noise in the outside world came to a halt. This is the territory of exalted heaven, not a place for you to behave atrociously. Furthermore, this is my condemned death mountain manor. If anyone dares to insult my sage monarch again, they'll be making an enemy out of Desolation. Now retreat immediately. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Mournful Transformation shouted coldly. Hua Wuji's desolate words confused countless cultivators in the outside world. Prince Desolation, you've been deceived by Yinchuan. You're the descendant of a saint. Make old demon Yin hand over the corpse coffin. The outside world was still noisy. Sin Death Guard. Desolation Transformation shouted. Here, 1,000 blood-robed cultivators appeared in the surroundings. Anyone who doesn't retreat more than 100 miles will be killed. Desolation Transformation said solemnly. Yes, the 1,000 Sin Death Guard shouted. Boom! 1,000 people flew out of the array and immediately raised their blood blades to kill in all directions. Desolation Transformation, you're so stubborn." A cultivator roared. Boom! That cultivator was slashed into a bloody mist. Are really killed? Desolation transformation is crazy. These are the Sin Death Guards? The strongest guards trained by the Saints actually listen to Desolation transformation. Does the Saints know about this? The reputation of the Saints is going to be ruined by Desolation transformation. Kill. Outside the condemned Death Mountain Manor, there was an uproar. The Sin Death Guards wantonly slaughtered the noisy cultivators. For a time, the sky outside the condemned Death Mountain Manor was dyed in blood. Desolation transformation was merciless. In the outside world, Lord Huatian and Zhuqing narrowed their eyes. Desolation transformation? Is he determined to stand on Yin Chuan's side? Zhuqing said coldly. Sin Death Guards? The old ancestor transferred them to protect that little bitch Desolation transformation. Who would have thought that this little bitch would be so arrogant and use the Sin Death Guards to deal with these people? Isn't it said that the Saints are protecting Yin Chuan? Lord Huatian said with an ugly expression. Indeed, I think you should go and talk to the Saints and ask him to stop Desolation transformation from continuing to mess around, Zhuqing said in a deep voice. Lord Huatian nodded. Lord Huatian quickly flew to the revered heaven hall. Before he saw revered heaven, a blue-robed man walked out of the hall. The man's face was cold, and there was a majestic look in his eyes. Ice transformation, Grand Ancestor. Lord Huatian's eyes lit up. Lord Huatian, why are you in such a hurry? Ice transformation said in a deep voice. I'm here to find the old ancestor and ask him to withdraw the Sin Death Guards. Lord Huatian said truthfully. Oh, then Lord Huatian told him about the rumors and how the Sin Death Guards massacred those who came to congratulate him. Ice transformation, Grand Ancestor. You're the number one person in the revered heaven sect, except for the old ancestor. You are the most qualified to say that we can't lose face for Desolation transformation. Ice transformation, Grand Ancestor. You should also persuade the old ancestor. Lord Huatian said. Nonsense. Ice transformation glared. Does the old ancestor need you to teach him how to do things? Ice transformation said coldly. I just got the news about the firmament territory and reported it to the old ancestor. Lord Huatian, you are the descendant of the Saints. Don't lose face for the Saints for no reason. Ice transformation said coldly. Ice transformation, Grand Ancestor. What did I do wrong? Lord Huatian said in surprise. What did you do wrong? Go back and think about it. Ask the old ancestor to withdraw the Sin Death Guards. Are you a saint, or is the old ancestor a saint? Ice transformation said coldly. Lord Huatian suddenly quivered. Yes. Lord Huatian knows his mistake. Outside the Sin Death Villa, the Sin Death Guards massacred the noisy cultivators, and the effect was extremely obvious. Soon, many cultivators were forced to stay 100 miles away. One by one, they could only stand 100 miles away and keep scolding. No one dared to scold the Saints. They could only say that Yin Chuan had bewitched Desolation. Just like that, a few more days passed. Outside the Sin Death Villa, 3 figures came. One was a gorilla, and the other 2 were men. They were Blind Kong, Demon King Kong, and Kong Outyin. Yin Chuan actually came to the Netherworld. Demon King Kong said with a solemn expression. He still remembered that in the sealed world, Demon King Kong and Yin Chuan fought once. At that time, Yin Chuan used the power of the world to tear off Demon King Kong's arm, and Kong Outyin was turned into a gorilla. More than 5,000 years had passed, and Demon King Kong was still brooding. Although he was seriously injured at that time, he was still defeated in the end. Although he was unwilling, the result could not be changed. Blind Kong couldn't see with his eyes, so he stood in the distance and sensed with his heart for a while. Demon King Kong, are you sure that Yin Chuan has half of the Kong family's bloodline? Blind Kong said in a deep voice. Yes, I can't be wrong, but unfortunately, Demon King Kong's expression turned ugly. Elder, not only did Yin Chuan's wife cause me to become like this, but it seems that the heaven-seeking token is also in Yin Chuan's hands, the gorilla said anxiously. Blind Kong took a deep breath. The Kong family has produced an extraordinary person, but unfortunately, he's a distant relative. Elder, the family head, said that this matter not only requires Kong Outyin to return to his human body, but also the heaven-seeking token. What is the use of this heaven-seeking token? Demon King Kong asked curiously. Heaven-seeking token? Hee. Its most basic use is to ask the heavens and hold the heavens accountable. Blind Kong said in a deep voice. Oh, although the Kong family has declined a lot, in the ancient times, our Kong family did not lose to anyone. At that time, the Yin family was the representative of the heavens and ruled the world. Although our Kong family did not have much to do with the heavens, as long as we saw something wrong with the heavens, we could hold the heavens accountable with the heaven-seeking token. Blind Kong said in a deep voice. Hold the heavens accountable? Does the heavens really listen? The gorilla said in surprise. Yes, although I don't know why. Perhaps only the family head knows this secret, but the heavens did listen to the Kong family's opinions in the past. Blind Kong said. The gorilla and Demon King Kong were shocked and confused. Then what other uses are there? Demon King Kong asked curiously. Other uses? That is what we need to do. First, we need a male descendant to give birth to a Tao god, and then use the heaven-seeking token, Blind Kong said in a deep voice. Use? How? What can it do? The gorilla was curious because he was that Tao god. Only the family head knows the specifics. I only know that it can push the family to the peak and restore the glory of the ancient times. No, it can even exceed the glory of the ancient times. The heaven-seeking token is the root of the Kong family. Last time, I calculated the possibility of a Tao god being born in the family, and that was why the family had allowed you to leave the family with the heaven-seeking token. You succeeded, Blind Kong said in a deep voice. Why didn't you take it in these 5,000 years? Demon King Kong asked in confusion. I calculated that the heaven-seeking token is in Yin Chuan's hands. It can't be lost. Moreover, the family had other matters to attend to at that time. But now, the other matters of the family are almost settled. Now it's time to ask about the heavenly order and the Tao God. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Let's go. Take me to see Yin Chuan. Yes. Demon King Kong nodded. The two men and the gorilla walked inside. Stop. Suddenly, a condemned death guard shouted. Inform Mournful Flower. Tell him that I am Demon King Kong. I am here to see Yin Chuan. Demon King Kong shouted. Not far away, the condemned death guard raised his eyebrows. After all, the two men and the gorilla were different from the others. Wait. The condemned death guard immediately went back to report. In the condemned death hall. Demon King Kong? There is also a blind man. Blind Kong? Gorilla? Kong Outyin? Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. Sage King, the Yin family has records. Although the Kong family was not the strongest family in the ancient times, it was the most special one. That was because the Kong family was qualified to blame the heavens. The Yin family does not know the specific reason. Yin Hentian said, Blame the heavens? Heaven-seeking token? Heaven-seeking token? Yin Chuan looked pensive. Sage King, do you want to summon them? Mournful Flower asked. Let them in. Yin Chuan nodded. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.